The Odyssey, by Homer, Part 2, Books 13 through 24. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 13. So he spoke, and they all became quiet, silent in the stillness, and they were held spellbound throughout the shadowy hall. Then Alcinous answered him and spoke. Odysseus, since you have come to my bronze-floored, high-roofed house, I think you will not be driven off again, wandering from returning home, though you have suffered very many things. And to each man of you I say this, all who in my halls always drink the glowing wine fit for elders and listen to the singer. The clothing for our guest lies in a well-crafted chest, and finely worked gold and all the other gifts, all that the counselors of the Phaeacians brought here. But come, let us also give him a great tripod and a cauldron, each man of us, and we will gather the cost from the people later, for it is hard for one man alone to give so much as a gift. So Alcinous spoke, and his words pleased them. Then each man went home to rest. When early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they hurried to the ship and brought the shining bronze. And the sacred strength of Alcinous himself went through the ship and carefully placed the gifts under the benches, so that nothing would hinder the companions as they rowed hard with the oars. Then they went to the house of Alcinous and prepared a feast. The sacred strength of Alcinous sacrificed an ox for them to Zeus, the dark-clouded son of Cronus, who rules over all. They burned the thigh pieces and shared in the glorious feast, enjoying themselves, and among them sang the godlike singer, Demodocus, honored by the people. But Odysseus often turned his head toward the shining sun, eager for it to set, for he longed greatly to return home. As when a man longs for supper, for whom all day a pair of wine-dark oxen have pulled the well-fitted plough through the fallow field, and gladly for him the light of the sun goes down, so that he may go to his meal, and his knees grow weak as he walks. So welcome to Odysseus was the setting of the sun's light. At once he spoke to the Phaeacians, lovers of the oar, and most of all to Alcinous he declared his word. Alcinous, mighty king, most distinguished of all peoples, after you pour the drink offering, send me away unharmed, and may you yourselves rejoice. For already the things my dear heart desired have been completed, a convoy and dear gifts. May the heavenly gods make them blessed for me, and may I, when I return home, find my noble wife and my dear ones safe and sound, and may you, remaining here, bring joy to your wedded wives and your children. May the gods grant you every kind of excellence, and may no evil arise among your people. So he spoke, and they all approved and ordered that the stranger be sent off, since he had spoken according to what was fitting. Then the sacred strength of Alcinous spoke to the herald. Pontonous, mix the wine in the bowl, and pass it out to all throughout the hall, so that after praying to Father Zeus, we may send the stranger to his own fatherland. So he spoke, and Pontonous mixed the sweet wine, and passed it out to all, one by one. And they poured a drink offering to the blessed gods who hold wide heaven, right there from their seats. Then godlike Odysseus stood up and placed a two-handled cup into the hand of Arit. And speaking to her, he addressed her with winged words. My queen, farewell to me always, until old age and death come, which come upon all human beings. But I am going home. You in this house, take joy in your children and your people, and in King Alcinous." So saying, godlike Odysseus stepped over the threshold, and the sacred strength of Alcinous sent a herald with him to guide him to the swift ship and the shore of the sea. And Arete sent slave women along with him, one carrying a well-washed cloak and tunic, another she sent to bring the strong chest, and another carried food and red wine. When they had come down to the ship and the sea, the noble escorts quickly received the things and placed all the food and drink in the hollow ship. For Odysseus they spread a blanket and a linen sheet on the deck of the hollow ship, so that he might sleep unwaking at the stern. Then he himself went aboard and lay down in silence, and they sat each in order at the oarlocks and loosed the cable from the pierced stone. Then, leaning forward, they struck the sea with their oars, and upon his eyelids fell sweet sleep, deep, most pleasant, like death itself. And as on a plain 4 stallions, all together rushing forward under the lash of the whip, rear high and swiftly run the road, so the stern of the ship lifted up, and behind her the great purple wave of the loud roaring sea surged. She ran very safely and steadily. Not even a hawk, the swiftest of winged birds, could have kept pace with her, cutting through the waves of the sea, carrying a man whose mind was like the gods. Before this, he had suffered very many pains in his heart, passing through wars of men and grievous waves. But now he slept quietly, forgetting all that he had endured. When the brightest star rose, the one that most often comes to announce the light of early-born dawn, then the seafaring ship drew near to the island. There is a harbour of Phorcys, the old man of the sea, in the land of Ithaca. In it are 2 steep headlands sloping toward the harbour, which shelter it from the great waves of the harsh winds outside. Inside, well-benched ships remain without mooring when they reach the measure of the anchorage. At the head of the harbour stands a long-leaved olive tree, and near it a lovely, shadowy cave, sacred to the nymphs who are called naiads. Inside are mixing bowls and jars of stone. There the bees store honey. There are long stone looms where the nymphs weave sea-purple cloths, a wonder to see, and in it are ever-flowing waters. The cave has 2 doors, one facing north wind, downward for men, the other toward south wind, is holy. Men do not enter by that way, for it is a path of the immortals. There they rowed in, knowing the place from before. The ship ran on to the shore, as far as half her length, with speed, for such was the force of the rowers' arms driving her. They stepped out from the well-benched ship onto the land, and first they lifted Odysseus out of the hollow ship. They lifted him out together with the linen and shining blanket, and laid him down on the sand, overcome by sleep. Then they carried out the possessions which the noble Phaeacians had given him for his journey home, because of great-hearted Athena, and they placed them all together beside the trunk of the olive tree, off the path, so that no passing traveller might come upon them before Odysseus woke and cause any harm. Then they themselves went back home. But the Earthshaker did not forget the threats he had once spoken against godlike Odysseus, and he asked about the plan of Zeus. "Father Zeus, I will no longer be honored among the immortal gods if mortal men do not honor me, the Phaeacians, who are indeed from my own line. For I declared that Odysseus would suffer many pains before reaching home. Yet I never completely took away his return, since you first promised it, and nodded your head in agreement. But they carried him sleeping in a swift ship across the sea, and set him down in Ithaca, and gave him countless gifts, bronze and gold in plenty, and woven clothing. So many, that Odysseus could never have taken so much from Troy, even if he had returned unharmed and received his share of the spoils. Then cloud-gathering Zeus answered him, "My earth-shaker, mighty and wide-ruling, what a thing you have said. The gods do not dishonor you at all. It would be hard indeed to treat with disrespect the eldest and the best among us. But if any man, trusting in strength and violence, does not honor you, vengeance is always yours afterward. Do as you wish, and as is pleasing to your heart." Then Poseidon the earth-shaker replied, "I would have done it at once, dark clouded one, as you say. Yet I always respect your anger and avoid it. Now I wish to smash the beautiful ship of the Phaeacians as it returns from escorting a man over the misty sea, so that they may stop and give up escorting mortals, and I will heap a great mountain around their city." Then cloud-gathering Zeus answered him, "My friend, this seems best to me. When all the people from the city are watching the ship as she sails near land, turn her into a stone like a swift ship, so that all men may marvel. Then heap a great mountain around their city." When Poseidon the earth-shaker heard this, he went to Scheria, where the Phaeacians dwell, and waited there. The sea-crossing ship came very near, speeding along, and the earth-shaker came close to her, and he turned her into stone, and rooted her fast in the sea below with a strike of his hand. Then he went away. The Phaeacians, long-oared, famous sailors, spoke winged words to one another, and each would look at the man beside him and say, "Alas, who has bound our swift ship on the sea as she was sailing home? Just now she was plainly visible." So one would speak, but they did not understand what had happened. Then Alcinous addressed them and said, "Alas, truly, the old prophecy of my father has come upon us. He used to say that Poseidon was angry with us because we safely escort all men. He said that one day he would smash a beautiful ship of the Phaeacian men as it returned from escorting someone over the misty sea, and would heap a great mountain around our city. And now all these things have come to pass. But come, let us all obey what I say. Let us stop escorting mortal men whenever anyone comes to our city, and let us sacrifice 12 chosen bulls to Poseidon, in hope that he may take pity and not heap a towering mountain around our city." So he spoke. They were afraid and made ready the bulls. Thus the leaders and rulers of the Phaeacian people stood around the altar and prayed to Lord Poseidon. Meanwhile divine Odysseus awoke, sleeping in his fatherland. But he did not recognize it, for he had been away so long. For Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, had poured mist around him, so that she might make him unrecognizable and tell him everything, so that his wife would not know him, nor his townsmen, nor his friends, before the suitors had paid for all their wrongdoing. Because of this, everything seemed strange to the Lord. The long roads, the safe harbors, the steep rocks, and the flourishing trees. He sprang up and stood and looked upon his fatherland. Then he groaned and struck his thighs with his downward-turned hands, and in sorrow he spoke, "Alas for me! In what land of mortal men have I come? Are they violent and bold and unjust, or are they hospitable and God-fearing in mind? Where shall I carry these many possessions, and where shall I wander myself? If only I had remained with the Phaeacians, I could have gone to another great king who would have welcomed me and sent me home. But now I do not know where to put these things, and I will not leave them here, lest somehow they become a prize for someone else. Ah, then surely not all of the Phaeacian leaders and rulers were wise and just who carried me off to another land. They said they would bring me to clear-seen Ithaca, but they did not fulfill it. May Zeus, protector of suppliants, punish them. He who watches over men and punishes whoever does wrong. But come now, let me count these treasures and see that they have not taken anything from me as they brought me in their hollow ship." So saying, he counted the beautiful tripods and cauldrons and the gold and the finely woven clothing. None of it was missing, yet he mourned for his fatherland, moving slowly along the shore of the loud roaring sea, lamenting greatly. And Athena came near to him in the likeness of a young man, a shepherd of sheep, fresh and youthful, like the sons of kings. Around her shoulders she wore a well-made cloak folded double. Under her shining feet were sandals, and in her hands a spear. Odysseus rejoiced when he saw her and went to meet her, and speaking to her, he addressed her with winged words. "Friend, since you are the first person I have met in this place, greetings, and do not meet me with evil intent. But protect these things, and protect me, for I pray to you as to a god, and I clasp your dear knees. Tell me this truthfully, so that I may know it well. What land is this? What people? What men are born here? Is it some clear island or a headland that slopes down to the sea from the fertile mainland?" Then the bright-eyed goddess Athena answered him, "Stranger, you are simple, or else you have come from far away. If you are asking about this land, it is not at all unknown. Many know it well, both those who dwell toward the sunrise and those who live toward the dark west. It is rocky and not good for horses, yet it is not poor, though it is not broad. For grain grows there in abundance, and wine as well. Rain falls there often, and rich dew. It is good for goats and for cattle. There is woodland of every kind, and springs of water that never fail. So, stranger, the name of Ithaca has reached even to Troy, though they say Troy lies far away from the land of the Achaeans." So she spoke, and long-suffering, godlike Odysseus rejoiced. He was glad for the land of his fathers, as the daughter of Zeus who holds the sacred mantle, Pallas Athena, spoke to him. And speaking to her, he answered with winged words. Yet he did not tell the truth. Instead, he twisted his story, always turning over in his chest his many cunning mind. "I have heard of Ithaca even in wide Crete, far away over the sea. And now I have come here myself with these possessions. I left just as much wealth with my children and fled, because I killed the dear son of Idomeneus, Orsilochus, swift of foot, who in wide Crete outran men who labor for their bread. He wished to rob me of all my Trojan spoils, for which I suffered grief in my heart, passing through wars of men and grievous waves. For I would not please his father and serve under him in the land of the Trojans, but led other comrades of my own. I struck him with my bronze-tipped spear as he came down from the fields, lying in ambush with a companion near the road. A very dark night covered the sky, and no man saw us. Hidden from him, I took away his life. After I killed him with sharp bronze, I went at once to a ship and begged the noble Phoenicians, and I gave them fitting plunder. I ordered them to carry me and set me down in Pylos or in divine Elis, where the Epeans rule. But the force of the wind drove them far from there, much against their will. They did not wish to deceive me. From there, wandering, we came here by night. In haste we rowed into the harbor, and none of us thought of supper, though we badly needed it. Instead, we got out and lay down beside the ship. Sweet sleep seized me in my weariness, and they took my possessions from the hollow ship and set them down where I lay on the sand. Then they boarded and sailed off to well-built Sidon, and I was left behind, grieving in my heart. So he spoke, and bright-eyed Athena smiled and touched him with her hand. She took the form of a tall and beautiful woman, skilled in fine works, and speaking to him, she said, "You would have to be clever and thieving indeed to outdo yourself in tricks, even if a god were to meet you. Bold one, crafty-minded, never weary of deceit. Not even in your own land would you stop your lies and cunning tales, so dear to you from childhood. But come now, let us speak no more of this. We both know well the arts of cunning, for you are by far the best of all mortal men in schemes, in plans and in speech, while I among all the gods am known for cunning and clever skill. Yet you did not recognize Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, she who always stands beside you in all your labors and guards, you and who made you dear to all the Phaeacians. Now I have come here again to weave a plan with you, and to hide your treasures, all that the noble Phaeacians gave you for your homeward journey by my counsel and my thought, and to tell you how many sorrows it is your fate to endure in your well-built house. You must bear them by necessity, and you must tell no one, neither man nor woman, that you have come home from wandering. Instead, in silence you must suffer many pains, enduring the violence of men." Then resourceful Odysseus answered her, "It is hard, goddess, for a mortal who meets you to know you, even a very wise man, for you make yourself appear like anything at all. But this I know well. You were kind to me before, when we sons of the Achaeans fought in Troy. After we sacked the steep city of Priam and sailed away in our ships, and a god scattered the Achaeans, I did not see you again, daughter of Zeus, nor did I notice you boarding my ship to keep sorrow from me. Instead, with my heart torn within me, I wandered on until the gods released me from my misery, until in the rich land of the Phaeacian men you encouraged me with words and led me yourself into their city. And now I clasp your knees by your father, for I do not believe that I have truly come to clear-seen Ithaca, but that I wander in some other land. I think you are mocking me, telling me these things to trick my mind. Tell me whether I have truly reached my dear fatherland." Then bright-eyed Athena answered him, "You always have such thoughts in your heart. That is why I cannot leave you, though you suffer, because you are courteous, sharp-minded, and careful. Another man, coming home from long wandering, would gladly hurry to see his wife and children in his halls. But it is not yet your desire to learn or inquire about them, not until you test your wife, who even now sits in your palace, while for her the days and nights pass in sorrow as she sheds tears. As for me, I never doubted that you would return, though you lost all your companions. But I did not wish to fight against Poseidon, my father's brother, who set anger in his heart against you, furious because you blinded his dear son. But come, I will show you the land of Ithaca, so that you may believe. This is the harbor of Phorcys, the old man of the sea. This is the long-leaved olive tree at the head of the harbor, and near it is the pleasant shadowy cave, sacred to the nymphs who are called naiads. This is the wide cave with the vaulted roof, where you used to offer many complete 100 oxen offerings to the nymphs. And this is Mount Neriton, covered with forest." So saying, the goddess scattered the mist, and the land became visible. Long-suffering, godlike Odysseus rejoiced. Glad for his land, he kissed the life-giving earth. At once he lifted his hands and prayed to the nymphs. "Naiad nymphs, daughters of Zeus, I never thought I would see you again. Now I greet you with gentle prayers, and we will also give you gifts, as before, if the willing daughter of Zeus allows me to live and causes my dear son to grow." Then bright-eyed Athena answered him, "Take courage. Do not let these things trouble your mind. Instead, let us now place your treasures in the inner part of the sacred cave, so that they may remain safe for you. Then let us consider together how things may turn out best." So saying, the goddess entered the shadowy cave, searching for hidden places within it, and Odysseus carried everything inside: the gold, the tireless bronze, and the finely made garments that the Phaeacians had given him. He laid them down carefully, and Athena, daughter of Zeus who bears the sacred mantle, placed a stone at the entrance. Then the two sat down beside the base of the sacred olive tree and planned the destruction of the arrogant suitors. Bright-eyed Athena began to speak. "Zeus-born son of Laertes, resourceful Odysseus, consider how you will lay your hands upon the shameless suitors who for 3 years now have ruled your hall, wooing your godlike wife and offering her bride gifts. But she always mourns in her heart for your return. She gives hope to them all and makes promises to each man, sending messages. Yet her mind is set on something else." Then crafty Odysseus answered her, "Alas, surely I was about to perish in my own house with a wretched fate, like Agamemnon, son of Atreus, if you had not told me everything in due measure, goddess. But come, weave a plan so that I may repay them. Stand beside me yourself and put bold strength into me. Just as when we loosed the shining battlements of Troy, if you would stand beside me with such eagerness, bright-eyed one, I would fight even against 300 men with you, lady goddess, if you would guide and help me." Then bright-eyed Athena answered him, "Truly I will stand by you, and I will not forget you when we set about this work. And I think that soon the wide earth will be battered with blood and brains of the suitor men who devour your livelihood. But come, I will make you unrecognizable to all mortal men. I will shrivel the fair flesh on your supple limbs, destroy the golden brown hair from your head, and clothe you in rags so that whoever sees you wearing them will loathe you. I will dim your eyes, once so beautiful, so that you appear wretched to all the suitors, and to your wife and the son you left behind in your halls. First you must go to the swineherd, who cares for your pigs and is kindly toward you. He loves your son and wise Penelope. You will find him sitting among the pigs. They graze near the rock of Corax and the spring of Arethusa, eating abundant acorns and drinking dark water, the things that make the pigs grow rich with fat. Stay there. Sit with him and question him about everything until I go to Sparta, land of beautiful women, and call Telemachus, your dear son, Odysseus, who has gone to wide Lacedaemon, to Menelaus, to learn news of you, whether you are still alive." Then resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Why did you not tell him, you who know all things within your mind? Was it so that he too might suffer pain, wandering over the barren sea, while others devour his livelihood?" Then bright-eyed Athena answered him, "Do not let him trouble your heart too much. I myself escorted him so that he might win good fame by going there. He suffers no hardship. He sits at ease in the house of Atreus' son, and abundance lies beside him. Yes, young men lie in wait for him in a black ship, eager to kill him before he reaches his fatherland. But I do not think that will happen. Instead, the earth will cover some of the suitor men who consume your livelihood." So she spoke and touched him with her wand. She shriveled the fair flesh on his supple limbs. She destroyed the golden brown hair from his head and placed upon all his body the skin of an aged old man. She dimmed his eyes, once so beautiful, and threw about him a wretched rag and tunic, torn and filthy, stained with foul smoke. She wrapped around him the great hide of a swift deer, bare of hair, and gave him a staff and an ugly pouch full of holes with a twisted cord for its strap. Thus the two made their plan and parted, and she went to divine Lacedaemon to seek the son of Odysseus. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 14. Then he went up from the harbour along a rough path, through wooded land, over the heights, where Athena had shown him the noble swineherd, who cared most for the property that noble Odysseus had won. He found him sitting in the forecourt, where his yard had been built high up, in a place that could be seen all around, large and beautiful, with a walkway circling it. The swineherd himself had built it for the pigs of his master who was away, without his mistress or old Laertes, using fitted stones, and he topped it with thorny brush. Outside he drove stakes deep into the ground on every side, thick and close together, splitting dark oak. Inside the yard he made 12 pig pens next to each other, as sleeping places for the pigs. In each pen, 50 pigs that sleep on the ground were enclosed, female breeders. The males slept outside, much fewer in number, for the godlike suitors kept eating them and reducing them, since the swineherd always sent them the best of all the well-fed, fattened boars. They were 360 in all. Beside them 4 dogs slept like wild beasts, which the swineherd, a leader of men, had raised. He himself was fastening sandals to his feet, cutting fine oxhide, while the others, 3 of them, had gone in different directions with the herded pigs. He had sent the 4th to the city to drive a pig to the proud suitors by force, so that after sacrificing it, they might satisfy their desire with meat. Suddenly, the loud barking dogs saw Odysseus. They rushed at him with fierce cries, but Odysseus sat down quickly and let his staff fall from his hand. There, beside his own farmyard, he would have suffered a shameful hurt, but the swineherd, hurrying fast on swift feet, rushed out through the doorway, and the hide fell from his hand. He shouted and drove the dogs away, pelting them with many stones. Then he spoke to his lord. "Old man, the dogs almost tore you apart all at once, and you would have covered me with blame. But the gods have already given me other pains and groans. For I sit grieving and mourning my godlike master, and I raise pigs, fat hogs, for others to eat. While he, perhaps longing for food, wanders in the land and city of men of another speech, if indeed he is still alive somewhere and sees the light of the sun. But come, old man, let us go to my hut, so that you yourself, after filling your heart with food and wine, may tell me where you are from, and what troubles you have suffered." So he spoke, and the noble swineherd led him to his hut. He brought him inside and made him sit down, and he threw down thick brushwood, and over it he spread the hide of a shaggy wild goat, large and thick, his own bedding. Odysseus was glad that he had welcomed him in this way, and he spoke and addressed him. "May Zeus grant you what you most desire, stranger, and the other immortal gods as well, because you welcomed me kindly." Then swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "Stranger, it is not right for me, even if someone worse than you should come, to dishonor a stranger. For strangers and beggars are from Zeus, and our gift to them is small but given with goodwill. For this is the way of slaves, always afraid when new masters rule over them. For the gods have bound back the homecoming of the man who would have loved me kindly and given me possessions, a house, a plot of land, and a wife much courted, such as a good-hearted lord gives to his servant who works hard for him, and whose work a god makes grow, just as this work of mine prospers, the one I keep at. So my master would have greatly rewarded me if he had grown old here. But he perished. Would that the race of Helen had utterly perished before. For she loosened the knees of many men. For he too went for the honor of Agamemnon to well-horsed Ilium, to fight against the Trojans. So he spoke, and quickly fastened his tunic with a belt, and went to the pig pens, where the herds of swine were kept. From there he chose 2, brought them, and slaughtered both. He singed them, cut them up, and ran spits through them. When he had roasted everything, he carried it all and set it before Odysseus, hot on the spits. Then he sprinkled white barley groats over it. And in a wooden cup he mixed honey-sweet wine. He sat opposite him and, urging him on, said, "Eat now, stranger, what slaves are allowed, young pigs. The fat hogs the suitors eat, with no thought in their minds for vengeance or for pity. The blessed gods do not love reckless deeds. They honor justice and the fair actions of men. Even hostile and violent men, who go to a foreign land, when Zeus gives them plunder, and they fill their ships and sail back home. And yet even for such men, a strong fear of divine vengeance falls into their hearts. But these men here know something. They have heard some voice from a god about that man's dreadful destruction. So they do not wish to court in the right way or go back to their own homes. Instead, without fear, they devour his possessions in arrogance, and there is no restraint. For as many days and nights as come from Zeus, they never sacrifice just 1 animal, not even 2 only, and they waste the wine, drawing it off in excess. For his livelihood was beyond counting. No hero on the dark mainland, nor even in Ithaca itself, had so much wealth. Not even 20 men together could equal such riches. And I will tell it to you. On the mainland there are 12 herds of cattle, and as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of pigs, and as many wide herds of goats. Both foreign herdsmen and his own men tend them. Here, too, there are 11 wide herds of goats grazing at the edge of the land, and good men watch over them. Each one of them brings every day a goat for the suitors, whichever of the well-fed goats seems the best. But I guard these pigs, and I choose carefully the best of the swine, and send it to them." So he spoke, and Odysseus ate the meat and drank the wine eagerly in silence, while in his heart he was planting evil for the suitors. And when he had eaten and satisfied his spirit with food, Eumaeus filled the cup from which he had been drinking and gave it to him, full of wine. He accepted it and was glad at heart, and speaking winged words, he said, "Friend, who bought you with his own wealth, a man so very rich and strong, as you say? You claim he perished for the sake of Agamemnon's honor. Tell me, in case I might know such a man somewhere. For Zeus surely knows this, and the other immortal gods, whether I might have seen him and be able to tell you, since I have wandered through many lands." Then the swineherd, leader of men, answered him, "Old man, no wanderer who comes here bringing news of that man would persuade his wife or his dear son. No, men who roam about in need of food tell lies and are not willing to speak what is true. Whoever comes wandering to the land of Ithaca goes to my mistress and tells deceitful stories." She receives him kindly, welcomes him, and asks him everything. Tears fall from her eyelids as she mourns, as is fitting for a woman when her husband has died far away. You too, old man, would quickly shape your story if someone gave you a cloak and tunic to wear. But by now, swift dogs and birds of prey have likely torn the flesh from his bones, and his life has left him. Or fish in the sea have eaten him, and his bones lie somewhere on the mainland shore, buried in deep sand. So he has perished there, and grief has been prepared for all his loved ones, and for me most of all. For I will never again find a lord so gentle as he was, wherever I may go, not even if I should return to the house of my father and mother, where I was first born, and they themselves raised me. And yet I do not mourn for them so much, though I long to see them with my own eyes and be in my native land. No, it is longing for Odysseus, though he is gone, that seizes my heart. Even though he is not here, stranger, I am ashamed to speak his name, for he loved me deeply and cared for me in his heart. But I call him my lord, even though he is far away. Then long-suffering noble Odysseus answered him, "Friend, since you completely deny it, and no longer believe that he will return, and your heart is always unbelieving, I will not speak without oath, but I will swear that Odysseus is coming home. Let there be a reward for me for good news when he comes and reaches his house. Clothe me then in fine garments, cloak and tunic. But before that, though I am in great need, I would accept nothing. For as hateful to me as the gates of Hades is the man who, giving in to poverty, speaks lying tales. Let Zeus bear witness now, first among the gods, and the guest table, and the hearth of noble Odysseus, to which I have come. All this will be fulfilled, just as I say. Within this very year, Odysseus will come here. As 1 month ends and another begins, he will return home and will repay whoever here dishonors his wife and his glorious son." Then swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "Old man, I will not pay you for this good news, nor will Odysseus ever come home. But drink in peace, and let us speak of other things. Do not remind me of these matters, for my heart in my chest grieves whenever anyone mentions my noble master. Let your oath be forgotten. But may Odysseus come, as I desire, and Penelope desires, and old Laertes, and godlike Telemachus, and now I grieve without forgetting for the son Odysseus fathered. Telemachus. When the gods caused him to grow like a young shoot, I thought he would be no worse among men than his dear father, admirable in body and in appearance. But some immortal, or perhaps some man, struck his mind within him and confused his thoughts. So he went seeking news of his father to sacred Pylos, and the proud suitors are in wait for him as he returns home, so that the line of godlike Odysseus may perish from Ithaca without a name. But let him be. Either he will be taken, or he will escape, if the son of Cronos stretches out his hand to him. But come now, old man. Tell me your own troubles, and speak truly so I may know clearly. Who are you, and from what people? Where is your city and your parents? On what kind of ship did you arrive? How did the sailors bring you to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? For I do not think you came here on foot." Then resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Then I will tell you all this very exactly. If only now we too had food and sweet wine inside the hut, to feast quietly while others went to their work, I could easily speak for a whole year and not finish telling the troubles of my heart, all the things I have suffered by the will of the gods. I claim to be from the wide land of Crete, the son of a wealthy man. Many other sons as well were born and raised in his house, true sons of his wedded wife. But a bought woman bore me, a concubine. Yet he honored me equally with his lawful sons. Castor, son of Hylax, whose line I claim to be, In those days among the Cretans, he was honored like a god for his wealth, his riches, and his glorious sons. But death's spirits came upon him and carried him away to the house of Hades, and his proud sons divided up the living and cast lots for the shares. But to me they gave very little and assigned me a house. I married a wife from men who had much land, because of my own excellence, since I was not foolish nor one to flee from war. But now all that is gone. Yet even so I think you can look at the stubble and recognize the field, for great misery holds me now. Ares and Athena gave me courage and the strength to break through battle lines, whenever I chose the best men for an ambush, planning harm for enemies. My bold heart never looked ahead to death. Instead, far before the rest, I would leap forward and strike down with my spear whatever enemy yielded before my feet. Such was I in war. But work in the fields was not dear to me, nor the careful management of a house that raises splendid children. No, ships with oars were always dear to me, and wars and well-shaped spears and arrows, grim things that make others shudder. But to me they were dear, the things some god put in my heart. For one man delights in one kind of work, another in another. Before the sons of the Achaeans set foot upon Troy, 9 times I led men and swift ships against foreign peoples, and many things came to me. From these I chose out the finest spoils, and many more I gained by lot. My house quickly grew rich, and afterward I became feared and honored among the Cretans. But when at last far-seeing Zeus planned that hateful journey which loosened the knees of many men, then they commanded me and famous Idomeneus to lead the ships to Ilium. There was no way to refuse, for the harsh talk of the people pressed hard upon us. There for 9 years we sons of the Achaeans fought, and in the 10th year we sacked Priam's city and sailed home with our ships. But a god scattered the Achaeans. For wretched me crafty Zeus planned troubles. Only a month I stayed at home, enjoying my children and my wedded wife and my possessions. Then my heart urged me to sail to Egypt, after I had carefully outfitted my ships with my godlike companions. I prepared 9 ships, and the men quickly gathered. For 6 days my loyal comrades feasted, and I provided many animals for sacrifice to the gods, and for them to make a feast. On the 7th day we boarded and sailed from wide Crete, with a strong and favorable north wind, easily, as if sailing downstream. None of my ships were harmed. We sat unhurt and free from sickness, while wind and helmsman steered them. On the 5th day, we reached fair-flowing Egypt, and I moored my curved ships in the river of Egypt. There I ordered my faithful companions to remain beside the ships and guard them, and I sent scouts to go up to the lookout points. But they, giving in to reckless pride and following their own fury, quickly began to ravage the beautiful fields of the Egyptians. They carried off women and small children and killed the men. Soon the cry reached the city. Hearing the shout, at dawn they came, and the whole plain was filled with foot soldiers and horsemen, and the flashing glare of bronze. Then Zeus, who delights in thunder, cast terrible panic into the hearts of my companions, and no one dared to stand firm face to face, for evils closed in on us from every side. There they killed many of us with sharp bronze, and the rest they led away alive to work for them by force. But Zeus himself put this thought in my heart, that I should have died and met my fate there in Egypt, for more sorrow still awaited me. At once I took off the well-made helmet from my head, and the shield from my shoulders, and threw the spear from my hand. Then I went straight before the king and his horses, and grasped and kissed his knees. He spared me, and showed mercy. He set me in his chariot, and brought me to his house while I shed tears. Many rushed at me with ash spears, eager to kill me, for they were very angry. But the king held them back, for he feared the wrath of Zeus, protector of strangers, who is most angered by wicked deeds. There I stayed 7 years, and gathered much wealth among the Egyptians, for all of them gave to me. But when the 8th year came in its turn, a Phoenician man arrived, a trickster, skilled in deceit, who had done many evils to men. He persuaded me, and led me away to Phoenicia, where his house and possessions were. I stayed there with him for a full year. But when the months and days were completed, and the year turned again, and the seasons came, he put me on a sea-going ship to Libya, making false promises that I would carry cargo with him, but in truth so that he might sell me there and gain a great price for me. So I followed him onto the ship, though I had my doubts. But I had no choice. The ship ran before a strong north wind, blowing well, past the middle of Crete. But Zeus planned their destruction. When we had left Crete behind, and no other land appeared, only sea and sky, then the son of Cronus set a dark cloud above the hollow ship, and the sea grew dim beneath it. Zeus thundered mightily, and hurled a thunderbolt at the ship. It spun all around, struck by Zeus's lightning, and filled with the smell of sulfur. All the men fell overboard. Like sea crows, they were carried about on the waves around the black ship, and the god took away their homecoming. But for me, though my heart was heavy with grief, Zeus himself placed the great mast of the dark-prowed ship into my hands, so that I might yet escape destruction. Clinging to it, I was carried along by the deadly winds. For 9 days I drifted, and on the 10th dark night a great rolling wave brought me to the land of the Thesprotians. There the king of the Thesprotians, the hero Phidon, cared for me, without payment. His dear son found me, worn out by cold air and exhaustion, lifted me by the hand and led me home until he reached his father's house. He clothed me in a cloak and tunic. There I heard news of Odysseus, for Phidon said he had received him as a guest and shown him friendship as he was traveling to his fatherland. He showed me the treasures Odysseus had gathered, bronze, gold, and well-worked iron. So much treasure lay there in the Lord's halls that it would support even a 10th generation. And he said that Odysseus had gone to Dodona to hear the will of the god, from the tall, leafy oak, to hear the will of Zeus, how he should return to the rich land of Ithaca after being gone so long, whether openly or in secret. And he swore to me himself, after pouring a drink offering in his house, that a ship had been drawn down, and comrades were ready to send him to his dear fatherland. But he sent me away first, for it happened that a ship of Thesprotian men was sailing to wheat-rich Dulichium. He ordered them to escort me kindly to King Acastus. But an evil plan pleased their hearts concerning me, so that I might again fall into deep misery. When their sea-going ship had sailed far from land, at once they planned a day of slavery for me. They stripped off my clothing, cloak and tunic, and threw a foul rag around me and a torn tunic, the very ones you see with your own eyes. In the evening they reached clear Ithaca's shore. There they bound me fast in the well-benched ship with a strong, twisted rope. Then they themselves went ashore and quickly ate supper beside the sea. But the gods themselves easily loosened my bonds. I wrapped the rag around my head, slipped down the smooth plank, and let my chest fall into the sea. With both hands I swam, and quickly I was far from them. Then I climbed up into a thick wood full of flowering brush, and lay hidden there, crouching low. They went about groaning loudly, searching, but since it did not seem better to keep looking, they went back again to their hollow ship, and the gods themselves hid me easily, and led me, and brought me to the farmhouse of a wise man, for it is still my fate to live. Then swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "Ah, poor stranger, you have greatly stirred my heart in telling each of these things, all that you suffered and all your wanderings. But I do not think these things are in right order, nor will you persuade me by speaking about Odysseus. Why should a man like you tell lies in vain? I myself know well about my lord's return, how he became hateful to all the gods, so that they did not let him be conquered among the Trojans, nor die in the arms of his friends after he finished the war. Then all the Achaeans would have built a tomb for him, and great glory would have come afterward to his son. But now the storm spirits have snatched him away without fame. As for me, I stay apart beside the pigs. I do not go to the city, unless wise Penelope urges me to come when some report arrives from somewhere. Then they all sit around and question the messenger, both those who grieve for their long-gone lord and those who rejoice in eating his wealth without paying. But I take no pleasure in asking and inquiring ever since an Aetolian man deceived me with his tale, a man who had killed someone and wandered over much land and came to my house. I welcomed him warmly. He said he had seen Odysseus in Crete with Idomeneus, repairing ships that storms had shattered, and he said he would return, either in summer or in autumn, bringing much wealth with his godlike companions. So you too, old man of many sorrows, since some god has brought you to me, do not try to please me with lies, nor charm me with false tales. For I will not honor you or show you kindness for that reason, but out of fear of Zeus, protector of strangers, and out of pity for you." Then resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Indeed, you have a very unbelieving heart in your chest, since even after I swear an oath I cannot persuade you. But come now, let us make an agreement, and afterward let the gods who hold Olympus be witnesses for both of us. If your lord returns to this house, then clothe me in a cloak and tunic, and send me to Dulichium, where my heart longs to go. But if your lord does not come, as I say, set your servants upon me and throw me down from a great rock, so that another beggar may be careful not to deceive." Then the noble swineherd answered him, "Stranger, in that case I would have fine honor and virtue among men, both now and hereafter, if after bringing you into my hut and giving you hospitality, I then killed you and took your dear life. Then I could pray earnestly to Zeus, son of Cronus. But now it is time for supper. May my companion soon come inside, so that we may prepare a pleasant meal in the hut." So they spoke such words to one another. Meanwhile the pigs and the swineherds came near. They penned the pigs in their usual places for sleeping, and a great clamour arose from the swine in the yard. Then the noble swineherd called out to his companions, "Bring the best of the pigs, so that I may sacrifice it for the stranger from far away. And we ourselves will also benefit, we who suffer long because of these white-tusked swine, while others eat our labour without paying." So he spoke and split wood with pitiless bronze, and they brought in a very fat 5-year-old boar. They set him beside the hearth, and the swineherd did not forget the immortals, for he had a noble mind. He began the rite by cutting hairs from the boar's head and throwing them into the fire, and he prayed to all the gods that clever Odysseus might return home. Then he lifted up a piece of oak and struck the boar, and the life left him. They cut his throat and singed him, and quickly carved him up. The swineherd took the first portions from all the limbs, wrapped them in rich fat, sprinkled barley meal over them, and threw them into the fire. They cut up the rest and ran spits through them, roasted them carefully, and drew them off, and laid them all together on platters. The swineherd stood to carve, for in his heart he knew what was right. He divided it all into 7 portions. One he set aside with prayer for the nymphs and for Hermes, son of Maia. The rest he shared with each man. He honored Odysseus with long slices from the back of the white-tusked boar, and this pleased his lord's heart. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke to him. "May it be so, Eumaeus, that you become as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, since you honor me with such kindness, though I am as I am." Then swineherd Eumaeus answered, "Eat, God-sent stranger, and take pleasure in what is here. God gives one thing and withholds another, as he wishes in his heart, for he can do all things." He spoke, and offered the first portions to the everlasting gods, and after making a drink offering of sparkling wine, he placed the cup into the hands of Odysseus, the sacker of cities. He placed the cup into the hands of Odysseus, the sacker of cities, and he sat beside his allotted portion. Mesaulius served them bread, the man whom the swineherd had acquired for himself while his master was away, without the knowledge of his mistress or old Laertes. He had bought him from the Taphians with his own goods. They reached out their hands to the good things set before them, and when they had put away their desire for food and drink, Mesaulius removed the bread, and they hurried to their beds, satisfied with bread and meat. Then evil night came on, dark at the month's end. Zeus reigned all night long, and the great west wind blew, bringing rain without ceasing. Among them Odysseus spoke, testing the swineherd, to see if he might take off his cloak and give it to him, or urge one of the others to do so, since he cared for him greatly. "Hear me now, Eumaeus, and all you other comrades. Let me say something. The wine urges me, reckless wine, which makes even a prudent man sing and laugh gently, and rise up to dance, and send out some word that would be better left unspoken. But since I have begun, I will not conceal it. If only I were in my prime, and had my strength secure, as when beneath Troy we prepared and led an ambush. Odysseus and Menelaus, son of Atreus, led it, and I went as the third with them, for they themselves commanded it. But when we came to the city and its steep wall, we lay around the town in thick brushwood, in reeds and marsh, crouched beneath our armor. Then night came on, a bitter night, when the north wind dropped, bringing freezing cold. Snow fell from above like hoarfrost, cold, and ice formed around our shields. All the others there had cloaks and tunics, and they slept at ease, their shoulders wrapped in their shields. But I had left my cloak behind when I came with my comrades, in my foolishness, for I did not think I would be cold. So I followed with only my shield and bright war belt. But when it was the third watch of the night, and the stars had turned, I nudged Odysseus, who lay close by, with my elbow, and he listened at once. "Zeus-born son of Laertes, resourceful Odysseus, I will not remain much longer among the living. This cold will master me. I have no cloak. A god tricked me into coming with only a tunic. Now there is no escape." So I spoke, and he held the thought in his heart. Such was the man in council and in war. In a low voice he answered me, "Be silent now, lest some other Achaean hear you." Then, propping his head upon his elbow, he spoke aloud, "Listen, friends, a divine dream has come to me in the night, we have come too far from the ships. Would someone go to tell Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, that he might send more men from the ships?" So he spoke, and at once Thoas, son of Andraemon, rose up quickly, took off his purple cloak, and ran toward the ships. And I lay gladly in his cloak, and golden-throned Dawn appeared. If only I were now in that same youth, with my strength secure, then some swineherd here in this farmstead would give me a cloak, both out of friendship and respect for a worthy man. But now they despise me, since I wear wretched clothing on my body." Then swineherd Eumaeus answered him in reply, "Old man, the tale you told is noble, and you spoke nothing out of place or without profit. So you shall lack neither clothing nor anything else that is fitting for a long-suffering suppliant who has come here. For now. But at dawn you will shake out your own rags again, for there are not many cloaks or spare tunics here, only one for each man. But when the dear son of Odysseus returns, he himself will give you a cloak and tunic as clothing, and send you wherever your heart and spirit command." So he spoke and rose up. He set a bed near the fire for him, and threw upon it the skins of sheep and goats. There Odysseus lay down, and Eumaeus cast over him a cloak, thick and large, which he kept as a spare garment for when harsh winter weather might arise. So Odysseus slept there, and the young men slept beside him. But it did not please the swineherd to sleep apart from his pigs. Instead, he went outside and armed himself. And Odysseus rejoiced that he cared so much for his property while he himself was away. First, he slung a sharp sword over his sturdy shoulders. Then he put on a thick cloak to ward off the wind. He took up the fleece of a great, well-fed goat and grasped a sharp spear, a guard against dogs and men. Then he went to lie down where the white-tusked pigs slept beneath a hollow rock, sheltered from the blast of the north wind. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 15. Pallas Athena went to wide, open Lacedaemon to remind the noble son of great-hearted Odysseus about returning home and to urge him to go back. She found Telemachus and Nestor's splendid son sleeping on the porch of glorious Menelaus. Nestor's son was overcome by deep, gentle sleep, but sweet sleep did not hold Telemachus. All through the divine night, worry for his father kept stirring in his heart and kept him awake. Bright-eyed Athena stood close beside him and spoke. "Telemachus, it is no longer good for you to stay far away from your home, leaving your property and those proud men in your house. They may divide up your possessions and eat everything, and your journey will have been useless. Instead, quickly urge Menelaus, strong in the battle cry, to send you home, so that you may find your noble mother still there. For her father and her brothers are already urging her to marry Eurymachus. He outdoes all the other suitors in gifts, and has greatly increased the bride price. The leading suitors are purposely waiting in ambush for you in the narrow strait between Ithaca and rocky Samos. They are eager to kill you before you reach your homeland. But I do not think that will happen. Instead, the earth will cover some of those suitor men who are now devouring your wealth. So keep your well-built ship far away from the islands and sail by night. Whichever of the immortals watches over you and protects you will send a fair wind behind you. When you first reach the shore of Ithaca, send your ship and all your companions on to the city. But you yourself must first go to the swineherd, who cares for your pigs and is loyal and kind to you. Stay the night there. Then send him into the city to tell wise Penelope the news that you are safe and have returned from Pylos." After speaking this way, Athena departed to lofty Olympus. Then Telemachus woke Nestor's son from his pleasant sleep, nudging him with his foot, and said, "Wake up, Peisistratus, son of Nestor. Bring the strong-hoofed horses and yoke them to the chariot, so we can begin our journey." Peisistratus, son of Nestor, answered him, "Telemachus, even though we are eager to travel, we cannot drive through the dark night. Dawn will soon be here. Instead, wait until the hero, Atreus' son, Menelaus, famous with the spear, brings gifts and places them in the chariot, and sends us off with kind and gentle words. For a guest remembers all his life the man who welcomed him and showed him friendship." So he spoke, and at once golden-throned Dawn appeared. Then Menelaus, strong in the battle-cry, came near to them. Menelaus rose up from his bed beside fair-haired Helen. As soon as the dear son of Odysseus saw him, he quickly pulled a shining tunic over his body and threw a large cloak across his strong shoulders. Then the hero went out the door. Standing near him, Telemachus, beloved son of noble Odysseus, spoke. "Menelaus, son of Atreus, raised by Zeus, leader of men, please send me home now to my dear fatherland. My heart longs to return home." Menelaus, strong in the battle-cry, answered him, "Telemachus, I will not keep you here long if you are eager to return. I would blame another host who either shows too much affection or too much hatred. All things are best in proper measure. It is just as wrong to push a guest to leave when he does not want to go as it is to hold back a guest who is eager to depart. A man should treat a guest kindly while he is present and send him on when he wishes to leave. But wait until I bring gifts and place them in your chariot. Fine gifts that you may see with your own eyes. I will also tell the women to prepare a meal in the hall from the abundance we have inside. It brings honor, glory, and benefit for both sides when a traveler has eaten before going a long way over the wide earth. And if you would like to travel through Hellas and central Argos, I myself will go with you. I will yoke the horses for you and guide you to the cities of men. No one will send us away empty-handed. Each man will give us something to carry, perhaps a finely crafted bronze tripod, or cauldron, or 2 mules, or even a golden cup." Then wise Telemachus answered him in return, "Menelaus, son of Atreus, raised by Zeus, leader of men. I want to go home now," Telemachus said. "When I left, I did not leave anyone behind to watch over my possessions. Let me not lose my own life while searching for my godlike father, or lose some valuable treasure from my halls." When Menelaus, strong in the battle-cry, heard this, he immediately told his wife and the servant women to prepare a meal in the palace from the plenty inside. Eteoneus, son of Boethaus, came near him after rising from bed, since he lived close by. Menelaus ordered him to light a fire and roast meat. Eteoneus obeyed at once. Then Menelaus himself went down into a fragrant storage room, not alone, for Helen and Megapenthus went with him. When they reached the place where the treasures were kept, Menelaus took a double-handled cup. He told his son Megapenthus to bring a silver mixing bowl. Helen stood by the chests where her beautifully embroidered robes were stored, robes she had made herself. Helen, shining among women, picked up one robe. It was the largest and most beautifully embroidered of them all. It shone like a star and had been lying beneath the others. They walked forward through the house until they came to Telemachus. Then fair-haired Menelaus spoke. "Telemachus, may Zeus, loud thundering husband of Hera, grant you the safe return that your heart so deeply desires. Of all the treasures lying in my house, I will give you the most beautiful and most honored one. I will give you a finely crafted mixing bowl. It is entirely silver, and its rim is finished with gold. It is a work of Hephaestus. The noble hero Phaedimus, king of the Sidonians, gave it to me when his house sheltered me on my journey home. And now I want to give it to you." After saying this, Menelaus, son of Atreus, placed the double-handled cup into Telemachus's hands. Mighty Megapenthes brought the shining silver mixing bowl and set it before him. Fair-haired Helen stood beside them, holding the robe in her hands. She called Telemachus by name and said, "My dear child, I also give you this gift, a remembrance from Helen's own hands. It is for the day of your much-desired marriage, for your wife to wear. Until then, let it be kept in your palace beside your dear mother. May you go home rejoicing to your well-built house and your fatherland." With these words, she placed it in his hands, and he gladly received it. Hero Pisistratus took the gifts and put them carefully into the chariot's chest, admiring them all in his heart. Blonde Menelaus then led them into the house. They sat down on chairs and seats. A servant girl brought water in a beautiful golden pitcher and poured it over a silver basin so they could wash their hands. Then she set a polished table beside them. A respected housekeeper brought bread and placed it before them, adding many dishes from the food stored inside, generously serving them. Boethoides carved the meat and gave each his portion, and the son of glorious Menelaus poured the wine. They reached out their hands to the good food laid before them. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Telemachus and Nestor's noble son yoked the horses and climbed into the decorated chariot. They drove out through the gateway and the echoing courtyard. Blonde Menelaus, son of Atreus, followed after them. Menelaus followed them, holding sweet wine in his right hand in a golden cup, so they could pour a drink offering before leaving. He stood in front of the horses and spoke to them in farewell. "Goodbye, young men. When you see Nestor, shepherd of the people, tell him that he was like a father to me while we sons of the Achaeans were fighting in Troy." Wise Telemachus answered him, "Yes, Zeus-nurtured lord, when we arrive we will tell him everything, just as you say. I only wish that when I return to Ithaca, I might find Odysseus at home, so I could tell him how kindly you treated me, and how I return bringing many fine treasures." As he finished speaking, a bird flew on the right, a great eagle carrying a large white goose in its talons, a tame one taken from a courtyard. Men and women followed behind it, shouting. The eagle came near them and swept past on the right in front of the horses. When they saw it, they rejoiced, and everyone's heart was encouraged. Pisistratus, son of Nestor, spoke first. "Tell us, Menelaus, raised by Zeus, leader of men, did a god send this sign for the two of us, or for you alone?" Ares-loved Menelaus thought carefully about how he should properly explain it, but long-robed Helen spoke before him. "Listen to me. I will interpret this sign as the immortals put it into my heart, and as I believe it will happen. Just as this eagle came from the mountains where it was born and raised, and seized the goose that had been raised in the house, so Odysseus, after suffering many hardships and wandering far, will return home and take revenge. Or perhaps he is already home. He may already be at home, planning evil for all the suitors." Wise Telemachus answered her, "May Zeus, loud thundering husband of Hera, make it happen just like that. Then I would pray to you, even there, as if you were a goddess." With that, he struck the horses with the whip. They quickly rushed through the city, eager for the open plain. All day long they kept the yoke shaking on their shoulders. The sun went down, and all the roads grew dark. They arrived at Pheræ, at the house of Diocles, son of Autolycus, whose father was the river Alpheus. There they stayed for the night, and he welcomed them as guests. When early-born, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they yoked the horses again and climbed into the decorated chariot. They drove out from the gateway and echoing courtyard. Peisistratus urged the horses on with the whip, and they sped forward willingly. Soon they reached the steep city of Pylos. Then Telemachus spoke to Nestor's son. "Nestorides, can you promise to do something for me? We say that we are guest friends from our father's friendship, and we are the same age. This journey has made our bond even stronger. Please do not drive me past my ship, Zeus-nurtured one, but leave me here. I'm afraid the old man may keep me in his house against my will, because he wants to show me kindness. But I must get home quickly." So he spoke, and Nestor's son thought it over in his heart, considering how he might properly agree and carry it out. This seemed best to him. He turned the horses toward the swift ship and the shore of the sea. At the stern of the ship, he unloaded the beautiful gifts, the clothing and the gold that Menelaus had given him. Encouraging him, Peisistratus spoke these winged words. "Now hurry and get aboard. Tell all your companions to do the same, before I reach home and report this to the old man. For I know well in my mind and heart what his temper is like. He is very forceful. He will not let you go. Instead, he will come here himself and call you back. And I do not think he will return empty-handed. He will certainly be very angry." After saying this, he drove his beautiful, long-maned horses back toward the city of the Pylians and quickly reached his home. Telemachus urged his companions and commanded them, "Put the gear in order on the black ship, friends. Then let us get aboard, so we may begin our journey." They listened carefully and obeyed at once. They quickly went aboard and sat down at the oars. While Telemachus was busy with this, he prayed and offered sacrifice to Athena beside the stern of the ship. As he did so, a man came near him, a stranger from a distant land, fleeing from Argos because he had killed a man. He was a prophet, descended from Melampus. Long ago, Melampus had lived in Pylos, rich in sheep. He was wealthy and lived in a great and famous house among the Pylians. But later he fled his homeland, and great-hearted Neleus, most renowned of living men, who had seized much of his wealth and kept it by force for a full year. During that time, Melampus was held in harsh chains in the house of Phylacus. He suffered great pain because of Neleus's daughter, and because of a heavy madness that the house-destroying goddess Erinis had placed in his mind. Yet he escaped death and drove loud, bellowing cattle from Phylace to Pylos. He made noble Neleus pay for his shameful deed and brought the woman home as a wife for his brother. He brought her home to his house. But Melampus himself went to another land, to horse-grazing Argos. It was his fate to live there and rule over many Argives. There he married a wife and built a high-roofed house. He had 2 strong sons, Antiphates and Mantius. Antiphates fathered great-hearted Oichales. Oichales fathered Amphiaraus, a leader of men. Zeus, who bears the sacred mantle, and Apollo loved Amphiaraus deeply, but he did not live to old age. He died at Thebes because of gifts given to a woman. His sons were Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. Mantius fathered Polyphides and Clytus. But golden-throned Dawn carried off Clytus because of his beauty, so he might live among the immortals. Apollo made high-spirited Polyphides, a prophet, the best of all mortals, after Amphiaraus died. Angry with his father, he moved away to Hyperesia. There he lived, and gave prophecies to all people. His son then came forward. His name was Theoclymenus. He was the one now standing near Telemachus. He found him pouring a drink offering and praying beside his swift black ship. Calling out to him, he spoke winged words. "Friend, since I meet you here making sacrifice, I beg you, by your offerings, by the god, by your own life, and by the lives of the companions who follow you, tell me truly what I ask. Do not hide it. Who are you? Where are you from? What is your city? Who are your parents?" Wise Telemachus answered him, "Stranger, I will tell you the exact truth. I am from Ithaca by birth, and my father is Odysseus, if ever he truly lived. But by now he has perished in some dreadful death. That is why I have taken my black ship and my companions, and set out to learn about my father, who has been gone so long." Godlike Theoclymenus answered him, "So I too am away from my homeland, because I killed a man of my own clan. He has many brothers and relatives throughout horse-grazing Argos, and they are powerful among the Achaeans. To escape death and black doom from them, I am fleeing. It is my fate now to wander among men. But take me on your ship, since I come to you as a suppliant in my flight. Do not let them kill me, for I think they are chasing me." Wise Telemachus replied, "I will not drive you away from my well-balanced ship, since you wish to come. Follow me. There you will be welcomed with whatever we have." With that, he took the man's bronze spear and laid it on the deck of the curved ship. Then Theoclymenus himself stepped aboard the seafaring vessel. Telemachus sat down at the stern, and Theoclymenus sat beside him. The crew loosed the stern ropes. Telemachus urged his companions and told them to handle the gear. They obeyed quickly. They raised the pine mast and set it firmly in the hollow mast socket. They fastened it with 4 stays and hoisted the white sail with well-twisted ox-hide ropes. Bright-eyed Athena sent them a strong and steady wind, rushing through the clear sky, so the ship might swiftly speed across the salty water of the sea. They sailed past Cruni and fair-flowing Chalcis. The sun set, and all the roads grew dark. The ship, driven on by Zeus's wind, hurried toward Phae. They sailed past divine Elis, where the Epeans rule. From there, he steered the ship toward the islands, wondering whether he would escape death or be captured. Meanwhile, back at the hut, Odysseus and the noble swineherd were eating supper, and the other men ate with them. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Odysseus spoke among them, testing the swineherd to see whether he would still kindly urge him to stay at the farm or tell him to go to the city. "Listen to me now, Eumaeus, and all you other companions. In the morning I am eager to go to the city to beg, so I do not wear you out and burden your friends. But give me good advice and send a reliable guide with me to lead me there. Once in the city, I will wander about on my own, hoping someone might give me a cup and a piece of bread. I would also go to the house of noble Odysseus and give news to wise Penelope. I would mingle with the proud suitors and see whether they might give me a meal, since they have so many good things. I would quickly do whatever tasks they wished among them. For I tell you this, listen carefully to me. With the help of Hermes the guide, who gives grace and glory to the works of men, no other mortal could match me in service. I know how to build up a fire well, split dry wood, carve meat, roast it, pour wine, and do the kinds of work that lesser men do for their betters." Then the swineherd Eumaeus, deeply troubled, answered him, "Ah, stranger, why has such a thought come into your mind? Are you truly eager to die there on the spot? If you really want to go down into the crowd of suitors, Their arrogance and violence reach all the way up to iron heaven. Then you must know this. Their servants are not men like you. They are young men, well dressed in cloaks and tunics, with hair shining from oil and handsome faces. They serve them, and the polished tables are heavy with bread, meat, and wine. But stay here instead. No one here is troubled by your presence, not I, nor any of my companions. And when the dear son of Odysseus returns, he will give you proper clothing, a cloak and tunic, and send you wherever your heart and spirit tell you to go." Then long-suffering, noble Odysseus answered, "May it be so, Eumaeus. May you be as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, since you have stopped my wandering and terrible misery. Nothing is worse for mortals than wandering, yet for the sake of their cursed stomachs, men endure evil troubles, any man whom wandering and suffering and pain come upon. Now, since you urge me to stay and wait for that man, tell me about the mother of noble Odysseus and his father, whom he left behind, standing on the edge of old age when he went away. Are they still alive beneath the light of the sun? Or have they already died and gone down to the house of Hades?" The swineherd, leader of men, answered him, "Then I will tell you the exact truth, stranger. Laertes is still alive, but he constantly prays to Zeus that his spirit might leave his limbs there in his house. He mourns terribly for his son, who has gone away, and for his faithful wife, wise Anticlea, whose death grieved him most of all and brought him to harsh old age. She died from grief for her glorious son, a painful death. I would not wish such a death on anyone who lives here and is dear to me and kind to me. As long as she was still alive, even though she grieved, it was dear to me to speak with her and ask her questions. For she had raised me along with long-robed Ctimene, her beautiful daughter, the youngest child she bore. I was brought up with her, and she honored me hardly any less than her own daughter. But when we both reached the lovely age of youth, they gave her in marriage to a man insane, and received countless gifts for her. As for me, she dressed me in a fine cloak and tunic, beautiful clothes, and gave me sandals for my feet. Then she sent me out to the fields, though she loved me even more in her heart. Now I no longer have such things, but the blessed gods make prosper the work I remain in. From it I eat and drink, and I give to those worthy of respect. Yet I can no longer hear a kind word or receive a kind deed from my mistress, since evil has fallen upon our house, the proud suitors." The servants long to speak with their mistress face to face, to ask about everything, to eat and drink, and then carry something back to the fields, things that always warm the hearts of slaves. Then clever Odysseus answered him, "Ah, Eumaeus, swineherd, when you were very young, you were taken far from your homeland and parents. But come, tell me this and explain it exactly. Was the broad-streeted city where your father and noble mother lived destroyed? Or were you left alone with sheep or cattle when hostile men captured you and carried you off in ships? To that man's house, and he paid a fair price for you." The swineherd, leader of men, answered him, "Stranger, since you ask me about these things, listen quietly now and enjoy yourself. Sit and drink your wine. The nights are very long. A man may sleep, or he may enjoy listening. There is no need to lie down before it is time. Too much sleep is a burden. As for the others, whoever's heart and spirit urge him, let him go out and sleep. At dawn he can eat and go with the king's pigs. But let the two of us sit here in the hut, drinking and feasting, and take comfort in sharing our sad troubles. For a man can even find pleasure in remembering sorrows, if he has suffered much and wandered far." Now I will tell you what you asked about. There is an island called Syria, perhaps you have heard of it, above Ortygia, where the sun turns in its course. It is not very large, but it is a good land, rich in cattle and sheep, full of wine and wheat. Famine never enters that land, nor does any dreadful sickness come upon its people. When the people in the city grow old, Apollo of the silver bow comes with Artemis and gently strikes them down with painless arrows. There are 2 cities on that island, and everything is divided between them. My father, Ctesias, son of Ormenus, a man like the immortals, ruled over both. Then Phoenicians came there, famous sailors, greedy traders, bringing countless trinkets in their black ship. There was a Phoenician woman in my father's house, tall and beautiful, skilled in fine handiwork. The clever Phoenicians tricked her. One of them first approached her while she was washing clothes beside their hollow ship. He slept with her in secret love. Such things deceive the minds of women, even those who are decent and hard-working. Afterward, he asked her who she was and where she came from. She immediately pointed out my father's high-roofed house and said, "I claim to be from Sidon, rich in bronze. I am the daughter of Arybas, a man very wealthy. But Taphian pirates seized me while I was coming from the countryside. They brought me here and sold me to this man, and he paid a fair price." Then the man who had lain with her secretly said, "Would you now sail back home with us, so that you may see the high-roofed house of your father and mother, and see them too, for they are still alive and are said to be wealthy?" The woman answered him, "That could happen, if you sailors are willing to swear an oath to take me home unharmed." So she spoke, and they all swore as she commanded. After they swore and finished the oath, she spoke again. "Now be silent. Let none of your companions speak to me if he meets me in the street or at the fountain. Someone might go and tell the old man. If he suspects something, he will bind me in harsh chains and plan your destruction. Keep my words in your hearts, and hurry to complete your trading. When your ship is filled with goods, send word quickly to the house for me, for I will bring gold too, whatever comes into my hands, and I would willingly give you something else as payment for my passage. In the house I care for the son of my master, a clever boy who runs about outside with me. I would bring him aboard the ship. He would bring you a very high price wherever you sold him among people of another language." So she spoke and went back into the beautiful house. The Phoenicians stayed with us for a whole year, trading much goods from their hollow ship. But when their ship was finally loaded and ready to sail home, they sent a messenger to tell the woman. A clever man came to my father's house carrying a golden necklace strung with amber beads. In the hall, the slave women and my lady mother handled it with their hands and looked at it with their eyes, offering him a price. In silence, he nodded to the woman. After nodding, he returned to the hollow ship. Then she took me by the hand and led me out of the house. On the porch, she saw the tables and cups of the men who had been feasting and serving my father. They had gone to the public meeting place and council. She quickly hid 3 cups under her robe and carried them out. I followed her in my childish foolishness. The sun had set, and all the roads were dark. We hurried to the famous harbor, where the swift ship of the Phoenician men was waiting. They boarded the ship and sailed across the sea, taking the 2 of us with them. Zeus sent a favorable wind. For 6 days we sailed, day and night alike. But when Zeus, son of Cronos, brought on the 7th day, then Artemis, who shoots arrows, struck the woman. She fell with a thud into the ship's hold like a seabird. They threw her overboard to become food for fish and seals. I was left behind, grieving in my heart. Wind and water carried them to Ithaca. There Laertes bought me with his own wealth, and that is how I came to see this land with my own eyes." Zeus-born Odysseus answered him, "Eumaeus, you have truly stirred my heart by telling me all these things, every sorrow you suffered, yet Zeus placed good beside your suffering. After much hardship, you came to the house of a kind man who gives you food and drink with care, and you live a good life. But I have wandered to many cities of men before coming here." So they spoke these things to each other. Then they lay down to sleep. Not for long, only a short time. For soon fair-throned dawn appeared. Meanwhile, on shore, the comrades of Telemachus loosed the sails and quickly took down the mast. They rowed the ship into the harbor with their oars. They dropped the anchor stones and tied the stern ropes. Then they themselves stepped onto the shore at the edge of the sea. They prepared a meal and mixed the dark wine. After they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, wise Telemachus began to speak. "You men now drive the black ship to the city. I will go to my fields and my herdsmen. In the evening, after I have looked over my work, I will come down to the city. In the morning I will set before you a traveler's gift, a good feast of meat and sweet wine." Godlike Theoclymenus said to him, "Dear child, where should I go? To whose house should I go among the men who rule rocky Ithaca? Should I go straight to your mother's house and yours?" Wise Telemachus answered him, "In other circumstances, I would tell you to come to our house. We are not lacking in hospitality. But it would be worse for you now. I will be away, and my mother would not see you. She does not appear often before the suitors in our home. Instead, she stays upstairs, weaving at her loom. But I will point you to another man you may visit, Eurymachus, the splendid son of skilled Polybus. The people of Ithaca now look on him almost as a god. He is by far the strongest man among them, and is especially eager to marry my mother and claim the honors of Odysseus. Yet Zeus, who lives in the upper air of Olympus, knows whether he will bring an evil day upon him before any wedding takes place." As Telemachus finished speaking, a bird flew on his right side, a hawk, swift messenger of Apollo. It held a dove in its claws and tore at it, scattering feathers on the ground between the ship and Telemachus. Theoclymenus called him aside from his companions. Taking his hand, he spoke to him and said, "Telemachus, that bird did not come on the right without the will of a god. I knew at once when I saw it that it was a bird of omen. There is no family more royal than yours in the land of Ithaca. You will always be strong." Wise Telemachus answered him, "If only that word, stranger, would truly come to pass. Then you would quickly learn my friendship and receive many gifts from me, so that anyone who met you would call you blessed." Then he spoke to Perilous, his faithful companion. "Perilous, son of Clytius, you have obeyed me more than any of my other comrades who went with me to Pylos. So now take this stranger to your house. Welcome him kindly, and honor him until I return." Spear-famed Perilous answered him, "Telemachus, even if you were gone a long time, I would take care of him. He will not lack hospitality." After saying this, he boarded the ship and told his companions to climb aboard and loosen the stern ropes. They quickly got on and sat down at the rowing benches. Telemachus tied fine sandals under his feet. He picked up his strong spear, tipped with sharp bronze, from the ship's deck. His men loosed the stern cables. They pushed off and sailed toward the city, just as Telemachus, beloved son of divine Odysseus, had ordered. Meanwhile, Telemachus strode quickly forward. His feet carried him swiftly until he reached the courtyard where his countless pigs were kept. There lived the swineherd, a good man who cared kindly for his masters. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 16. Back in the hut, Odysseus and the noble swineherd prepared breakfast at dawn. They lit the fire and sent the herdsmen out with the pigs to pasture. The barking dogs wagged their tails around Telemachus, but did not bark as he approached. Odysseus noticed the dogs fawning and heard the sound of footsteps. At once he spoke to Eumaeus. "Eumaeus, surely one of your friends is coming here, or someone you know, since the dogs are not barking but wagging their tails. I hear the thud of feet." He had not finished speaking when his dear son stood in the doorway. The swineherd jumped up in surprise. The bowls fell from his hands, the ones he had been using to mix the dark wine. He hurried to meet his young master, kissed his head, both his bright eyes, and both his hands. Thick tears poured down his face. As a loving father greets his son who has returned in the 10th year from a far-off land, his only son, dearly loved, for whom he has suffered many pains. So the noble swineherd embraced godlike Telemachus. He kissed him all over as if he had escaped from death, and weeping, he spoke to him. "You have come, Telemachus, my sweet light. I never thought I would see you again after you sailed by ship to Pylos. But come now, dear child, come inside, so I may enjoy in my heart looking at you here in the house, newly returned from your journey. You do not often visit the farm or the herdsmen. Instead, you stay in the town, for it seems your heart preferred to watch the reckless crowd of suitor men." Then wise Telemachus answered him, "It will be that way, father. But I came here because of you, so that I might see you with my own eyes and hear your words. Whether my mother still remains in the palace, or whether some other man has married her, and perhaps Odysseus's marriage bed now lies empty, covered in ugly spider webs." The swineherd, leader of men, answered him, "Yes, truly she remains there with a patient heart in your palace. But for her, the days and nights waste away as she weeps." So speaking, he took the bronze spear from him. Telemachus went inside and stepped over the stone threshold. His father Odysseus rose from his seat as he entered, but Telemachus stopped him and said, "Sit, stranger. We will find another seat somewhere in our farmhouse. There is a man here who will set one out." So he spoke, and Odysseus went back and sat down. The swineherd spread green brushwood beneath him and laid a fleece on top. There the dear son of Odysseus sat. The swineherd set platters of roasted meat before them, meat left over from the day before, and quickly piled bread into baskets. He mixed honey-sweet wine in a wooden cup and sat down opposite noble Odysseus. They reached out their hands to the good food laid ready before them. And when they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, then Telemachus spoke to the noble swineherd, "Father, from where did this stranger come to you? How did they bring him to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? For I certainly do not think he came here on foot." Swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "Well then, child, I will tell you the whole truth. He says he comes from the people of wide Crete. He claims he has wandered through many cities of men, for some divine power has spun his fate that way. Now he has escaped from a ship of the Sprotian men and has come to my farmhouse. I place him in your hands. Do with him as you wish. He says he is your suppliant." Then wise Telemachus answered him, Eumaeus, what you have said troubles my heart deeply. How can I bring this stranger into my house? I am young, and I do not yet trust my own strength to defend myself if some stronger man grows angry. My mother's heart is torn in two. She wonders whether she should stay here with me and care for the house, respecting her husband's bed and the opinion of the people, or whether she should follow whichever Achaean man woos her in the palace and offers the greatest gifts. But still, since this stranger has come to your house, I will give him fine clothes, a cloak and a tunic. I will give him a sharp, two-edged sword and sandals for his feet. And I will send him wherever his heart and spirit tell him to go. Or, if you prefer, keep him here at the farmhouse and care for him. I will send clothing and all the food he needs, so that he does not become a burden to you and your companions. But I would not let him go among the suitors. They are far too reckless and arrogant. They might mock him, and that would bring me great sorrow. It is hard for a man, even a strong one, to accomplish anything when he stands among many, since surely they are far stronger. Then long-suffering, noble Odysseus answered him, My friend, since it is right for me to reply to you, you truly tear at my dear heart, as I hear you speak of the reckless schemes the suitors are planning in your halls, against your will. Tell me, do you accept this willingly? Or do the people throughout the land hate you, following some voice from a god? Or do you blame your brothers, those whom a man trusts to stand beside him in battle, even when a great quarrel arises? If only I were young like you, with this spirit in my heart. Or if I were the son of noble Odysseus, or Odysseus himself returning from wandering. For there is still some hope. Then let some stranger cut off my head at once, if I would not become a curse to them all when I came into the hall of Odysseus, son of Laertes. Even if they overpowered me by their numbers, while I stood alone, I would rather be killed and die in that palace than always look on these shameful deeds, strangers being mistreated, slave women dragged roughly through the beautiful house, wine drawn and wasted, and men devouring food carelessly, aimlessly, for no worthy purpose. Then wise Telemachus answered him in return, Well then, stranger, I will speak plainly to you. It is not that all the people hate me and are angry, nor do I blame brothers whom a man trusts to fight beside him, even if a great quarrel breaks out. For Cronion has made our family line a narrow one. Arceisius fathered only one son, Laertes. Laertes fathered only one son, Odysseus, and Odysseus fathered only me in his palace, an only son, and then he left, never enjoying me. That is why countless enemies are now in our house, for all the nobles who rule the islands, Dulichion and Same, and wooded Zacynthus, and all who rule over rocky Ithaca, all of them woo my mother and wear down my house. She neither refuses the hateful marriage, nor is she able to bring it to an end. And they, by their feasting, are wasting my home. Soon they may even destroy me as well. But these things rest in the hands of the gods. Now, Father, go quickly and tell wise Penelope that I am safe and have returned from Pylos. I will stay here, but you go back there and give the message to her alone. Let none of the other Achaeans hear it, for many are planning evil against me. Swineherd Eumaeus answered him, I understand. I see what you mean. You speak to one who has good sense. But come, tell me this clearly. Should I also go and carry the message to Laertes, that unfortunate man? He once grieved deeply for Odysseus, yet he still oversaw the farm work and moved among the servants in his house. He ate and drank whenever his heart urged him to. But now, ever since you left by ship for Pylos, they say he no longer eats or drinks as before. He does not even look at his fields. Instead, he sits grieving, sighing and weeping, and the flesh is wasting away around his bones." Then wise Telemachus answered him, "That is even more painful. But still, we will let him be, though we are grieved. For if mortals could somehow choose everything for themselves, first of all we would choose my father's day of homecoming. But you, after you give the message, come straight back. Do not wander through the fields to find him. Instead, tell my mother to send her trusted housekeeper as quickly as possible, and secretly, for she can carry the news to the old man." He spoke and urged the swineherd to go. Eumaeus picked up his sandals, tied them under his feet, and went toward the city. But Athena did not miss the swineherd leaving the farmhouse. She came near, appearing in the form of a tall and beautiful woman, skilled in fine handiwork. She stood by the doorway of the hut and made herself visible to Odysseus. Telemachus did not see her or notice her at all, for gods do not appear plainly to everyone. But Odysseus saw her, and so did the dogs. They did not bark. Instead, they whimpered and fled in fear to the far side of the yard. She signaled to him with her eyebrows, and Odysseus understood. He went out of the hall, past the great wall of the courtyard, and stood before her. Athena spoke. "Son of Laertes, born of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, now speak to your son. Do not hide the truth any longer, so that together you may plan death and doom for the suitors, and then go to the famous city. I myself will not stay away from you long. I am eager for the battle." She spoke, and Athena touched him with her golden wand. First she clothed him in a fresh, clean cloak and tunic. She made his body stronger and restored his youthful vigor. His skin became dark again, his cheeks filled out, and a dark beard grew thick around his chin. When she had done this, she departed again. Odysseus went back into the hut. His dear son stared at him in amazement. Frightened, he looked away, thinking he might be a god, and he spoke to him. "Stranger, you look different to me now than you did before. You are wearing different clothes, and your skin is no longer the same. Surely you are some god, one of those who hold wide heaven. But be kind to us, so we may offer you pleasing sacrifices and finely made gifts of gold. Spare us." Then long-suffering noble Odysseus answered him, "I am not a god. Why do you compare me to the immortals? I am your father, for whose sake you groan and suffer many sorrows, enduring the violence of men." So he spoke and kissed his son, and tears fell from his cheeks to the ground. Before this, he had always held them back. But Telemachus still did not believe that he was truly his father, and he answered him again, "You are not Odysseus, my father. A god is tricking me, so that I will grieve even more and groan. No mortal man could do this by his own power, unless a god himself came and easily made him young or old. Just now you were an old man wearing poor clothing. Now you are like the gods who hold wide heaven." Then clever Odysseus answered him, "Telemachus, it is not right for you to be so amazed or astonished that your dear father is here inside. No other Odysseus will come here, but I am the one, after suffering many hardships and wandering much, who has returned in the 20th year to his fatherland. And this is the work of Athena, the goddess who helps in battle. She is the one who makes me appear however she wishes, for she has the power. Sometimes she makes me look like a beggar, and other times like a young man wearing fine clothes on his body. It is easy for the gods who hold wide heaven either to honor a mortal man or to bring him low." So he spoke and sat down. Telemachus threw his arms around his noble father and wept, shedding tears. A deep longing for weeping rose in both of them. They cried out loudly, like birds of prey, like sea eagles or vultures with hooked claws, whose young have been taken by countrymen before they were ready to fly. So pitifully the tears flowed down from beneath their brows. The sun would have set on them while they were still weeping, if Telemachus had not suddenly spoken. "My dear father, what kind of ship did the sailors bring you here to Ithaca in? Who did they claim to be? For I certainly do not think you came here on foot." Then long-suffering, noble Odysseus answered him, "Well then, my child, I will tell you the truth. The Phaeacians brought me, famous sailors, who also escort other men who come to their land. They carried me sleeping over the sea in a swift ship and set me down in Ithaca. They gave me splendid gifts, bronze, plenty of gold, and woven clothing. These things now lie hidden in a cave by the will of the gods. And now I have come here by the guidance of Athena, so that we may plan the death of our enemies. But come, count the suitors for me, and tell me about them, so I may know how many there are, and what kind of men they are. Then, after I consider it carefully in my noble heart, I will think it through, whether the two of us alone can stand against them without others, or whether we should look for help." Then wise Telemachus answered him, "Father, I have always heard of your great fame, that you are strong with the spear and wise in counsel. But what you say is far too great. I am struck with fear. 2 men cannot fight against many strong warriors. The suitors are not just 10, nor even twice that number. They are far more. You will soon know their count. From Dulichium there are 52 chosen young men, and 6 servants with them. From Same there are 24 men. From Zacynthus there are 20 young Achaeans, and from Ithaca itself there are 12 men, all the best among them. With them are Medon the herald, a divine singer, and 2 attendants skilled at carving meat. If we were to face all of these men inside the house, you might find your revenge for their violence to be bitter and deadly. But if you can think of some helper, tell me, someone who would stand with us willingly and bravely." Then long-suffering noble Odysseus answered him, "Very well, I will tell you. Listen carefully and take my words to heart. Consider whether Athena, together with Father Zeus, will be enough for us, or whether I should think of some other ally." Wise Telemachus answered, "The 2 you name are surely strong helpers. They sit high among the clouds and rule over other men, and even over the immortal gods." Then long-suffering Odysseus said, "Those 2 will not stay away much longer. When the mighty battle begins in my own hall, and Ares decides the outcome between us and the suitors. But now you must go home at daybreak and mix among the arrogant suitors. Later, the swineherd will lead me into the city, disguised as a miserable old beggar. If they insult me in the house, let your dear heart endure it in your chest, even if I suffer terribly, even if they drag me by the feet through the house and throw me out the door, or strike me with things. You must endure it as you watch. Still you may urge them to stop their foolishness, speaking gently to them. But they will not listen, for their day of doom is near. And I will tell you something else. Put it in your heart. When clever Athena puts it into my mind, I will nod to you with my head. When you see it, gather up all the weapons of war that lie in the hall and carry them to the back of the high chamber. Put them all away. If the suitors ask about them, and notice they are gone, speak gently and tell them, I have moved them away from the smoke, since they are no longer as they were when Odysseus left for Troy long ago. They have been damaged, blackened by the smoke of the fire. And besides, Zeus has put another thought in my mind, that if you become drunk and start a quarrel among yourselves, you might wound one another and disgrace both the feast and your courtship, for iron itself draws a man on. But leave for us 2 alone, 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 ox-hide shields for our hands to grasp, so that when we rush upon them, we may seize them. And Pallas Athena and wise Zeus will confuse their minds. And I will tell you something else. Put this in your heart. If you truly are my son, and share our blood, then let no one hear that Odysseus is at home, not Laertes, not the swineherd, not any servant in the house, not even Penelope herself. Let only you and I learn which of the women are loyal, and we will test the male servants too, to see who honors us and fears us in his heart, and who does not care and dishonors you, though you are who you are. Then his noble son answered him, Father, I think you will come to know my heart soon enough. I am not weak-minded, but I do not think this plan will bring profit to either of us, and I urge you to think it over. You would waste much time testing each man one by one, going around to the farms, while those men sit at ease in the palace boldly devouring our property without restraint. Instead, I urge you to learn about the women, which ones dishonor you and which are innocent. But I would not have us testing the men throughout the farms. Let that come later, if indeed you truly have some sign from Zeus, the aegis-bearer. So they spoke these things to one another. Meanwhile, the well-built ship that had carried Telemachus and all his companions from Pylos arrived at Ithaca. When they entered the deep harbor, they hauled the black ship up onto the shore. The eager attendants carried out the gear and at once brought the splendid gifts to the house of Clytius. Then they sent a herald to the house of Odysseus to tell the news to wise Penelope, that Telemachus was at the farm and had ordered the ship to sail on to the city, so that the strong queen would not be afraid in her heart and let her tears fall. The herald and the noble swineherd met on the way, both carrying the same message for the queen. When they reached the house of the godlike king, the herald stood among the serving women and said, My queen, your dear son has returned. The swineherd stood close beside her and told Penelope everything her son had commanded him to say. After he had delivered the full message, he went back to his pigs, leaving the courtyard and the hall. But the suitors were troubled and downcast in heart. They went out from the hall past the great wall of the courtyard and sat down in front of the gates. Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, began to speak. My friends, this journey of Telemachus has been boldly and successfully carried out, though we said he would not accomplish it. Come now, let us launch the best black ship we have and gather rowers for the sea, so they may quickly tell the others to sail back home at once. He had not yet finished speaking when Amphinomus, turning from his place, saw the ship inside the deep harbor. The men were furling the sail and holding the oars in their hands. He laughed softly and said to his companions, Let's not send any message. They are already home. Either some god told them, or they saw the ship pass by and could not catch it. So he spoke, and they stood up and went down to the shore of the sea. Quickly they hauled the black ship up onto the land, and the eager servants carried out their gear. Then they all went together to the assembly, and allowed no one else, neither young men nor old, to sit among them. Antinous, son of Eupeithes, spoke to them. Ah, see how the gods have rescued this man from disaster. By day our lookouts sat on windy hilltops, taking turns. At sunset we did not sleep on land, but sailed in a swift ship through the night, waiting for bright dawn, lying in ambush for Telemachus so we could seize and kill him. But a god brought him home safely. Now let us plan his miserable death here, so he does not escape us. For I do not think we will succeed in our plans while he is still alive. He himself is clever in thought and planning, and the people no longer support us fully. Come then, before he calls the Achaeans to an assembly, for I do not think he will hold back. He will rise among them all and speak of how we planned his deadly murder, but failed to catch him. When they hear of our evil deeds, they will not approve. They may harm us and drive us from our own land into exile among strangers. So let us act first. Let us seize him in the countryside, away from the city or on the road. Then we will divide his wealth and property among ourselves, each taking his share. And we will give the house to his mother, and whichever man marries her. But if this plan does not please you, but if you want him to live and keep all his father's property, then let us stop gathering here to feast on his rich food. Instead, let each man go from this hall and woo her properly, offering bride gifts from his own home. Then she may marry the one who gives the most and whom fate appoints. So he spoke, and they all fell silent. Then Amphinomus spoke among them, the noble son of Nisus, Lord Aretiades, who had come from grassy Dulichium, rich in wheat. Of all the suitors, he pleased Penelope most with his words, for he had good sense. With thoughtful intent he said, "My friends, I would not want to kill Telemachus. It is a terrible thing to kill one of royal blood. First let us ask what the gods will. If the commands of great Zeus approve it, then I myself will kill him and urge the rest of you to do the same. But if the gods turn us away from it, then I say we must stop." So Amphinomus spoke, and his words pleased them. At once they rose and went into the house of Odysseus, and sat down on the polished chairs. Meanwhile, wise Penelope had another thought: to appear before the suitors in their proud arrogance. For she had heard of their plan to kill her son in the house. The herald Medon, who had overheard their scheme, had told her. She went toward the hall with her maidservants. When the noble woman reached the suitors, she stood beside a pillar of the well-built roof, holding her shining veil before her face. Then she rebuked Antinous, called him by name, and said, "Antinous, arrogant and scheming man! And yet they say that among the people of Ithaca, among men your own age, you are the best in counsel and in speech, but you are nothing of the kind. Madman, why are you weaving death and doom for Telemachus? Do you not care about suppliants for whom Zeus himself is witness? It is not right to plan evil against one another. Do you not remember when your own father came here, a fugitive, afraid of the people? They were terribly angry with him because he had joined Taphian pirates and harmed the Thesprotians, who were our allies. They wanted to kill him, tear the life from him, and devour his great wealth. But Odysseus restrained them and held them back, even though they were eager. And now you eat his house without paying, woo his wife, try to kill his son, and bring great grief upon me. I command you to stop, and to order the others to stop as well." Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered her, "Daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, take heart. Do not let these things trouble your mind. There is no man alive, nor will there be, nor will one ever be born, who will lay hands on your son Telemachus, while I live and look upon the earth. For I declare this, and it will surely be done. His dark blood would quickly flow around my spear before that happened. For city-sacking Odysseus once sat me on his knees, placed roasted meat in my hands, and offered me red wine. Because of that, Telemachus is by far the dearest of all men to me. I tell him not to fear death from the suitors, though what comes from the gods no one can escape. So he spoke to comfort her, but in his heart he was planning Telemachus's death. Penelope went upstairs to her bright upper room. There she wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until bright-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyelids. In the evening, the noble swineherd came to Odysseus and his son. They were preparing supper, having slaughtered a year-old pig. Then Athena stood close to Odysseus, son of Laertes. She struck him with her wand and made him an old man again. She clothed him in miserable rags, so the swineherd would not recognize him when he looked at his face and run to tell wise Penelope, instead of keeping silent. Telemachus spoke first. "You've come, good Eumaeus. What is the news in the city? Have the proud suitors returned home from their ambush, or are they still lying in wait for me on my road?" The swineherd answered, "I did not bother to ask about those things as I went through the city. My heart urged me to deliver my message quickly and return here at once. A swift messenger met me, a herald, the very one who first told your mother the news. But I do know this, for I saw it with my own eyes. I was already above the city, near the hill of Hermes, when I saw a fast ship coming into our harbor. It was full of men, heavy with shields and double-pointed spears. I thought it was them, but I cannot say for certain." So he spoke, and Telemachus smiled, a quiet, knowing smile, looking at his father with his eyes, while keeping the swineherd from noticing. When they had finished their work and prepared the meal, they began to eat, and no one's heart went without an equal share of the feast. Then, when they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, they thought of rest and accepted the gift of sleep. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 17. When early-born, rose-fingered dawn appeared, Telemachus, the beloved son of noble Odysseus, tied fine sandals under his feet. He took up a strong spear that fit well in his hand, and as he set out for the city, he spoke to his swineherd. "Father, I am going to the city, so that my mother will see me. I do not think she will stop her hateful weeping and tearful cries until she sees me in person, and I give you this command: lead the poor stranger into the city, so that he may beg for food there. Whoever is willing will give him wheat bread and a cup. As for me, I cannot put up with every man, since I carry such sorrow in my heart. If the stranger is very angry, it will be worse for him, for I love to speak the truth." Then wise Odysseus answered him, "My friend, I myself do not wish to be held back. It is better for a beggar to beg for food in the city than in the fields. Whoever wishes will give to me. I am no longer young enough to stay at farmhouses and obey in every way a master who gives orders. But go on. This man you ordered will lead me as soon as I warm myself by the fire and feel the heat of the sun. These clothes I wear are terribly poor. I am afraid the early morning frost may overcome me, and they say the city is far away." So he spoke. Telemachus went through the farmhouse with quick steps, planning trouble for the suitors. When he reached the well-built house, he leaned the spear he carried against a tall pillar. Then he himself stepped inside, crossing over the stone threshold. Then, when he reached the well-built house, he set the spear he carried against a tall pillar. He himself stepped inside and crossed over the stone threshold. The nurse Euryclea was the very first to see him, as she was spreading fleeces over finely carved chairs. She burst into tears and went straight toward him. The other slave women of steadfast Odysseus gathered around him and lovingly kissed his head and shoulders. Then wise Penelope came out from her bedroom, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. Weeping, she threw her arms around her dear son and kissed his head and both his beautiful eyes. As she cried, she spoke to him. "You have come back, Telemachus, my sweet light. I never thought I would see you again after you went by ship to Pylos, secretly and against my will, to seek news of your dear father. But come now, tell me how you saw him." Then thoughtful Telemachus answered her, "My mother, do not stir up grief in me or trouble my heart in my chest, since I have escaped sharp destruction. Instead, wash yourself with water and put clean clothes on your body. Go up to the upper room with your servant women and pray to all the gods, promising that you will offer a sacrifice of hundreds of oxen if Zeus will someday bring justice in return." So he spoke, and her words became wingless. She washed herself with water and put on clean clothes. She prayed to all the gods, promising that she would offer a sacrifice of hundreds of oxen if Zeus would someday carry out deeds of justice in return. Then Telemachus went out through the hall, holding his spear. 2 swift dogs followed close behind him. Athena poured wonderful grace upon him, and all the people stared at him as he walked by. The proud suitors gathered around him, speaking kindly, but hiding evil plans deep in their hearts. He avoided their large crowd and went instead to where Mentor, Antiphus, and Halitherses were sitting, men who had been his father's friends from the beginning. He sat down beside them, and they asked him about everything. Then spear-famed Perilous came near, leading the stranger through the city to the assembly. Telemachus did not turn away from the stranger, but stood beside him. Perilous spoke first. "Telemachus, quickly send some women to my house, so that I may send you the gifts that Menelaus gave you." Then wise Telemachus answered him, "Perilous, we do not know how these matters will turn out. If the proud suitors kill me in secret in my own hall and divide up all my father's property, I would rather you yourself keep the gifts and enjoy them than one of those men. But if I bring death and doom upon them, then gladly bring them to my house while I rejoice." So he spoke, and led the much-enduring stranger to his home. When they arrived at the well-built house, they laid down their cloaks on chairs and seats, then stepped into smooth, polished tubs and bathed. After the servant women had washed them and rubbed them with olive oil, they put woolen cloaks and tunics around them. Then they stepped out of the tubs and sat down on chairs. A maid brought water for washing in a beautiful golden pitcher and poured it over a silver basin so they could wash their hands. She set a polished table beside them. The respected housekeeper brought bread and placed it before them, adding many dishes, generously giving from what was stored. His mother sat opposite him, beside a pillar in the hall, leaning back in a chair and spinning fine wool with her distaff. They reached out their hands to the good food laid ready before them. And when they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, wise Penelope began to speak. "Telemachus, I am going up to my upper room to lie down on the bed that brings me sorrow, always soaked with my tears ever since Odysseus left with the sons of Atreus for Troy. And you did not even dare, before the proud suitors came into this house, to tell me clearly about your father's return, if you heard any news of it." Then thoughtful Telemachus answered her, "Yes, mother, I will tell you the truth. We went to Pylos, to Nestor, shepherd of men. He welcomed me in his high-roofed hall and treated me kindly, as a father treats his own son who comes home after a long time away. He cared for me warmly, together with his noble sons. But about steadfast Odysseus, whether alive or dead, he said he had heard nothing from anyone on earth. Instead, he sent me on to Atreides, spear-famed Menelaus, with horses and a well-built chariot. There I saw Argive Helen, because of whom the Argives and the Trojans suffered so much by the will of the gods. Then Menelaus, strong in the battle cry, immediately asked me why I had come to glorious Lacedaemon. So I told him the whole truth, and at once he answered me, saying, "Oh my, so they truly wished to lie in the bed of a strong-hearted man, though they themselves are cowards. It is like when a deer lays her newborn fawns, still nursing, down in the wooded den of a mighty lion, and then goes to graze in the hills and grassy valleys. Afterward, the lion returns to his lair, and brings shameful death upon both of them. So will Odysseus bring shameful death upon those men. If only Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, he were such a man as he once was in well-built Lesbos, when he stood up and wrestled Philomedes in a contest, and threw him down with great strength, and all the Achaeans rejoiced. If such an Odysseus would meet the suitors, they would all quickly meet their doom and find their marriages bitter indeed. As for what you ask and beg me to tell, I will not speak off topic or deceive you. What the truthful old man of the sea told me, I will hide nothing and leave out no word. He said he saw him on an island, suffering greatly, in the halls of the nymph Calypso, who keeps him there by force. He cannot reach his native land, for he has no ships with oars and no companions to carry him over the broad back of the sea. So said Atreides, spear-famed Menelaus. When I had finished there, I set out for home. The immortal gods gave me a fair wind and quickly sent me back to my dear fatherland." So he spoke, and stirred her heart within her chest. Then godlike Theoclymenus also spoke among them. "Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, he does not know the whole truth clearly. But listen to my word. I will prophesy to you exactly and hide nothing. Let Zeus be my witness first among the gods, and the sacred law of hospitality, and the hearth of noble Odysseus, where I have come. That Odysseus is already in his fatherland, whether sitting still or moving about. He is learning of these evil deeds, and he is planting destruction for all the suitors. I myself saw a bird of omen while I sat on the well-benched ship, and I told Telemachus about it." Then wise Penelope answered him, "If only this word of yours, stranger, would come true, then you would quickly learn how much friendship and how many gifts you would receive from me, so that anyone who met you would call you blessed." While they spoke these things to one another, the suitors in front of Odysseus's hall were amusing themselves by throwing discs and javelins on the level ground, where they had long behaved with arrogance. But when it was time for dinner, and the sheep were driven in from the fields on every side by the same men who always brought them, then Medon spoke to them, for he was the herald who pleased them most and attended them at their feasts. "Young men, since you have all enjoyed yourselves in the games, come to the house, so we may prepare the meal. It is no bad thing to take supper at the proper time." So he spoke. They stood up and went inside, obeying his words. Then, when they arrived at the well-built house, they laid down their cloaks on chairs and seats. They slaughtered great sheep and fat goats, and also fat pigs and a cow from the herd, as they prepared the meal. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the noble swineherd were getting ready to go from the country to the city. The swineherd, a leader of men, spoke first. "Stranger, since you are eager now to go to the city today, as my lord commanded, though I myself would rather leave you here as a guard of the farm. Still, I respect and fear him, lest he scold me afterward, and a master's rebuke is hard to bear. But come now, let us go. The day is already far spent, and soon toward evening it will grow colder for you." Then wise Odysseus answered him, "I understand. I see. You speak wisely to one who understands. So let us go, and you lead the way the whole distance, but give me a club, if you have one cut and ready, to lean on, since you say the road is slippery." He spoke, and threw over his shoulder his worn-out beggar's pouch, full of holes, with a twisted strap on it. Eumaeus gave him a staff that pleased him. The two set out, while the dogs and herdsmen stayed behind to guard the farm. Eumaeus led his lord toward the city, looking like a miserable beggar and an old man, leaning on his staff. Wretched were the clothes he wore on his body. When they were walking along the rocky road and were near the city, they came to a well-built fountain, clear flowing and beautiful, where the townspeople drew water. It had been built by Ithaca, Neritus, and Polyctor. Around it was a grove of poplar trees fed by the water, growing in a circle all around. Cold water flowed down from a rock above, and an altar to the nymphs had been built there, where all travelers would make offerings. There they were met by Melanthius, son of Dolios, driving goats, the finest in all his herd, for the suitors' dinner. 2 herdsmen followed behind him. When he saw them, he cursed them and spoke harsh and shameful words, stirring up anger in Odysseus's heart. So now one completely worthless man leads another worthless man. A god always brings like to like. You miserable swineherd, where are you taking this greedy beggar, this troublemaker at feasts? He's the sort who stands at doorposts, rubbing his shoulders against them, begging for scraps, not for swords or cauldrons. If you gave him to me to guard my farmyards, to clean the pens and carry green shoots to the young goats, he might grow strong thighs drinking whey. But since he has surely learned wicked ways, he won't want to work. No, he prefers to cringe around the town, begging to feed his never-filled belly. But let me tell you this, and it will surely happen. If he comes to the house of noble Odysseus, many footstools will smash against his head and ribs from men's hands as he's pelted throughout the hall." So he spoke, and as he passed by, in his foolishness, he kicked Odysseus on the hip. But he did not knock him off the path. Odysseus stood firm, and Odysseus thought to himself whether he should rush at him with his club and take his life, or lift him up and smash his head against the ground. But Odysseus endured it and held himself back. The swineherd looked at Melanthius's face and rebuked him, then lifted up his hands and prayed, "Nymphs of the fountain, daughters of Zeus, if ever Odysseus burned rich thigh pieces for you, wrapped in fat from lambs and young goats, grant me this wish. May that man return, and may some god lead him home. Then he would scatter all the fine clothes you now wear in your arrogance as you roam about the town, while worthless herdsmen ruin the flocks." Then Melanthius, the goatherd, answered him, "Ha! Listen to how that dog speaks, skilled in crafty words. One day I will take him on a well-benched black ship far away from Ithaca, so he can earn me a good profit. If only Apollo of the silver bow would strike down Telemachus today in the hall, or let him be killed by the suitors, just as Odysseus's day of return has perished far away." With those words, he left them there, walking slowly, while he himself went on and quickly reached his master's house. At once he went inside and sat among the suitors, across from Eurymachus, for he liked him best of all. The servants placed a portion of meat beside him, and the respected housekeeper brought bread for him to eat. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the noble swineherd came near and stopped. The sound of a clear-toned lyre rose around them, for Phemius was beginning to sing. Odysseus took the swineherd by the hand and said, "Eumaeus, this truly is the beautiful house of Odysseus. It is easy to recognize, even among many houses. One part joins to another. The courtyard is finished with wall and coping, and the doors are well made and strong, and they are double-barred doors. No man could despise such a house. I can tell that many men are feasting inside, because the smell of roasted meat rises up, and I hear the sound of a lyre. The gods made it a companion to a feast." Then the swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "You recognized it easily. You are not without sense in these matters or others. But come, let us think about what we should do. Either you go first into the well-built house and join the suitors, while I stay behind here, or if you prefer, you stay here, and I will go ahead of you. But do not linger long, in case someone sees you outside and either throws something at you or drives you off. I urge you to think carefully about this." Then long-suffering, noble Odysseus answered him, "You are giving advice to one who understands. Go on ahead of me, and I will stay behind here. I am not inexperienced in blows or in things thrown at me. My heart is tough, for I have suffered many hardships in waves and in war. Let this too be added to them. But there is no hiding a hungry belly, that cursed thing which causes men so many troubles. For its sake, even well-built ships are armed to sail across the barren sea, bringing destruction upon enemies." So they spoke these words to each other, but there lay a dog lifting his head and ears. Argos, the faithful dog of enduring Odysseus, whom he himself had once raised, though he had no joy of him before he left for sacred Troy. In earlier days, young men used to take him to hunt wild goats and deer and rabbits, but now he lay neglected, with Odysseus long gone, on a great pile of dung from mules and cattle that lay before the gates, until Odysseus's servants could carry it away to spread on his great estate as manure. There lay the dog Argos, covered with ticks. Just then, when he noticed Odysseus standing nearby, he wagged his tail and dropped both his ears, but he no longer had the strength to come closer to his master. Odysseus looked aside and wiped away a tear, easily hiding it from Eumaeus. Then he quickly asked him, "Eumaeus, it is very strange that this dog lies on a pile of dung. His body is fine to look at, but I do not clearly know whether he was fast in running to match that form, or if he was one of those table dogs that men keep only for show." Then the swineherd Eumaeus answered, "This dog truly belonged to a man who died far from home. If he were as he once was in body and in deeds, as when Odysseus left him and sailed to Troy, you would marvel to see his speed and strength. No wild beast he chased ever escaped him in the depths of the forest, for he was skilled at tracking. But now he lies in misery. His master has perished far away from his homeland, and careless women do not look after him. For when masters no longer rule over them, servants are no longer willing to do what is right. Far-seeing Zeus takes away half a man's excellence when the day of slavery comes upon him." So saying, Eumaeus entered the well-built house and went straight into the hall among the proud suitors. And as for Argos, Black Death took him at once, after he had seen Odysseus in the 20th year. Godlike Telemachus was the first to see him as the swineherd came through the house. He quickly nodded to call him over. Eumaeus looked around and picked up a stool that was lying where the meat carver sat, cutting many portions for the suitors as they feasted throughout the hall. He carried it and set it down at Telemachus's table, across from him, and sat down himself. A herald took a portion of meat and set it before him, lifting bread from a basket. Close behind him, Odysseus entered the house, looking like a wretched beggar and an old man, leaning on his staff, with miserable clothes hanging on his body. He sat down on the ash threshold, just inside the doors, leaning against a cypress doorpost that a carpenter had once skillfully planed and made straight with his measuring line. Telemachus called the swineherd over and spoke to him. He took a whole loaf from the beautiful basket, and as much meat as his hands could hold, and said, "Take this and give it to the stranger. Tell him to go around the suitors and beg from all of them. Shame is no good thing for a man in need." So he spoke, and the swineherd went when he heard his command. He stood near Odysseus and said, "Telemachus gives you this, stranger, and tells you to go around the suitors and beg from all of them. He says that shame is no good thing for a poor man." Then wise Odysseus answered him, "Lord Zeus, may Telemachus be blessed among men, and may he gain everything his heart desires." He spoke, and received the food in both hands, and set it down before his feet upon his shabby pouch. He ate while the singer was singing in the hall. When he had finished his meal, and the divine singer stopped, the suitors raised a loud noise throughout the house. Then Athena stood close beside Odysseus, son of Laertes, and urged him to go among the suitors and gather bits of bread from them, so he could learn which of them were just and which were lawless. Yet even so, she did not plan to spare any of them from destruction. So he went from man to man, begging from each in turn, stretching out his hand everywhere, as if he had long been a beggar. They pitied him and gave him food, and they wondered about him, asking one another who he was and where he had come from. Then Melanthius, the goatherd, spoke among them. "Listen to me, suitors of our famous queen, about this stranger. Yes, I have seen him before. The swineherd led him here, but I do not clearly know what family he claims to come from." So he spoke. Antinous scolded the swineherd. "You shameless swineherd, why did you bring this man into the city? Do we not already have enough wanderers, annoying beggars who ruin our feasts? Is it such a small matter to you that the men gathered here are devouring your master's wealth, that you had to invite this fellow too?" Then the swineherd Eumaeus answered him, "Antinous, though you are noble, you are not speaking nobly. For who would invite a stranger who comes from elsewhere, unless he were one of those who serve the public, a seer, or a healer of sickness, or a skilled carpenter, or even a God-inspired singer who gives delight by his song? Such men are invited all over the wide earth, but no one would invite a beggar to consume his goods. But you are always the harshest of all the suitors toward the slaves of Odysseus, especially toward me. As for me, I do not care, so long as wise Penelope lives in this house, and godlike Telemachus as well." Then thoughtful Telemachus answered him, "Be quiet. Do not answer that man with many words. Antinous is used to stirring trouble with harsh speech, and he urges the others on as well." Then he spoke directly to Antinous. "Antinous, you care for me so well, like a father for a son. You who order me to drive this stranger from my hall with forceful words. May a god never bring that about. Take something and give it to him. I do not forbid you. In fact, I urge you to give. Do not think of my mother in this, nor any of the servants in the house of noble Odysseus. But such a thought is not in your heart. You would rather eat plenty yourself than give to someone else." Antinous answered him, Telemachus, loud boaster, wild in your temper, what are you saying? If all the suitors gave him as much as you suggest, this house would keep him away for 3 months. So he spoke. Then he grabbed a footstool from beneath the table, where his polished feet had been resting as he feasted. But all the others gave to the beggar, and filled his pouch with bread and meat. Odysseus was about to return to the threshold, and test the Achaeans further without fear. But he stopped beside Antinous, and spoke to him. "Give, my friend. You do not seem to me to be the worst of the Achaeans, but rather the best, since you look like a king. So it is fitting for you to give even more generously than the others. And I would spread your fame throughout the wide earth, for I too once lived in a house among men, wealthy and prosperous, and I often gave to wandering strangers like myself, whatever kind they were, and whatever need brought them. I had countless servants and many other possessions by which men live well and are called rich. But Zeus, son of Cronos, ruined me, for he must have wished it when he led me with wandering pirates to Egypt on a long journey so that I might be destroyed. There I moored my curved ships in the river of Egypt. I ordered my faithful companions to stay by the ships and guard them, and I sent scouts up to the lookout points. But they, giving in to reckless pride and following their own anger, quickly began plundering the beautiful fields of the Egyptians. They carried off the women and young children and killed the men. Soon the cry reached the city. At dawn, when the others heard the outcry, they came. The whole plain filled with foot soldiers and horses and the flash of bronze. Zeus, who delights in thunder, struck my men with terrible panic. No one dared stand and fight face to face, for danger surrounded us on every side. Many of us they killed with sharp bronze, others they took alive to force into labor. As for me, they gave me to a stranger who was bound for Cyprus, Demeter, son of Iasus, who ruled mightily over Cyprus. And from there, after suffering many hardships, I have now come here." Antinous answered him, "What god brought this trouble here, this pest at our feast? Stand over there in the middle, away from my table, or you may soon see a bitter Egypt and Cyprus again. You are bold and shameless for a beggar. You go from man to man, standing beside each in turn, and they give freely, for it costs them nothing to be generous with another man's goods, since each of them has plenty besides." Then Odysseus drew back and answered, "Ah, it seems your wits do not match your looks. You would not even give a pinch of salt from your own house to a beggar who came to you. Yet now you sit in another man's house and cannot bring yourself to take a scrap of bread and give it to me, though there is plenty before you." When he said this, Antinous grew even angrier at heart. He glared at him and said, "Now I think you will not leave this hall unharmed, since you dare to speak insults." So he spoke, and picking up a footstool, he hurled it and struck him on the right shoulder. But Odysseus stood firm like a rock. The blow did not knock him down. He shook his head, brooding over dark thoughts. Then he went back to the threshold and sat down. He set his well-filled pouch beside him and spoke to the suitors. "Listen to me, suitors of our noble queen, while I say what my heart commands. There is no pain or grief in the heart of a man when he is struck while fighting for his own possessions, for cattle or for white sheep. But Antinous struck me because of my miserable belly, that cursed hunger which brings many troubles upon men. Yet if there are gods for beggars, and avenging spirits who watch them, may death come upon Antinous before he reaches his wedding day." Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, replied, "Sit quietly and eat, stranger, or go somewhere else, or the young men may drag you through the house, by hand or by foot, and tear you to pieces for what you're saying." So he spoke, and all the others were troubled at what he had done. One of the proud young men said, "Antinous, it was not right to strike that miserable wanderer, you fool. What if he is some god from heaven? For the gods often take the form of strangers from distant lands, appearing in many shapes, and go through the cities of men, watching their violence and their justice." So the suitors spoke, but Antinous paid no attention to their words. Telemachus felt deep sorrow in his heart when his father was struck, but he did not let a tear fall to the ground. Instead, he silently shook his head, planning dark things within himself. When wise Penelope heard that the stranger had been struck in her hall, she said among her servant women, "May Apollo, famous with the bow, strike Antinous himself in just the same way." Then the housekeeper Eurynome answered her, "If only our prayers would come true, not one of them would live to see the fair-throned dawn." And wise Penelope replied, "Yes, nurse, they are all hateful, since they are plotting evil. But Antinous most of all is like dark death itself. A poor stranger wanders through the house, begging from the men, for his poverty drives him to it. The others all gave to him and filled his pouch, but that man struck the base of his right shoulder with a footstool." So she spoke among her serving women, sitting in her chamber, while noble Odysseus ate his meal. Then she called the swineherd to her, and said, "Go, noble Eumaeus, go and tell that stranger to come here to me, so that I may welcome him and ask him whether he has heard anything about steadfast Odysseus or seen him with his own eyes, for he seems like a much-travelled man." Then the swineherd Eumaeus answered her, "My queen, if only the Achaeans would keep quiet, your dear heart would be enchanted by the things he tells. For I kept him 3 nights and 3 days in my hut, for he first came to me after escaping from a ship. Yet he never finished telling of all the hardships he had suffered. Like a man listening to a singer, one who has learned from the gods and sings beautiful songs for mortals, whom they long to hear without stopping. So he sat beside me and held me spellbound in my house. He says he is a hereditary guest friend of Odysseus and lives in Crete, where the race of Minos dwells. From there he has now come here, after many sufferings, rolling from place to place. He says he has heard of Odysseus, alive, nearby, in the rich land of the Thesprotians, and that he is bringing many treasures home with him." Then wise Penelope answered, "Go, call him here, so that he may speak to me face to face. As for these men, let them amuse themselves either sitting by the doors or inside the hall, since their hearts are merry. Their own goods lie safe in their homes, their food and sweet wine, which their household servants consume. But they come to our house day after day, slaughtering our cattle and sheep and fat goats, feasting and drinking our dark wine without restraint. So much is being wasted, for there is no man here, such as Odysseus once was, to drive this curse away from the house. But if Odysseus should come and reach his native land, then he and his son together would quickly repay these men for their violence." So she spoke, and Telemachus sneezed loudly, and the whole hall rang terribly with the sound. Penelope laughed, and at once spoke to Eumaeus, "Go now, and call that stranger here before me. Do you not see? My son has sneezed at all my words, so the death of the suitors will not fail, every one of them. Not a single man will escape death and doom. And hear me well. Fix this in your heart. If I find that he speaks every word truthfully, I will clothe him in a fine cloak and tunic." So she spoke, and the swineherd went when he heard her words. He stood near Odysseus and said, "Stranger, father, wise Penelope, mother of Telemachus, calls you." Her heart urges her to ask you about her husband, though she suffers much grief. If she finds that you speak every word truthfully, she will clothe you with cloak and tunic, the very things you need most. As for food, you can go on begging through the town to feed your belly. Whoever wishes will give to you." Then long-enduring, noble Odysseus replied, "Eumaeus, I could at once tell every truth to Icarius's daughter, wise Penelope. For I know well about him, and we have shared the same suffering. But I fear the band of violent suitors, whose arrogance and force rise up to iron heaven. For just now, when this man struck me as I walked through the house, though I had done nothing wrong, and caused me pain, neither Telemachus nor any other man did anything to stop him. So now tell Penelope to wait in the palace, though she is eager, until the sun goes down. Then let her ask me about her husband's homecoming, and seat me nearer the fire, for I have wretched clothes. You know it yourself, since I first came to you as a suppliant." So he spoke, and the swineherd went when he heard his words. As he crossed the threshold, Penelope spoke to him. "You are not bringing him, Eumaeus? What is this wanderer thinking? Is he afraid of someone in the house, or is he ashamed? A shy beggar is a poor one indeed." Then the swineherd answered, "He speaks reasonably, what any man would think, avoiding the arrogance of these overbearing men. He asks you to wait until the sun goes down. And truly, my queen, it will be better for you to speak with the stranger alone and hear his words." Then wise Penelope replied, "The stranger is not foolish. He sees things as they are. For no mortal men have ever behaved with such reckless arrogance and devised such wickedness as these." So she spoke, and the noble swineherd went back into the throng of the suitors after delivering the message. Then he quickly spoke to Telemachus, leaning close so that the others would not hear. "My dear friend, I am going now to guard the pigs and the rest of our livelihood, yours and mine. You must watch over everything here. Take care of yourself first. Be alert in your heart, so that nothing happens to you. Many of the Achaeans are plotting evil. May Zeus destroy them before they bring trouble upon us." Then thoughtful Telemachus answered him, "It will be so, father. Go now, once you have eaten your evening meal. At dawn, come back and bring fine sacrificial animals. As for everything here, I and the immortal gods will see to it." So he spoke. The swineherd sat down again upon a well-polished chair. When he had satisfied his hunger with food and drink, he rose and went back to his pigs, leaving the courtyard and the hall full of feasting men. They amused themselves with dancing and song, for the evening had now come on. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 18. Now a public beggar came along, a man who used to beg all through the town of Ithaca. He stood out because of his greedy stomach, always eating and drinking without stopping. He had no strength and no real power, but he was very large to look at. His name was Arneus, for that was the name his noble mother gave him at birth. But all the young men called him Iris, because he would go and carry messages whenever someone told him to. When he came, he tried to drive Odysseus from his own house, and he spoke to him with harsh, biting words. "Move away from the doorway, old man, or you may soon be dragged out by the foot. Don't you see them all winking at me, urging me to pull you out? Still, I feel ashamed to do it. But get up, before our quarrel turns into a fight with our hands." Then wise Odysseus looked at him with a dark glance and said, "Strange fellow, I do not say or do anything bad to you, and I do not begrudge anyone who gives you something, even if he gives you a lot. This doorway can hold both of us. There is no need for you to envy what belongs to others. You seem to me to be a wanderer, just as I am, and it is the gods who give prosperity. But do not challenge me too much with your hands. Do not make me angry, or even though I am old, I may stain your chest and lips with blood. Then tomorrow I would have more peace, for I do not think you would come back again to the great hall of Odysseus, son of Laertes." Then Iris the beggar answered him angrily, "Oh my, how smoothly this greedy glutton talks, like an old woman at the oven. I would like to plan trouble for him, to strike him with both fists and knock all his teeth from his jaws onto the ground, like a pig that raids the fields. Tie up your clothes now, so that all these men here may see us and know. I would pound him with both fists and knock all his teeth out of his jaws onto the ground, like a pig that raids the crops. Tie up your clothes now, so that all these men here can see us fighting. But how could you ever fight with a younger man?" So they stood there in front of the tall doors, on the smooth threshold, eager and ready to fight each other. Antinous heard them, and he laughed out loud with pleasure and said to the suitors, "My friends, never before has such a thing happened. A god has brought great entertainment into this house. The stranger and Iris are challenging each other to fight with their hands. Come, let's hurry and bring them together." When he finished speaking, all of them jumped up laughing and gathered around the ragged beggars. Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, said, "Listen to me, bold suitors, so I can say something. There are goat stomachs lying in the fire, which we filled with fat and blood and set aside for supper. Whichever man wins and proves himself stronger may stand up and choose whichever one he wants. And from now on, he shall always dine with us. We will not allow any other beggar to come inside and ask us for food." So Antinous spoke, and his words pleased them. Then crafty, wise Odysseus spoke to them. "My friends, it is not easy for an old man, worn down by trouble, to fight with a younger man. But my stomach, that troublemaker, pushes me on, so that I may be beaten by his blows. Still, come now, all of you swear a strong oath to me, that no one trying to help Iris will strike me with a heavy hand and overpower me by force for his sake." So he spoke, and they all swore the oath as he told them. After they had sworn and finished the oath, the strong spirit of Telemachus spoke again. "Stranger, if your heart and brave spirit urge you to defend yourself against this man, don't be afraid of any of the other Achaeans. Whoever strikes you will have to fight many of us. I am your host, and two respected leaders agree with me, Antinous and Eurymachus, both wise men." So he spoke, and they all approved. Then Odysseus tied his rags around his waist and revealed his thighs, strong and powerful. His broad shoulders appeared, and his chest and solid arms. And Athena stood close beside him and made the limbs of the shepherd of the people grow stronger and bigger. All the suitors were amazed. One would look at the man next to him and say, "Soon Iris will have trouble he brought on himself. Look at the muscles that old man shows from beneath his rags." So they spoke. But Iris felt deep fear in his heart. Even so, the servants forced him forward, tying up his clothes as he trembled. His flesh shook on his limbs. Then Antinous scolded him, calling him by name. "You useless ox! I wish you had never been born if you tremble and fear this man. An old fellow worn down by suffering. But let me tell you this, and it will surely happen. If he defeats you and proves stronger, I will throw you into a black ship and send you to the mainland, to King Echetus, the cruelest man alive. He will cut off your nose and ears with sharp bronze, rip out your manhood, and give it raw to the dogs to eat." So he spoke, and even greater trembling seized Iris's limbs. They led him into the middle of the courtyard, and both men raised their hands to fight. Then long-suffering noble Odysseus thought it over. Should he strike him so hard that his soul would leave him where he fell? Or should he hit him lightly and simply stretch him out on the ground? As he considered it, this seemed better. To strike him lightly, so the Achaeans would not suspect who he really was. So when they raised their fists, Iris struck Odysseus on the right shoulder. But Odysseus hit him on the neck, just below the ear, and crushed the bones inward. At once red blood filled his mouth. He fell in the dust, bleating, gnashing his teeth, and kicking the ground with his feet. The proud suitors threw up their hands and nearly died laughing. Then Odysseus grabbed Iris by the foot and dragged him out through the porch until he reached the courtyard gate. He propped him up against the courtyard wall and put a staff in his hand. Then he spoke to him. "Sit there now and keep the pigs and dogs away. Don't try to act as lord over strangers and beggars, wretched man that you are, or you may suffer something even worse." After speaking, he threw his ragged pouch over his shoulder, full of holes, with a twisted cord for a strap. Then he went back to the threshold and sat down. The suitors went inside, laughing with pleasure and teasing him with their words. "Stranger, may Zeus and the other immortal gods grant you whatever you most desire and whatever your heart loves best. You who stopped this greedy beggar from wandering around our town. Soon we will send him to the mainland, to King Echetus, the cruelest of all men." So they spoke, and noble Odysseus rejoiced at the omen in their words. Antinous placed a large goat stomach before him, filled with fat and blood. Then Amphinomus picked up 2 loaves of bread from a basket and set them before him. He raised a golden cup and toasted him, saying, "Be glad, father stranger. May prosperity be yours in the future, though right now you are held down by many troubles." Then crafty, wise Odysseus answered him, "Amphinomus, you truly seem wise to me, and the son of a noble father. I have heard good reports about Nisus of Dulichium, that he is both a good man and a wealthy one. They say you are his son, and you appear to be a thoughtful man. Because of that, I will speak to you. Listen to me carefully. The earth feeds nothing weaker than mankind, of all the creatures that breathe and crawl upon it. For a man never thinks he will suffer evil in the future, as long as the gods give him strength and his knees still move. But when the blessed gods bring trouble upon him, he must bear it, even against his will, with a patient heart. Such is the mind of men on earth. It changes with the day that the Father of gods and men brings upon them. For I myself once expected to be prosperous among men, but I committed many reckless acts, trusting in my strength and power, and in my father and my brothers. So let no man ever be completely lawless. Instead, let him quietly accept whatever gifts the gods may give. For I see the suitors plotting wickedness, wasting a man's wealth and dishonoring his wife, a man who, I believe, will not be away from his loved ones and his homeland much longer. He is very near, but may some god lead you safely home, and may you not come face to face with him when he returns to his native land. For I do not think that he and the suitors will part from one another without bloodshed once he comes beneath his own roof." So he spoke. Then he poured out a drink offering and drank the honey-sweet wine. He placed the cup back into the hands of the Lord among the people. Amphinomus walked back through the hall, his dear heart troubled, shaking his head, for in his spirit he sensed disaster. But even so, he did not escape his fate. Athena bound him as well to be struck down by Telemachus's hand and spear. Then he went and sat again on the chair from which he had risen. But bright-eyed Athena put a thought into the mind of Icarius's daughter, wise Penelope, to appear before the suitors, so that she might stir their hearts and become even more honored in the eyes of her husband and her son than she had been before. She gave a forced laugh and spoke aloud, "Eurynome, my heart desires something it never did before, to show myself to the suitors, though I hate them deeply. And I would speak a word to my son. It would be better for him not to keep company with these arrogant suitors. They speak kindly to his face, but they plan evil behind his back." Then the housekeeper Eurynome answered her, "Yes, my child, you have spoken rightly. Go and speak to your son, and do not hide your thoughts from him. But first wash your body, and anoint your cheeks. Do not go with your face stained by tears. It is worse to grieve without end forever. Your son is already of the age you most prayed to the immortals for, to see him grown with a beard upon his chin." Then wise Penelope answered her, "Eurynome, do not urge these things on me, even though you care for me, to wash my body and anoint myself with oil. For the gods who dwell on Olympus have destroyed my beauty from the day he left in his hollow ship. But tell Autonoe and Hippodamia to come to me, so they may stand beside me in the hall. I will not go alone among the men, for I am ashamed." So she spoke. The old woman went out through the hall to give the message to the women and urge them to come. Then bright-eyed Athena thought of something else. She poured sweet sleep over Icarius's daughter. Penelope leaned back where she sat and slept deeply, and all her limbs grew relaxed. Meanwhile, the divine goddess gave her immortal gifts so that the Achaeans would look at her in wonder. First, she cleansed her beautiful face with heavenly beauty, like the ambrosial oil that fair-crowned Cytherea uses when she goes to the lovely dance of the Graces. Athena made her taller and fuller to behold, and whiter than polished ivory. When the goddess had done this, she departed. Then the white-armed handmaids came out from the hall with lively voices. Sweet sleep left Penelope. She wiped her cheeks with her hands and said, "Ah, though I suffer greatly, a gentle sleep has wrapped around me. If only pure Artemis would grant me such a gentle death right now, so that I would no longer waste away in sorrow, mourning in my heart and longing for my dear husband, a man of every excellence, the best of the Achaeans." So she spoke and came down from the bright upper room, not alone. 2 handmaids followed her. When the noble woman came to the suitors, she stood beside a pillar of the well-built roof, holding her shining veil before her cheeks. A faithful handmaid stood on either side of her. At once the suitors' knees went weak, and their hearts were enchanted with desire. All of them prayed to lie beside her in bed. Then she spoke to Telemachus, her beloved son. "Telemachus, your thoughts are no longer steady, nor your judgment sound. When you were still a child, you had better sense in your mind. But now that you are grown and have reached young manhood, so that any stranger who saw you, noticing your height and beauty, would say you are the son of a wealthy man, now your mind is no longer right. What has happened here in this house? You allowed that stranger to be treated so shamefully. If a guest sitting in our home suffered such cruel mistreatment, the shame and disgrace would fall on you before all people." Then wise Telemachus answered her, "My mother, I do not blame you for being angry. In my heart I understand and notice everything, both what is good and what is worse. Before, I was still a child, but I cannot think wisely about everything, because these men sit around me from every side, planning evil, and I have no helpers. The fight between the stranger and Iris did not happen because of the suitor's strength. The stranger was stronger in force. Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo. If only the suitors in our house were struck down like that now, nodding their heads in defeat, by some inside the house, and may each man's limbs go weak, just like that Iris now, who sits by the courtyard gates, nodding his head like a drunken man. He cannot even stand upright on his feet or make his way home, wherever he ought to go, since his limbs have completely failed him. So they spoke such words to one another. Then Eurymachus addressed Penelope. Daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, if all the Achaeans throughout Argos could see you, even more suitors would feast in your halls from early morning, for you surpass all women in beauty, stature, and good sense within. Then prudent Penelope answered him, Eurymachus, the immortals destroyed my excellence, my beauty and my form, when the Argives went up to Troy, and my husband Odysseus went with them. If he returned and cared for my life, my honor would be greater and more beautiful. But now I grieve, for a god has poured out so many troubles upon me. Yes, when he left and departed from his fatherland, he took my right hand by the wrist and said, My wife, I do not think that all the well-armed Achaeans will return safely from Troy, for they say the Trojans are fighting men, throwers of spears, shooters of arrows and riders of swift horses who quickly decide the great struggle of equal war. So I do not know whether a god will bring me home or whether I will fall there in Troy. But let everything here be in your care. Remember my father and mother in our halls, just as you do now, or even more, while I am far away. But when you see our son grown with a beard, then marry whoever you wish, and leave this house behind. That is what he said. And now, at last, all of it is coming true. There will be a night when hateful marriage comes upon me, ruined as I am, for Zeus has taken away my happiness. But this terrible sorrow weighs upon my heart and spirit. The suitors do not follow the proper custom of the past. When men once sought to marry a noble woman, the daughter of a wealthy man, and competed with one another, they themselves brought cattle and fat sheep. They prepared a feast for the girl's family, and gave splendid gifts. They did not consume another man's wealth without paying for it. So she spoke, and long-suffering, noble Odysseus was glad, because she drew gifts from them and charmed their hearts with gentle words, though her mind was set on other plans. Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, spoke to her. Daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, if any of the Achaeans wish to bring gifts here, accept them. It is not right to refuse a gift, but we will not return to our work or go anywhere else until you marry the best of the Achaeans. So Antinous spoke, and his words pleased them. Each man sent a herald to bring his gift. For Antinous, one brought a great and beautiful robe, richly embroidered. On it were 12 golden brooches, each fitted with curved clasps. For Eurymachus, another brought a finely crafted necklace, gold, strung with amber, shining like the sun. For Eurydamas, 2 servants brought earrings, with 3 dangling drops, and great beauty shone from them. From the house of Pisander, son of Polyctor, a servant brought a necklace, a very beautiful treasure. Each of the other Achaeans brought some fine gift as well. Then the noble woman went back up to her upper chamber, and her handmaids carried the splendid gifts behind her. The suitors turned again to dancing and delightful song. They amused themselves and waited for evening to come. And dark evening came upon them as they enjoyed themselves. At once they set up 3 lampstands in the hall to give light. They placed dry wood around them. Wood long seasoned and split with bronze, and mixed in torches between the logs. Taking turns, the slave women of steadfast Odysseus kept the flames burning. Then Zeus-born, clever Odysseus spoke to them. "Slave women of Odysseus, whose master has long been away, go to the room of your honored queen. Sit beside her and comfort her. Stay in the hall with her. Spin yarn on the distaff or card wool with your hands. I will provide light for these men. Even if they wish to stay here until fair-throned dawn appears, they will not wear me out. I am very enduring." So he spoke. They looked at one another and laughed. Then fair-cheeked Melantho shamefully scolded him. Dolios was her father, but Penelope had raised her like her own child and gave her gifts to delight her heart. Yet even so, she felt no sorrow in her heart for Penelope. Instead, she loved Eurymachus and spent her time with him. She scolded Odysseus with insulting words. "Wretched stranger, you must be out of your mind, and you don't even want to go to a blacksmith's shop or to some shelter to sleep. Instead, you stand here talking boldly among many men, and you feel no fear in your heart. Surely wine has taken hold of your mind. Or perhaps your mind is always like this, since you speak such nonsense. Are you proud because you beat that beggar Iris? Be careful, or someone better than Iris may rise up against you, a man who will smash your head with his strong hands and drive you from this house covered in blood." Then clever Odysseus looked at her darkly and said, "Soon I will go and tell Telemachus, you shameless woman, the kind of words you speak, and he will cut you to pieces right where you stand." When he said this, the women were terrified. They hurried through the hall, and the limbs of each trembled with fear, for they thought he spoke the truth. But he stood beside the blazing lamps, holding them upright and watching them all. Yet in his heart he was planning other things, plans that would surely be fulfilled. Athena did not allow the proud suitors to stop their painful insults. She wanted even more grief to sink into the heart of Odysseus, son of Laertes. Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, began to speak, mocking Odysseus and stirring laughter among his friends. "Hear me, suitors of our noble queen, while I say what my heart urges me to speak. This man did not come to Odysseus's house without some god's help. Yet it seems to me that there is a blaze of torchlight shining from his head, since he has no hair on it, not even a little." He said this, and then addressed Odysseus, the sacker of cities. "Stranger, would you be willing to work for hire if I took you into my service, at the far edge of my farm, and I would give you proper pay for building stone walls and planting tall trees? There I would supply you with food all year long, give you clothes to wear, and sandals for your feet. But since you have learned wicked ways, you would not want to work. Instead, you prefer to beg throughout the land so you can feed your endless belly." Then clever Odysseus answered him, "Eurymachus, if only you and I could compete in work, in the springtime, when the days grow long. In the meadow, I would hold a well-curved scythe, and you would hold one too. With plenty of grass before us, we would test each other's labor, fasting until dark. Or if there were oxen to drive, the very best ones, big, tawny beasts, well-fed and equal in strength, and a 4-acre field with rich soil ready for the plow. Then you would see whether I could cut straight, unbroken furrows. Or if the son of Cronos stirred up war today, and I had a shield, 2 spears, and a bronze helmet fitted to my temples. Then you would see me among the front-line fighters, and you would not mock this belly of mine. But you are arrogant, and your mind is harsh. You think yourself great and strong because you associate with weak and worthless men. If Odysseus were to return and reach his fatherland, these doors, wide as they are, would quickly seem too narrow for you as you fled through the doorway to escape. So he spoke, and Eurymachus grew even angrier in his heart. Scowling at him, Eurymachus spoke, "You miserable wretch! I'll soon make you pay for the bold words you speak among so many men. And you feel no fear in your heart. Surely wine has clouded your mind. Or maybe your mind is always like this, since you talk such nonsense. Are you proud because you beat that beggar Iris?" With that, he grabbed a footstool to throw. But Odysseus quickly sat down at the knees of Amphinomus of Dulichium, fearing Eurymachus. Eurymachus hurled the stool, but instead he struck a wine-bearer on the right hand. The pitcher crashed to the ground with a loud bang, and the servant fell backward into the dust, crying out. The suitors raised a loud uproar throughout the shadowy hall. One would look at the man beside him and say, "If only this wandering stranger had died somewhere else before he came here, then he wouldn't have caused such a disturbance. Now we are fighting over beggars, and there will be no joy in this fine feast when worse men prevail." Then Telemachus spoke among them. "You reckless men, you are mad. You no longer even try to hide your gluttony and drinking. Surely some god is stirring you up. Now that you have eaten well, go home and sleep whenever your hearts tell you. I drive no one away." So he spoke. They bit their lips and marveled at Telemachus, because he had spoken so boldly. Then Amphinomus, the noble son of Nisus, stood up and addressed them. "My friends, no one should be angry or answer with harsh words when something just has been spoken. Do not mistreat this stranger or any of the servants in the house of noble Odysseus. But come now, let the wine-bearer pour wine into the cups, so that we may make a drink offering, and then go home and sleep. Let us leave this stranger here in the hall of Odysseus for Telemachus to deal with, since he has come to his house." So he spoke, and his words pleased them all. Then the hero Mulius mixed the wine in a great bowl. He was a herald from Dulichium and servant of Amphinomus. He passed the wine around to each man in turn. They poured out a drink offering to the blessed gods and drank the honey-sweet wine. After they had made the drink offering and drunk as much as their hearts desired, they went away to their beds, each man to his own home. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 19. But godlike Odysseus stayed behind in the great hall, planning with Athena how to kill the suitors. Suddenly, he spoke to Telemachus. "Telemachus, you need to carry all the battle weapons inside and store them away. When the suitors notice they are missing and question you, answer them with gentle words. Tell them I put them away from the smoke, because they are no longer like they were when Odysseus left for Troy long ago. They have been damaged, since so much smoke has reached them. And there is another, greater reason a god has put into my mind. I am afraid that if you men get drunk and start a fight among yourselves, you might wound each other and disgrace your feast and your courtship. For iron draws a man to itself." So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father. He called out to his nurse, Eurycleia, and said, "Nurse, come now. Keep the women in their rooms in the palace, while I carry my father's fine weapons into the inner chamber. They have been left uncared for in the house, and the smoke has stained them since my father went away, and I was still a child. Now I want to store them where the breath of the fire will not reach them." Dear nurse Euryclea answered him, "My child, I wish you would show good judgment in caring for the house and guarding all your possessions. But come, who will carry a light for you? You will not allow the slave women to come out, and they are the ones who would hold the torches." Wise Telemachus replied to her, "This stranger here, I will not allow a man to be idle if he takes food from my stores, even if he has come from far away." So he spoke, but for her his words had no wings. She closed and barred the doors of the well-built hall. Then Odysseus and his bright son sprang up together. They carried inside the helmets, the bossed shields, and the sharp spears. In front of them went Pallas Athena, holding a golden lamp and shining a beautiful light. Then Telemachus suddenly spoke to his father. "Father, this is a great wonder that I see with my eyes. The walls of the hall, the fine crossbeams, the fir rafters, and the tall pillars all shine before my eyes as if they were blazing fire. Surely some god is inside, one of those who hold the wide heaven." Resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Be quiet, keep control of yourself, and do not ask questions. This is the way of the gods who live on Olympus. Now you go lie down, and I will stay here, so that I may stir up the slave women and your mother. She, grieving for me, will question me about everything." So he spoke, and Telemachus went out through the hall, carrying the torches that gave light. He went to his chamber to lie down, where he had slept before whenever sweet sleep came over him. There he lay, and waited for bright dawn. But godlike Odysseus remained in the hall, planning the death of the suitors with Athena. Then wise Penelope came out of her chamber, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. They placed a chair for her beside the fire where she used to sit. It was decorated with ivory and silver. Long ago, the craftsman Icmalius had made it, and he had fitted a footstool beneath it for her feet. A footrest was fitted to the chair, growing out from it, and a large fleece had been thrown over it. There wise Penelope sat down. White-armed servant women came out of the hall. They cleared away the large amounts of food and the tables and the cups from which the proud men had been drinking. They threw the burning pieces from the lampstands onto the floor and piled on plenty of fresh wood so there would be light and warmth. Then Melantho scolded Odysseus again. "Stranger, will you keep bothering us here all night, wandering through the house and staring at the women? Go outside, wretch, and enjoy your meal, or soon you may be driven out by a thrown firebrand." Then resourceful Odysseus looked at her with a dark glance and said, "Foolish woman, why are you attacking me like this with such an angry heart? Is it because I am dirty and wear ragged clothes on my body and go about begging through the land? Necessity presses on me. That is how beggars and wandering men are. Even I once lived in a house among men, rich and prosperous. Many times I gave to a wanderer like myself, whoever he was and whatever need brought him. I had countless servants and many other things by which men live well and are called wealthy. But Zeus, son of Cronos, destroyed my prosperity. He willed it so. So take care, woman, that you do not someday lose all the beauty and honor in which you now stand out among the servant women. Be careful that your mistress does not grow angry and treat you harshly, or that Odysseus returns. There is still some hope of that, and even if he has truly perished and will not return, still his son, like Apollo in strength, Telemachus, is already grown. No woman in this house who behaves badly will escape his notice, since he is no longer a child." So he spoke, and wise Penelope heard him. She scolded the servant woman and called her by name. "No bold and shameless dog, I do not overlook the terrible thing you are doing, something you will pay for dearly. You knew very well what I planned, since you heard it from me yourself, that I was going to question this stranger in my halls about my husband, because I grieve for him deeply." Then she spoke to the housekeeper, "Eurynome, bring a chair and place a fleece on it, so the stranger may sit down and speak and listen to me as well. I want to question him." She spoke, and Eurynome quickly brought a finely made chair and laid a fleece over it. There long-enduring, godlike Odysseus sat down. Then wise Penelope began to speak. "Stranger, first I will ask you this. Who are you among men, and where are you from? Where is your city, and who are your parents?" Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "My lady, no mortal on the endless earth could find fault with you. Your fame reaches wide heaven, like that of a blameless king who fears the gods and rules over many strong men, upholding justice. Under such a ruler, the dark earth yields wheat and barley, the trees are heavy with fruit, the flocks bear young without fail, and the sea provides fish because of his good leadership. The people thrive under him. So ask me about other matters in your house, but do not ask about my family or my homeland, lest you fill my heart even more with sorrow. When I remember them, I am full of grief, and it is not right for me to sit in another man's house, weeping and mourning. It is not good to grieve without end. I do not want one of your servant women, or you yourself, to resent me and say that I am drowning in tears because my mind is heavy with wine." Then wise Penelope answered him, "Stranger, it is true. The immortal gods destroyed my beauty and my form when the Argives went up to Ilium, and my husband Odysseus went with them. If he had returned and cared for my life, my honor would be greater and more beautiful. But now I grieve, for a god has sent so many troubles upon me. All the nobles who rule the islands, Dulichion and Same, and wooded Zacynthus, and those who live here in clear Ithaca itself, are courting me against my will and wasting my house. Because of them, I no longer care about strangers, suppliants, or even heralds who serve the people. Instead, I waste away in my heart, longing for dear Odysseus. They press me to marry, but I weave my tricks. First, a god put this idea into my mind. I set up a great loom in my halls and began to weave a cloth, long and fine. Then I said to them, 'Young men, my suitors, since godlike Odysseus is dead, wait, though you are eager for my marriage, until I finish this cloth, so that my weaving will not be wasted. It is a burial shroud for the hero Laertes, for the day when the deadly fate of long-lasting death comes upon him. I do not want any Achaean woman in the land to criticize me if a man who gained so much wealth should lie without a proper burial cloth.' So I spoke, and their proud hearts were persuaded. By day I would weave the great web, but at night, when I placed torches beside me, I would unravel it. For 3 years I hid the trick and kept persuading the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came, and the seasons turned, as the months passed and many days were completed, then, because of my servant women, shameless creatures, they came upon me and caught me at it. They confronted me and accused me with harsh words. So I was forced to finish the weaving, though I did not want to. Now I cannot escape marriage, nor can I think of any other plan. My parents press me hard to marry, and my son is troubled as they devour his livelihood. For he understands. He is a man now, and quite able to care for his house, a house to which Zeus grants prosperity. But even so, tell me your family and where you come from, for you are not sprung from some ancient oak or rock." Then resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, will you not stop asking about my family? Very well, I will tell you. Yes, you will give me more sorrow than I already bear, for it is the way of things when a man has been away from his homeland for as long as I have, wandering through many cities of mortal men, enduring hardships. Even so, I will tell you what you ask. There is a land called Crete, in the middle of the wine-dark sea. It is beautiful and rich, surrounded by water. There are many people there, countless, and 90 cities. Many different languages are spoken there. Among them are Achaeans, great-hearted Eteocretans, Sidonians, the Dorians with their 3 tribes, and noble Pelasgians. Among those cities is Knossos, a great city. There Minos ruled for 9 years. He was close in council with great Zeus. Minos was the father of my father, great-hearted Deucalion. Deucalion fathered both me and Lord Idomeneus. But Idomeneus sailed to Ilium in his curved ships with the sons of Atreus. My name was Aethon, and I was the younger son. He was older and the better man. There in Crete I saw Odysseus and gave him gifts of hospitality. A strong wind had driven him to Crete, pushing him off course past Cape Malea as he was sailing toward Troy. He put in at Amnisus, where there is a cave of Eileithyia in a difficult harbour, and he barely escaped the storms. At once he went up to the city and asked for Idomeneus, for he said he was his dear and honoured friend, but it had already been 10 or 11 days since Idomeneus had sailed with his curved ships to Troy. So I brought Odysseus to our house and welcomed him warmly, since there was great abundance in our home. For his companions too, the ones who followed him, I gathered barley meal and bright wine from the people, and cattle to sacrifice, so that they might satisfy their hunger. The noble Achaeans stayed there for 12 days, for a strong north wind held them back, and would not even let them stand on land. Some harsh god had stirred it up. On the 13th day, the wind fell, and they put out to sea. So he spoke, making his many lies sound like the truth. As she listened, tears flowed from her, and her skin seemed to waste away. As snow melts on high mountain peaks, snow that the east wind has thawed when the west wind has poured it down. And as it melts, the rivers swell and flow with water. So her beautiful cheeks melted with tears as she wept for her husband, who was sitting beside her. Odysseus pitied his grieving wife in his heart, but his eyes stood steady beneath his eyelids, like horn or iron. With cunning, he held back his tears. When she had satisfied herself with weeping and crying, she spoke to him again. "Now, stranger, I think I will test you. If it is true that you welcomed my husband in your halls, along with his godlike companions, as you say, tell me what clothing he wore on his body, what kind of man he was himself, and what his companions were like." Resourceful Odysseus answered her, "My lady, it is hard for me to speak of him after so long a time. It has been 20 years since he left that land and departed from my homeland. Still, I will tell you as my heart remembers it. Godlike Odysseus wore a purple wool cloak, double-folded. It was fastened with a golden brooch with twin clasps. On the front was a finely worked design. A dog holding a dappled fawn in its forepaws, gripping it as it struggled and gasped. Everyone marveled at it. How, though they were made of gold, The dog seemed to be strangling the fawn, while the fawn struggled with its feet, trying to escape. I also noticed the tunic he wore next to his skin. It shone like the skin of a dried onion, so soft it was, and bright like the sun. Many women looked at him in admiration. I will tell you something else. Store it in your mind. I do not know whether Odysseus wore these same clothes when he left his home, or whether one of his companions gave them to him as he went on his swift ship, or perhaps some guest friend gave them, for Odysseus was dear to many, and few of the Achaeans were like him. I gave him a bronze sword and a beautiful double-folded purple cloak and a fringed tunic. Then I sent him off with respect on his well-benched ship. A herald went with him, a little older than he was. I will tell you what he looked like. He was round-shouldered, dark-skinned, and curly-haired. His name was Eurybates. Odysseus honored him above his other companions because he understood his thoughts. So he spoke, and her desire to weep rose even more as she recognized the clear signs that Odysseus had described. When she had had her fill of tearful weeping, she answered him, "Stranger, though you were worthy of pity before, now you shall be dear to me and honored in my halls. For I myself gave him those very clothes you describe. I brought them out from my chamber, folded them, and fastened the shining brooch upon him as a mark of honor. But I will not welcome him home again when he returns to his beloved fatherland." By an evil fate, Odysseus went in a hollow ship to see hateful Ilium, a name not to be spoken. Then resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, do not waste away your beautiful face, nor melt your heart in grief as you weep for your husband. I do not blame you at all, for even a woman who loses another man, a lawful husband with whom she has borne children in love, would mourn him. How much more for Odysseus, whom they say was like the gods? But stop your weeping and listen to my words. I will speak truthfully and hide nothing. I have heard about Odysseus's return. He is alive and nearby, in the rich land of the Thesprotians. He is gathering many fine treasures as he travels through the land. But he lost his loyal companions and his hollow ship on the wine-dark sea as he was sailing from the island of Thrinacia. For Zeus and Helios were angry with him, because his men killed the cattle of the sun. All of them perished in the roaring sea. But a wave carried him, clinging to his ship's keel, and cast him ashore in the land of the Phaeacians, who are close to the gods. They honored him from the heart like a god, and gave him many gifts. They even wanted to escort him safely home themselves, and Odysseus would have been here long ago. But it seemed better to him to gather wealth as he traveled across the great earth. For Odysseus understands profit and gain better than any other mortal man. No one could rival him in that. So King Phaedon of the Thesprotians told me. He swore an oath in my presence and poured a drink offering in his house, saying that a ship had been prepared and that strong companions were ready to escort Odysseus to his beloved fatherland. But he sent me away first, since a ship of Thesprotian men was sailing to grain-rich Dulichium. He showed me all the treasure Odysseus had gathered. There was so much wealth stored in the king's halls that it could support a man even to the 10th generation. He also said that Odysseus had gone to Dodona to hear the will of Zeus from the tall, leafy oak, to learn how he might return to his beloved fatherland, whether openly or in secret, since he has been gone so long. So he is alive and will soon come, very near now. He will not be far from his loved ones and his homeland much longer. But even so, I will swear an oath to you. Let Zeus be my first witness, the highest and best of the gods, and let the hearth of noble Odysseus, to which I have come, be witness. All these things will happen, as I say. Within this very year, as one month ends and another begins, Odysseus will come here." Then wise Penelope answered him, "If only that word, stranger, might truly come to pass. Then you would quickly know my kindness and many gifts from me. Anyone who met you would call you blessed. But in my heart, I fear it will not be so. Odysseus will not come home, and you will not gain an escort from here. For there is no man in this house like Odysseus once was among men, if ever such a man truly lived, to honor strangers and send them on their way. But come, servants, wash him and prepare a bed for him, with bedding and cloaks and shining blankets, so that he may lie warm until golden-throned dawn arrives. In the early morning, bathe him and anoint him, so that he may sit inside beside Telemachus and share the morning meal in the hall. And it will be worse for any man here who troubles him or causes him grief. That man will accomplish nothing in this house, no matter how fiercely angry he is. For how, stranger, would you learn whether I surpass other women in wisdom and thoughtful counsel, if you sit in my hall in rags and misery, while you dine in such a state? Human beings are short-lived. If a man is cruel himself and thinks cruel thoughts, all mortals pray for sorrow to fall on him while he lives, and when he dies, everyone mocks him. But if a man is noble himself and thinks noble thoughts, strangers carry his fame far and wide among all people, and many call him good." Then resourceful Odysseus answered her, "Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, cloaks and shining blankets have long been hateful to me, ever since I left behind the snowy mountains of Crete and sailed away on my long-oared ship. I will lie down as I have done before. For many nights I have spent sleepless on poor bedding, waiting for golden-throned dawn. Water for washing my feet does not please my heart, and I will not let any woman touch my feet. None of the servant women in your house, unless there is some old woman, one who has suffered much in her heart, as I have. I would not refuse her to touch my feet." Then wise Penelope answered him, "Dear stranger, never has a man so thoughtful, no foreign guest from far away. Come to my house. You speak with great wisdom and clarity. There is an old woman here who keeps wise counsel in her heart. She raised and cared for that unfortunate man from the time his mother first bore him and placed him in her arms. She will wash your feet, though she is weak now. Come then, prudent Euryclea, rise and wash the feet of one who is the same age as your master. And perhaps Odysseus himself is now like this man, like him in hands and in feet. For in suffering, mortals grow old quickly." So she spoke. The old woman covered her face with her hands and shed hot tears. Then she cried out in grief, "O my child, I am helpless for you. Zeus must have hated you above all other men, even though you had a God-fearing heart. For no mortal ever burned so many rich thigh pieces or offered such splendid sacrifice of hundreds of oxen to Zeus, the thunderer, as you did, praying that you might reach honored old age and raise your noble son. And yet he has taken from you alone your day of homecoming. Perhaps in the halls of some far-off stranger, women mock him there as well, just as these shameless creatures here mock you. You refuse to let them wash your feet, avoiding their insults and disgraceful behavior. But Icarius's daughter, wise Penelope, has ordered me to do it, and I am willing. So I will wash your feet, both for Penelope's sake and for yours, for my heart is stirred with grief. But listen to what I say. Many long-suffering strangers have come here before, but I have never seen anyone so like Odysseus, in build, in voice, and even in his feet." Then resourceful Odysseus replied, "Old woman, all who have seen us both with their own eyes say the same, that we are very much alike, just as you wisely say." So he spoke. The old woman took up a shining basin used for washing feet and poured plenty of water into it. She poured cold water into the basin, then added hot water on top. Odysseus sat down near the hearth, but quickly turned toward the darkness. In his heart, he was afraid that when she touched him, she might notice the scar, and everything would be revealed. She came closer and began washing her lord. At once she recognized the scar, the one a wild boar had given him with its white tusk when he had gone to Mount Parnassus to visit Autolycus and his sons, the noble father of his mother. Autolycus surpassed all men in stealing and in clever oaths. The god Hermes himself had given him these gifts, for he used to burn rich thigh pieces of lambs and young goats in sacrifice, and Hermes gladly favored him. Autolycus had once come to the rich land of Ithaca and found his daughter's newborn son. Eurycleia placed the baby on his knees as he was finishing supper and spoke to him by name. "Autolycus, you yourself must now choose a name for your daughter's dear child. He has been long prayed for." Autolycus replied, "My son-in-law and my daughter, give him whatever name I say. Since I have come here, angry with many men and women across the wide earth, let the boy be called Odysseus. And when he grows up and comes to my great house on Parnassus, where my treasures are, I will give him gifts and send him away rejoicing." For this reason, Odysseus had gone there, to receive those splendid gifts. Autolycus and his sons welcomed him warmly, shaking his hands and greeting him with kind words. And his grandmother Amphithea embraced him, kissed his head, and both his bright eyes. Autolycus called to his noble sons to prepare a meal. They obeyed at once and brought in a 5-year-old bull. They skinned it, dressed it, and cut it up carefully. They sliced the meat into pieces, put them on spits, roasted them skillfully, and shared out the portions. So all that day, until the sun went down, they feasted, and no one's heart lacked an equal share of the meal. When the sun set and darkness came, they lay down and took the gift of sleep. At dawn, when rosy-fingered morning appeared, they set out for the hunt, the dogs and the sons of Autolycus, and godlike Odysseus went with them. They climbed the steep mountain of Parnassus, covered thick with forest, and soon reached its windy slopes. The sun was just rising over the fields, coming up from the deep-flowing ocean. The hunters came to a wooded glen. The dogs ran ahead, searching for tracks, with the sons of Autolycus behind them. Divine Odysseus followed close behind the dogs, waving his long spear. There, in a thick patch of brush, a great boar lay hidden. The wet force of the winds did not reach it there. The shining sun did not strike it with its rays, nor did the rain fall through it. The thicket was so dense, and a heavy pile of leaves lay beneath it. Then the sound of men and dogs came crashing toward the boar as they pressed in during the hunt. The boar burst out from the thicket to face them, its bristles standing up along its back, its eyes blazing. It stood its ground, close before them. And Odysseus was the first. Odysseus rushed forward, lifting his long spear high in his strong hand, eager to strike the boar. But the boar was quicker. It lunged first and struck him above the knee, tearing deep into his flesh with its tusk as it slashed sideways. though it did not reach the bone. Then Odysseus struck back, hitting the boar in the right shoulder. The shining spear point drove straight through. The boar fell squealing in the dust, and its life left it. The sons of Autolycus gathered around. Some cared for the boar, while others skillfully bound the wound of noble Odysseus. They stopped the dark blood with a healing chant and quickly led him back to his grandfather's house. Autolycus and his sons treated him well, gave him splendid gifts, and sent him gladly home to Ithaca. His father and his noble mother rejoiced at his return and asked him about everything, especially the wound he had received. He told them the whole story, how the boar had struck him with its white tusk when he hunted on Mount Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus. Now, in the present, the old woman held the scar in her wrinkled hands. As she touched it, she recognized it. She let go of his foot in shock. His leg fell into the basin, and the bronze bowl rang loudly as it tipped over, spilling the water onto the floor. Joy and pain seized her heart at once. Her eyes filled with tears, and her strong voice faltered. She grasped Odysseus by the beard and said, "You truly are Odysseus, my dear child. I did not recognize you before, not until I touched my lord with my own hands." Then she looked toward Penelope, wanting to reveal that her dear husband was there inside. But Penelope could neither notice nor understand, for Athena had turned her mind away. Odysseus quickly reached out, grabbed Eurycleia by the throat with his right hand, pulled her close with the other, and whispered, "Mother, why would you ruin me? You nursed me at your own breast. Now, after suffering so many hardships, I have come home in the 20th year. Since you have recognized me, and a god has put this knowledge into your heart, be silent. Let no one else in the house find out. Listen carefully. What I say will surely happen. If a god helps me defeat the proud suitors, I will not spare even you, though you are my nurse, if you betray me when I kill the other slave women in this house." Then wise Eurycleia answered him, "My child, what words have escaped your teeth? You know how firm and steady my spirit is. I am as strong as stone or iron. But listen, and take this into your heart. If a god grants you victory over the suitors, then I will tell you which women in this house dishonor you and which are innocent." Odysseus replied, "Mother, why would you name them? There is no need. I will watch them myself and learn the truth about each one. Be silent. Leave this matter to the gods." So he spoke. Then wise Penelope began speaking. "Stranger, I will ask you one more thing, for it will soon be time for sweet sleep, for anyone whom sleep takes, even one who is grieving. But a god has given me endless sorrow. By day, I take comfort in mourning, weeping as I attend to my work and manage my servants in the house. But when night comes and sleep takes hold of everyone else, I lie in bed, and sharp worries gather around my aching heart, tormenting me as I grieve. It is like the daughter of Pandadarius, the nightingale with green plumage, who sings beautifully when spring begins, sitting hidden in the thick leaves of trees. She pours out her song in many tones, mourning her beloved son Ithaca, whom she once killed in foolishness with a bronze blade, the son of King Zethus. Just so, my heart is pulled two ways. Should I stay here with my son and guard everything carefully? My possessions, my servants, my great high-roofed house, respecting my husband's marriage bed and the opinion of the people? Or should I now go with whichever Achaean is the best among the suitors and offers countless bride gifts. When my son was still young and childish, he would not let me marry and leave my husband's house. But now he has grown tall and reached full manhood. He himself urges me to leave this hall, angry that the Achaeans are devouring our property. But come, listen and interpret a dream for me. I have 20 geese in my house that eat wheat from the water trough. I enjoy watching them. Then a great eagle with a hooked beak came down from the mountain. He swooped in and broke the necks of all the geese and killed them. They lay in a heap inside my house, while he rose back up into the bright sky. In my dream, I cried and wailed, and the fair-haired Achaean women gathered around me as I mourned in pity that the eagle had killed my geese. Then the eagle returned and sat on a high beam of the roof. In a human voice he spoke to me. "Take heart, daughter of far-famed Icarius. This is not a dream, but a waking vision, a good one that will come true. The geese are the suitors. I was once only a bird, but now I am your husband, returned at last. I will bring a shameful death upon all the suitors." So he spoke, and sweet sleep left me. When I looked again, the geese were there in the house, eating wheat from the trough just as they had before. Then clever Odysseus replied, "My lady, there is no way to twist this dream into another meaning. Odysseus himself has shown you how it will be fulfilled. The suitors' destruction is certain for every one of them. Not a single man will escape death." But wise Penelope answered, "Stranger, dreams are hard to understand and difficult to judge. Not everything seen in them comes true. There are 2 gates through which dreams pass. One gate is made of ivory, the other is made of horn. The dreams that come through carved ivory deceive us and bring words that do not come true. But the dreams that pass through polished horn bring true things to pass for any mortal who sees them. But I do not think my terrible dream came through the gate of horn. If it had, it would have been welcome to me and to my son. But listen, I will tell you something else. Take it into your heart. This morning has come at last, a bitter morning, that will drive me from Odysseus's house. For now I will set a contest. I will bring out the axes that he once lined up in his hall, 12 of them in a row, like the ribs of a ship. He would stand far away and shoot an arrow straight through them. Now I will make this the contest for the suitors. Whoever can most easily string the bow in his hands and shoot an arrow cleanly through all 12 axes, that man I will follow, leaving this house my lawful marriage home, so fine and filled with wealth. I think I will remember it always, even in my dreams." Then clever Odysseus answered, "Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, do not delay this contest any longer. Before those men can handle that finely crafted bow, before they string it and shoot through the iron, resourceful Odysseus will be here." But wise Penelope replied, "If you wished to sit beside me, stranger, and speak with me here in the hall, sleep would not fall upon my eyelids. But no one can remain sleepless forever. The immortal gods have assigned each mortal his portion upon the grain-giving earth. So I will go upstairs to my upper chamber and lie down in my bed. A bed made full of sorrow, always soaked with my tears, from the day Odysseus left to see hateful Ilium, whose very name I do not like to speak. There I will lie down. But you may sleep here in the house, either spread bedding on the floor, or let them prepare a bed for you." So she spoke and went up to the bright upper chamber. She did not go alone. Her maidservants went with her. When she had gone upstairs with her handmaids, She wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until bright-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyelids. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 20. Then noble Odysseus lay down to sleep on the porch. He spread out an untanned oxhide on the ground, and on top of it he laid many fleeces from sheep the Achaeans had sacrificed. After he lay down, Eurynome threw a cloak over him. But Odysseus lay there awake, planning evil in his heart against the suitors. The women came out from the hall, those who had been sleeping with the suitors before, laughing together and enjoying themselves. His heart stirred inside his chest, and he thought hard in his mind and in his heart. Should he rush after them and kill each one? Or should he let them go one last time to lie with the proud suitors? His heart growled inside him, like a dog standing over her weak puppies growls at a stranger and is ready to fight. So his heart growled inside him as he burned with anger at their evil deeds. He struck his chest and scolded his heart. Be strong, my heart. You have endured worse before. On that day when the Cyclops, wild and unstoppable in his strength, ate my brave companions. You endured even then, until your cleverness led you out of the cave, though you thought you were going to die. So he spoke, rebuking his dear heart in his chest, and his heart obeyed and stayed firm in endurance. But he himself kept turning back and forth, as when a man turns a stomach full of fat and blood back and forth over a blazing fire, eager for it to roast quickly. So he tossed and turned, thinking about how he could lay his hands on the shameless suitors, alone against many. And Athena came near him, coming down from heaven. She looked like a woman. She stood over his head and spoke to him. Why are you awake again, most troubled of men? This is your house. Your wife is here in your house. Your son, too, the kind of son any man would wish to have. Clever Odysseus answered her. Yes, goddess, all that you say is true and fitting. But my heart keeps thinking about this, how I can lay my hands on the shameless suitors, alone as I am. They are always gathered together inside, and there is something even greater that I keep thinking about. If I kill them by the will of Zeus and by your help, where could I escape afterward? I urge you to think about that. Bright-eyed Athena answered him. Foolish man. Anyone would trust even a weaker companion, a mortal who does not know many plans. But I am a god. I guard you through all your hardships. I will tell you plainly. Even if 50 groups of mortal men surrounded us, eager to kill us in battle, even then you would drive off their cattle and strong sheep. But let sleep take you. It is weary work to stay awake all night on guard. You will soon be free from these troubles. So she spoke, and poured sleep upon his eyelids. Then the divine goddess returned to Olympus. When sleep took hold of him, sleep that loosens the body and eases the cares of the heart, his faithful wife awoke. She sat up in her soft bed and wept. When she had satisfied her heart with crying, the noble woman prayed first to Artemis. Artemis, lady goddess, daughter of Zeus, I wish you would shoot an arrow into my chest and take my life at once, or else let a windstorm snatch me up and carry me away along dark paths and throw me into the streams of the backward-flowing ocean, just as the storm winds once carried off the daughters of Pandareus. The gods killed their parents, and the girls were left orphans in their home. But divine Aphrodite cared for them, feeding them cheese, sweet honey, and sweet wine. Hera gave them beauty and wisdom beyond all women. Pure Artemis gave them height and grace, and Athena taught them to do fine and skillful work. When divine Aphrodite went up to high Olympus to ask Zeus, the thunderer, who knows all things, the good and bad fortunes of mortal men, to grant the girls a happy marriage, the Harpies snatched them away and handed them over to the hateful Erinyes to be their servants. In the same way, may those who dwell on Olympus make me disappear. Or may fair-haired Artemis strike me down, so that I may go beneath the hateful earth and see Odysseus there, and not bring joy to the heart of some lesser man. It is bearable to endure sorrow when someone weeps by day with a grieving heart. But at night sleep comes, and it makes one forget everything, good and bad alike, when it covers the eyes. But for me, even in sleep, some spirit has sent cruel dreams. For this very night, someone who looked just like him lay down beside me, just as he was when he went off with the army. My heart was glad, because I did not think it was a dream, but real at last. So she spoke, and right away dawn with her golden throne arrived. As she wept, noble Odysseus heard her voice. He thought about it, and in his heart it seemed as though she already knew who he was and was standing by his head. He gathered up the cloak and the fleeces he had slept in and placed them on a chair in the hall. Then he carried the oxhide outside. Lifting up his hands, he prayed to Zeus. "Father Zeus, if you truly meant to bring me back to my own land over sea and dry ground, after you have made me suffer so much, let someone inside speak a word of omen to me as people wake up, and let another sign from Zeus appear outside." So he prayed, and Zeus the wise heard him. At once he thundered from shining Olympus, from high above the clouds. Noble Odysseus was glad. And from inside the house, a woman working at the mill spoke a word of omen. She worked nearby, where the grinding stones stood for the shepherd of the people. 12 women in all labored there, grinding barley and wheat, the very bread that sustains men. The others had gone to sleep after finishing their grain. But one woman, the weakest of them, had not yet stopped. She paused at her mill and spoke these words as a sign for her master. "Father Zeus, ruler over gods and men, you have thundered loudly from the starry sky, yet there is no cloud anywhere. You show this as a sign to someone. Now grant that the word I speak may come true, even for wretched me. May the suitors, this very day, their last and final day, eat their sweet feast in the halls of Odysseus. Those men who have worn out my knees with painful labor, grinding barley meal, may they now eat their last dinner." So she spoke, and noble Odysseus rejoiced at her omen and at Zeus's thunder, for he believed he would punish the guilty men. The rest of the servant women in Odysseus's fine house had risen and were lighting a steady fire on the hearth. Telemachus rose from his bed, like a god in appearance. He put on his clothes, slung a sharp sword over his shoulder, fastened fine sandals under his smooth feet, and took up a strong spear tipped with sharp bronze. He went and stood on the threshold and spoke to Eurycleia. "Dear nurse, how did you treat the stranger in our house? Did you give him a bed and food, or does he lie there neglected? For that is how my mother is, wise though she may be. She honors one man at random, even a worse one, and sends away a better man without respect." Prudent Eurycleia answered him, "Child, you should not blame her without cause. He sat and drank wine as long as he wished, and when she asked him about food, He said he was no longer hungry. When he began to think about sleep, she told the servant women to prepare a bed for him. But he, like someone completely miserable and ill-fated, did not want to sleep in a bed with blankets. Instead, he lay on an untanned oxhide and sheep's fleeces on the porch. We placed a cloak over him. So she spoke, and Telemachus walked out through the hall, holding his spear. 2 swift dogs followed close behind him. He went to the place of assembly to join the well-armed Achaeans, and then Euryclea, daughter of Ops, son of Paesanor, called out again to the servant women, "Come now! Some of you sweep the house and tidy it up. Sprinkle water and spread purple rugs over the well-made chairs. Others, wipe down all the tables with sponges and clean the mixing bowls and the finely made 2-handled cups. The rest of you go to the spring for water and hurry back quickly. The suitors will not stay away from the hall for long. They will come very early, since today is a feast for everyone." So she spoke, and they listened carefully and obeyed. 20 of them went to the dark-watered spring. The others worked skillfully throughout the house. Then the strong servant men came in and split firewood well and expertly. The women returned from the spring, and after them came the swineherd, leading 3 fat hogs, the finest of all. He let the pigs feed in the good yard, and then he spoke kindly to Odysseus. "Stranger, do the Achaeans treat you any better now, or do they still dishonor you in the hall as before?" Clever Odysseus answered him, "I truly hope, Eumaeus, that the gods will punish the outrage these men commit in their arrogance. They plan shameful deeds in another man's house, and they have no sense of shame." While they were speaking to each other in this way, the goatherd Melanthius came near them, driving goats, the best in all his flocks, for the suitors' dinner. 2 herdsmen followed him. He tied the goats under the echoing porch, and then he himself spoke to Odysseus again with mocking words. "Stranger, will you still trouble us here, begging from the men throughout the house, and not go outside? I don't think the 2 of us will part before we test each other's hands, since you don't beg in a proper way. There are other feasts of the Achaeans, too." So he spoke, but clever Odysseus said nothing. He only shook his head in silence, brooding deeply over revenge. Then a 3rd man came to them, Philoetius, a leader of men, driving an uncalved cow and fat goats for the suitors. Ferrymen had brought them across, men who carry over anyone who comes to them. He carefully tied the animals under the echoing porch, then stood close beside the swineherd and asked, "Who is this stranger swineherd who has just come to our house? From what men does he claim to be? Where is his family and his father's land? Poor man, yet in build he looks like a king, a lord. But the gods bring wandering men into misery when they spin out sorrow even for kings." He spoke and stood beside him, greeting him with his right hand. Then he spoke kindly. "Greetings, Father Stranger. May prosperity be yours in the future, though now you are held fast by many troubles. Father Zeus, no god is harsher than you. You show no pity to men, even though you yourself brought them into being, only to mix their lives with hardship and painful sorrow. When I saw you, I broke into sweat, and my eyes filled with tears as I remembered Odysseus. I believe he too wanders among men dressed in rags like these, if he is still alive somewhere and sees the light of the sun. If he has already died and is in the house of Hades, then I grieve for noble Odysseus, who set me over his cattle when I was still just a little boy in the land of the Cephallenians. Now the cattle have become countless. No other man could have herds of broad-browed cattle that grow so well. Yet these men order me to bring them for their own feasts. They care nothing for his son in his own house, nor do they fear the punishment of the gods. They are eager to divide up the possessions of their long-absent master. Often my heart turns this over within my chest. It would be very wrong, while his son is still alive, for me to go with the cattle to another land, to foreign men. But it is even worse to stay here and suffer, tending cattle that belong to others. Long ago I would have fled to serve some other powerful king, since this is no longer bearable. But I still hold out hope for that unhappy man, that he may come from somewhere and scatter the suitors throughout his house. Clever Odysseus answered him, "Cowherd, you seem neither foolish nor wicked, and I can tell that wisdom lives in your heart. So I will tell you something, and I will swear a great oath upon it. Let Zeus be my witness, first of all, and the sacred guest table, and the hearth of noble Odysseus, to which I have come. Odysseus will return home while you are here. You will see it with your own eyes if you wish. The suitors who rule this house will be killed." The cowherd answered him, "If only Cronion would make that word come true, stranger, then you would know the strength in my hands and the power I have." In the same way, Eumaeus also prayed to all the gods that clever Odysseus would return home. While they were speaking like this to each other, the suitors were planning death and doom for Telemachus. But a bird came to them on their left, an eagle flying high, holding a trembling dove in its claws. Amphinomus stood up and spoke among them. "My friends, this plan of ours, to kill Telemachus, will not succeed. Let us think about our feast instead." So said Amphinomus, and his words pleased them. They went into the house of noble Odysseus and laid their cloaks down on chairs and benches. They slaughtered large sheep and fat goats, then killed pigs and a cow from the herd. They roasted the entrails and shared them out. They mixed wine in the bowls, and the swineherd handed out the cups. Philoetius, leader of men, gave them bread in fine baskets, and Melanthius poured the wine. They reached out their hands to the food set before them. Meanwhile, Telemachus, thinking carefully, seated Odysseus inside the strong-built hall near the stone threshold. He placed a small table and a plain chair for him. He set portions of the roasted meat beside him and poured wine into a golden cup. Then he spoke to him. "Sit here now, among the men, and drink your wine. I myself will keep the insults and the hands of the suitors away from you. This house is not public property. It belongs to Odysseus, and he won it for me. And you, suitors, hold back your insults and your hands, so that no fighting or quarrel may arise." So he spoke. All of them bit their lips and stared at Telemachus in amazement, because he spoke boldly and without fear. Then Antinous, son of Eupaethus, spoke among them. "Though his words are harsh and threatening, let us accept what Telemachus says, Achaeans. Zeus, son of Cronos, has not allowed us to stop him. Otherwise we would already have silenced him in his own hall, though he is a fine speaker." So said Antinous, but Telemachus paid no attention to his words. Meanwhile, heralds were leading a sacred sacrifice of hundreds of oxen through the city for the gods. The long-haired Achaeans gathered beneath the shady grove of Apollo, the far-shooter. After they roasted the outer cuts of meat and pulled them off the fire, they divided the portions and began their splendid feast. Those serving placed beside Odysseus a portion equal to what they themselves received, just as Telemachus, beloved son of noble Odysseus, had ordered. But Athena did not allow the proud suitors to stop their painful insults, so that even greater grief would sink into the heart of Odysseus, son of Laertes. There was a certain man among the suitors, reckless and lawless. His name was Ctesippus, and he lived in Sum. Trusting in his father's great wealth, He was courting the wife of long-absent Odysseus. He spoke then among the arrogant suitors. "Hear me, proud suitors, so I may say something. The stranger has already received his share, an equal one, as is right. It is neither noble nor just to mistreat the guests of Telemachus, whoever comes to this house. But come now, I too will give him a guest gift, so that he may pass it along as a prize to the bath attendant or to someone else. To one of the servants in divine Odysseus's house." So he spoke, and with his thick hand threw an ox's foot that he had grabbed from a basket. But Odysseus ducked it, bending his head slightly. In his heart he gave a grim, bitter smile, and the bone struck the solid wall. Then Telemachus scolded Ctesippus. "Ctesippus, that turned out much better for you. You didn't hit the stranger. He dodged it himself. If you had struck him, I would have stabbed you in the middle with my sharp spear. And instead of preparing for your wedding, your father would be arranging your funeral here. So let no one behave shamefully in my house. By now I see and understand everything, the good and the bad. Before, I was still a child. Even so, we have endured watching this. Sheep slaughtered, wine drunk, and food consumed. It is hard for one man to restrain many. But now, stop doing me harm in your hostility. If you are truly set on killing me with bronze, I would almost prefer that. It would be far better to die than to keep watching these disgraceful acts, strangers abused and slave women dragged shamefully through the beautiful halls." So he spoke, and they all fell silent. At last Agelaus, son of Damastor, addressed them. "My friends, no one should grow angry and argue against a word that is spoken justly. Do not mistreat this stranger or any of the servants in divine Odysseus's house. I would even speak gently to Telemachus and to his mother if it would please the hearts of both. As long as the hope still lived in your hearts that clever Odysseus would return home, no one could blame you for holding back the suitors in your house. That would have been best, if Odysseus had come home again. But now it is clear that his return will never happen. So come, sit beside your mother and tell her to marry whichever man is best and offers the greatest gifts. Then you can live happily, enjoying all your inheritance, eating and drinking, while she manages another man's house." Wise Telemachus answered him, "No, Agelaus, by Zeus and by the suffering of my father, who is either wandering far from Ithaca or has died, I am not delaying my mother's marriage. I tell her to marry whichever man she wishes, and I would give countless gifts. But I am ashamed to drive her from this house against her will with harsh words. May a god never bring that about." So Telemachus spoke. Then Pallas Athena stirred up unquenchable laughter among the suitors and drove their minds astray. They began laughing with strange, unnatural jaws. They ate meat dripping with blood. Their eyes filled with tears, and their hearts felt like crying. Then godlike Theoclymenus spoke among them. "Ah, wretched men, what is this evil you are suffering? Night covers your heads, your faces, and even your knees. The sound of mourning burns in the air. Your cheeks are wet with tears. The walls and fine beams are spattered with blood. The porch is full of ghosts, the courtyard too, spirits rushing down to Erebus through the darkness. The sun has vanished from the sky, and an evil mist spreads everywhere." So he spoke, and they all laughed loudly at him. Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, began speaking. "This stranger, newly come from somewhere else, is out of his mind. Come, young men, quickly escort him out of the house to the assembly, since he thinks this place looks like night." Godlike Theoclymenus answered him, Eurymachus, I did not ask you to send escorts with me. I have eyes, ears, and both my feet. I have a sound mind in my chest. With these I will go outside myself, since I see that evil is coming upon you, an evil none of the suitors will escape or avoid. You treat men with arrogance in the house of godlike Odysseus, and plan wicked deeds. So saying, he left the well-built house and went to Perilous, who gladly welcomed him. All the suitors looked at one another and tried to provoke Telemachus, laughing at his guests. One of the arrogant young men said, Telemachus, no one has worse luck with guests than you do. Look at this one, a needy wanderer who wants food and wine, skilled in no work and no strength, just a burden on the land. And now this other one stands up to prophecy. If you would listen to me, it would be much better. Let's put these strangers on a ship with many oarlocks and send them to the Sicilians. They could fetch you a good price there. So the suitors spoke, but Telemachus paid no attention. Instead, he silently watched his father, always waiting for the moment when he would lay his hands upon the shameless suitors. And then Penelope, daughter of Icarius, set a beautiful chair across from them. The daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, placed a beautiful chair opposite them and listened to the words of each man in the hall. They were laughing as they prepared their meal, a rich and pleasing one, since they had slaughtered many animals. But no supper could have been more dreadful than the one a goddess and a mighty man were soon about to set before them, for they had been the first to plan shameful deeds. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 21. Bright-eyed goddess Athena put this plan into the mind of Icarius's daughter, wise Penelope. To set before the suitors in Odysseus's hall the bow and the grey iron axes, a contest and the beginning of death. She stepped toward the high staircase of her house and took in her strong hand a curved key, beautiful and golden, with an ivory handle. She went with her servant women to the innermost chamber, where her lord's treasures were kept, bronze and gold and finely worked iron. There lay the strong bent bow and the quiver that held arrows. Inside it were many sharp arrows that would make men groan. These were gifts a guest friend had given him when he met him in Lacedaemon. Iphitus, son of Eurytus, a man like the immortal gods. The two had met in Messene, in the house of wise Ortilochus. Odysseus had gone there because of a debt that the whole people owed him, for Messenian men had carried off 300 sheep from Ithaca in ships with many oars, along with their shepherds. Because of this, Odysseus travelled a long road on an embassy, though he was still a boy, for his father and the other elders had sent him. Iphitus was there, searching for horses that had been lost to him. 12 mares, and under them hard-working mules. These later became his death and his fate when he went to the mighty-hearted son of Zeus, Heracles, master of great deeds. Heracles killed him in his own house, though he was his guest. A cruel man, who respected neither the vengeance of the gods nor the table he had set before him. He killed him and kept the strong-hoofed horses in his halls for himself. While searching for the mares, he met Odysseus and gave him the bow, the one great Eurytus had once carried, but left behind for his son when he died in his high-roofed house. And Odysseus gave him a sharp sword and a strong spear, the beginning of a close guest friendship. But they never came to know each other at the table, for before that the son of Zeus killed Iphitus, son of Eurytus, a man like the immortal gods, the very one who had given him the bow. And godlike Odysseus never carried that bow when he went to war on his dark ships. It stayed there in his halls as a reminder of his dear guest friend. But he carried it when he was in his own land. When the noble woman reached that chamber and stepped onto the oak threshold, which a carpenter had once carefully planed and made straight with his line, setting doorposts into it and fitting shining doors, she quickly loosened the strap from its hook, put the key into the lock, and shot back the bolts straight ahead. The doors bellowed like a bull feeding in a meadow, so loudly the fine doors roared when struck by the key. And quickly they swung open. She stepped onto the high platform where chests were standing, and inside them lay fragrant clothing. From there she reached out and took the bow from its peg, along with its shining case. Then she sat down right there, placed it upon her knees, and wept, crying out clearly as she lifted her lord's bow. And when she had satisfied herself with much tearful grieving, she went to the hall where the proud suitors were, holding in her hand the strong bent bow and the quiver that held arrows. Inside it were many arrows that would make men groan. With her, the servant women carried a chest in which much bronze and iron lay, the master's contest pieces. When the noble woman reached the suitors, she stood beside a pillar of the strongly built roof, holding her shining veil before her cheeks. A faithful servant stood on either side of her. At once she spoke to the suitors and said, "Listen to me, proud suitors, who keep troubling this house, eating and drinking without end, since its lord has long been gone, and you can make no other claim to defend yourselves except that you want to marry me and make me your wife. Come then, suitors, since this is the contest set before you. I will place here the great bow of noble Odysseus. Whoever can most easily string this bow in his hands and shoot an arrow through all 12 axes, that man I will follow, leaving this house, my wedded home, beautiful and full of wealth. A house I think I will remember forever, even in my dreams." So she spoke, and she told Eumaeus, the noble swineherd, to set before the suitors the bow and the grey iron. Eumaeus took them in his hands, weeping as he laid them down. And the cowherd also wept when he saw his master's bow. But Antinous rebuked them and called out to them, saying, "You foolish countrymen, who think only of the moment. Ah, you miserable men! Why do you shed tears and stir up grief in the woman's heart? Her heart already lies in pain, since she lost her dear husband. But sit quietly and eat, or go outside and cry, leaving the bow here as a prize for the suitors, a contest that will decide it all, for I do not think this well-crafted bow will be easily strung. There is no man among all of you such as Odysseus was. I saw him myself, and I remember it well, though I was a boy, still very young." So he spoke, and in his heart he hoped to string the bow and shoot an arrow through the iron. But in truth, he was going to be the first to taste an arrow from the hands of noble Odysseus, the very man he was dishonoring while sitting in his halls and stirring up all his companions. Then the sacred strength of Telemachus spoke among them. "Surely Zeus, son of Cronus, has made me foolish. My dear mother, though she is wise, says she will go with another and leave this house behind. And I laugh and delight in it with a foolish heart. But come, suitors, since this is the contest set before you. There is no woman like her now in all the land of Achaea, not in sacred Pylos, nor in Argos, nor in Mycenae, nor even here in Ithaca, nor on the dark mainland. And you yourselves know this. Why should I praise my mother? Come then, do not delay with excuses, and no longer shrink back from stringing the bow, so that we may see. And I myself would like to try the bow. If I can string it and shoot an arrow through the iron, then my noble mother would not leave this house in sorrow to go with another man, while I remain behind, now able at last to take up the fine prizes of my father." He spoke and leapt to his feet, taking off his purple cloak from his shoulders and laying aside his sharp sword. First he set up the axes. He dug one long trench for them all, and lined them up straight with a measuring line, then packed the earth around them. Amazement seized all who watched, at how well he set them in order, though he had never seen them before. Then he went to the threshold, and stood there, and tested the bow. 3 times he shook it, as he strained to pull it, and 3 times he let go of his strength, hoping in his heart to string the bow and shoot an arrow through the iron. And on the 4th try he would have strung it by force. But Odysseus shook his head and stopped him, though he longed to go on. Then the sacred strength of Telemachus spoke again among them. "Oh no, perhaps I will turn out weak and useless after all, or perhaps I am still too young and do not yet trust my hands to defend myself when a stronger man is angry first. But come, you who are stronger than I am, try the bow, and let us finish the contest." So he spoke, and laid the bow down on the ground, leaning it carefully against the smooth, well-fitted doors. He set the sharp arrow beside it against the curved tip, and then sat back down on the seat from which he had risen. Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, spoke among them. "Rise up in order, all of you, my friends, from left to right, beginning at the place where the wine is poured." So Antinous spoke, and his words pleased them. Laodes stood up first, son of Oenops. He was their priest, and used to sit at the far end beside the fine mixing bowl. He alone hated their reckless behavior, and felt anger toward all the suitors. He was the first then to take the bow and the sharp arrow. He went to the threshold, stood there, and tried the bow. But he did not string it. Before he could, his soft, unworked hands grew tired from pulling at it. Then he spoke to the suitors. "My friends, I will not string it. Let another take it. This bow will rob many noble men of heart and life, since it is far better to die than to live and fail at the thing we gather here for every day, waiting in hope. Now a man may still hope in his heart, and long to marry Penelope, wife of Odysseus. But once he tries the bow and sees for himself, let him then seek some other fair-robed Achaean woman, and win her with bride gifts. Then she may marry the man who gives the most, and comes as the one fate brings." So he spoke, and he set the bow down, leaning it against the smooth, well-fitted doors. He placed the sharp arrow beside it against the fine, curved tip, and sat back down on the chair from which he had risen. Then Antinous rebuked him and called out, saying, "Laodes, what kind of word has passed the fence of your teeth? It is dreadful and painful to hear, and I am angered at it. If indeed this bow will rob noble men of heart and life just because you cannot string it. Your honored mother did not give birth to you to be a strong archer with bow and arrows, but other proud suitors will soon string it." So he spoke, and he ordered Melanthius, the goatherd. "Come now, Melanthius, light a fire in the hall, set a large chair beside it, and put a fleece on it, and bring out a large wheel of fat from what is stored inside, so that we young men may warm the bow and rub it with grease, and then try it again and finish the contest." So he spoke, and at once Melanthius lit a steady fire. He brought a chair and set it beside the fire, and placed a fleece upon it. Then he brought out a large wheel of fat from inside. The young men warmed the bow and rubbed it with grease and kept trying, but they could not string it. They lacked much strength. Antinous and godlike Eurymachus were still holding back. They were the leaders of the suitors and far the best in strength. Meanwhile, the cowherd and the swineherd of noble Odysseus went out together from the house, and Odysseus himself followed them outside. When they were beyond the doors and even past the courtyard, he spoke to them gently and said, "Cowherd, and you, swineherd, should I speak a word or keep it hidden? My heart urges me to speak. What kind of men would you be to defend Odysseus if he were to come here suddenly, and some god brought him? Would you stand with the suitors or with Odysseus? Tell me, as your heart and spirit command." The cowherd answered him, "Father Zeus, if only you would make this wish come true, that that man would return and a god would bring him, then you would see what strength is in me and what my hands can do." And Eumaeus prayed likewise to all the gods that wise Odysseus might return home. When Odysseus clearly knew their true hearts, he spoke again and said, "I am that man, here in this house at last, after suffering many hardships. I have come home in the 20th year to my fatherland, and I know that I have come to you two alone among my servants, to you two who were wishing for my return, for of the others I have not heard even one praying that I would turn back and come home again. And now I will tell you the truth, just as it will be. If some god brings the proud suitors down under my hand, then I will bring you both wives, and I will give you property and houses built near my own. And after that you will be companions and brothers to Telemachus. But come now, I will show you another clear sign, so that you may know me well and trust me in your heart. This scar, the one a boar once gave me with its white tusk when I went to Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus." So he spoke and pushed his rags aside from the great scar. When the two men saw it and understood everything clearly, they wept and threw their arms around wise Odysseus. They kissed his head and shoulders in love, and Odysseus likewise kissed their heads and hands. And the sunlight would have set on them while they kept wailing, if Odysseus himself had not stopped them and said, "Stop your weeping and your crying, so that no one comes out of the hall and sees us," and then tells the others inside, "Go in, one after the other, not all together. I will go first, and you after me. Let this be our signal, for all the other proud suitors will not let anyone give me the bow and the quiver. But you, noble Eumaeus, carry the bow through the house and put it into my hands, and tell the women to shut the doors of the hall, the doors that are tightly fitted. And if any woman hears a groan or a crash from the men inside our walls, she must not come out at all, but stay right there in sullency beside her work. And you, noble Philoetius, I order you to shut the courtyard gates, lock them with the key, and quickly throw the bar across." So he spoke, and went back into the well-built house. He sat down again on the seat from which he had risen, and the two servants of noble Odysseus came in as well. Meanwhile Eurymachus held the bow in his hands, warming it here and there in the flame of the fire. But even so he could not string it, and his proud heart groaned deeply. In anger he spoke and said, "Oh no, I am filled with grief, for myself and for us all. It is not so much the marriage that troubles me. There are many other Achaean women, some in sea-girt Ithaca, others in different cities. But if we are so lacking in strength compared to godlike Odysseus that we cannot even string his bow, then it will be a shame, a disgrace spoken of even by men yet unborn." Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, answered him, "Eurymachus, it will not be that way, and you know it yourself. For now there is a holy feast of the god throughout the land. Who would string bows on such a sacred day? Put it aside quietly instead, and let the axes stand. For I do not think anyone will come into the hall of Laertes' son Odysseus and carry them off. Come then, let the wine-bearer pour drink offerings into the cups, so that we may pour a drink offering and then put away the curved bow. And at dawn order Melanthius, the goatherd, to bring the best goats from all his flocks, so that we may lay the thigh pieces before Apollo, famed for his bow, and tomorrow we will try the bow again and finish the contest." So Antinous spoke, and his words pleased them. The heralds poured water over their hands, and the young men filled the mixing bowls with wine. They passed it around to all, after first pouring a drink offering into the cups. When they had poured the drink offering and drunk as much as their hearts desired, clever Odysseus spoke to them with a crafty mind. "Hear me, suitors of the famous queen, while I say what my heart within my chest commands. I especially ask Eurymachus and godlike Antinous, since he spoke rightly before, to stop now with the bow and leave it to the gods. At dawn, a god will grant victory to whichever man he wishes. But come, give me the finely crafted bow, so that among you I may test my hands and my strength, whether I still have the power that once lived in my bending limbs, or whether wandering and hardship have worn it away." So he spoke, and they were all deeply angered, afraid that he might string the finely crafted bow. Antinous rebuked him and called him by name. "Ah, miserable stranger, you do not even have a little sense. Are you not content to sit quietly among us, proud men, sharing in the feast and lacking nothing of the meal, and hearing our talk and speech? No other stranger or beggar gets to listen to our words. Sweet wine is harming you, the kind that harms other men, too, when they gulp it down greedily and do not drink in proper measure. Wine once ruined the famous centaur Eurytion in the hall of great-hearted Perilous, when he came among the Lapiths, after wine clouded his mind. In his madness, he did evil things throughout the house of Perilous. Grief seized the heroes. They sprang up and dragged him out through the doorway. With pitiless bronze, they cut off his ears and nose. Blinded in his mind, he went away carrying his madness in his foolish heart. From that time, there was strife between the centaurs and men. And he himself first found disaster, heavy with wine. So too, Antinous said, I warn you of great harm if you string that bow. You will find no kindness in our land. Instead, we will send you in a black ship to King Echetus, the most cruel of mortal men, and from him you will not escape. So drink quietly, and do not quarrel with younger men." Then wise Penelope answered him, "Antinous, it is neither noble nor just to mistreat the guests of Telemachus, whoever comes to this house. Do you truly think that if this stranger strings the great bow of Odysseus, trusting in his own hands and strength, he will take me home and make me his wife? Not even he himself would think such a thing in his heart. Let none of you trouble your spirit over this matter while you feast here, for it is neither fitting nor reasonable." Then Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered her, "Daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, we do not think that this man will take you. Such a thing is unthinkable. But we fear the talk of men and women, lest some lesser Achaean say, 'See how men far inferior court the wife of a noble man, and cannot even string his finely crafted bow. Yet some wandering beggar came, and easily strung the bow and shot through the iron. That is what they would say, and it would be a disgrace for us. Then wise Penelope answered him, Eurymachus, there can be no good reputation in the land for men who dishonor the house of a noble man while they eat his goods. Why call this a disgrace? This stranger is tall and strong, and he claims to be the son of a good father. Come now, give him the finely crafted bow so that we may see. For I will say this, and it shall be done. If he strings it, and Apollo grants him glory, I will clothe him in fine garments, a cloak and a tunic, and I will give him a sharp spear for protection against dogs and men, and a two-edged sword. I will give him sandals for his feet, and send him wherever his heart and spirit lead him. Then thoughtful Telemachus answered her, My mother, no Achaean here has more authority over this bow than I, to give it or to refuse it to whomever I choose. Not even all the rulers throughout rocky Ithaca, nor those on the islands near horse-breeding Elis, could force me against my will if I decide to give this bow once and for all to the stranger. So go back into the house and attend to your own work, the loom and the spindle, and tell your handmaids to go about their tasks. The bow concerns men, and most of all me, for the authority in this house belongs to me. She stood amazed and went back into the house, for she placed in her heart the wise words of her son. Going up to the upper chamber with her handmaid women, she wept there for Odysseus, her beloved husband, and bright-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyelids. Then the noble swineherd took up the curved bow and carried it. But all the suitors shouted at him throughout the hall, and one of the proud young men said, Where are you taking that curved bow, you wretched swineherd, you wanderer? Soon the swift dogs you raised will devour you beside your pigs, far from men, if Apollo and the other immortal gods grant us favor. So they spoke, and in fear, because many were shouting at him, he set the bow back down in the same place. But from the other side, Telemachus called out sharply and threatened him, Bring the bow forward. You will not please them all. Be careful. Though I am younger, I might drive you out to the fields and pelt you with stones. I am stronger than you. If only I were that much stronger in hands and strength than all these suitors in my house, then I would quickly send some one of them out of our home in shame, since they are plotting evil. So he spoke, and all the suitors laughed at him sweetly. They let go of their anger against Telemachus. Then the swineherd carried the bow through the house and stood beside wise Odysseus, placing it in his hands. And he called out to nurse Eurycleia and said, Wiser Eurycleia, Telemachus orders you to shut the doors of the well-built hall, the doors that are tightly fitted, and if any woman hears a groan or a crash from the men inside, she must not go outside but stay quietly at her work. So he spoke, and his word did not fly away unused. She barred the doors of the well-built house. Silently Philœtius slipped out of the house and barred the gates of the well-walled courtyard. Under the porch lay the cable of a swift ship made of papyrus. With it he tied fast the gates. Then he went back inside and sat down again on the seat from which he had risen, keeping his eyes on Odysseus. And Odysseus was already handling the bow, turning it this way and that, examining it closely, to see whether worms had eaten the horn while its master was away. Then one would glance at another nearby and say, Surely he is some admirer of bows, and a cunning one. Or perhaps he has such bows at home himself. Or maybe he plans to make one, the way he handles it back and forth in his hands, that wandering rogue skilled in tricks. Another proud young man said, May he have just as much success in everything else as he will ever have in stringing that bow." So the suitors spoke. But clever Odysseus, once he had lifted the great bow and examined it all over, just as a man skilled in the lyre and song easily stretches a string over a new peg, fastening the well-twisted sheep gut at both ends, so without effort Odysseus strung the great bow. With his right hand he plucked the string, and it rang clear and sweet, like the note of a swallow. A great dread fell upon the suitors. All their faces changed color. And Zeus thundered loudly, showing his sign. Then long-suffering noble Odysseus rejoiced, because the son of crooked-counselling Cronus had sent him an omen. He took up a swift arrow that lay beside him on the table. A bare one. The others were still inside the hollow quiver. The rest of the arrows lay in the hollow quiver, the ones the Achaeans would soon test. Odysseus took one, set it on the grip, drew back the string to the notched end, and, sitting there upon his chair, shot the arrow straight ahead. He did not miss the first axe's socket, nor any of them, but the heavy bronze-tipped arrow passed clean through and out the far side. Then he spoke to Telemachus. "Telemachus, this stranger sitting in your hall does not disgrace you. I did not miss the mark. I did not struggle long to string the bow. My strength is still firm within me, not as the suitors in their insults claim. Now it is time to prepare a feast for the Achaeans, while there is still light. After that, there will be other entertainments, song and lyre, for these are the proper ornaments of a banquet." He spoke and nodded to him with his brows, and Telemachus, the dear son of divine Odysseus, fastened a sharp sword at his side, gripped his spear in his hand, and stood beside him near the throne, armed in gleaming bronze. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 22. Then resourceful Odysseus stripped off his rags and leapt onto the great threshold, holding his bow and quiver full of arrows. He poured the swift shafts out before his feet and said to the suitors, "This contest, the final one, has now been finished. Now I will try another target, one that no man has yet hit. I will see if I can strike it, if Apollo grants me glory." He spoke and aimed a bitter arrow straight at Antinous. Antinous was just about to lift a beautiful cup, a golden one, with 2 handles. He already held it in his hands so he could drink the wine. Murder was not in his thoughts, for who among men at a feast would think that one man alone, among so many, even if he were very strong, could bring evil death and black doom upon him? But Odysseus shot him in the throat with an arrow, and the sharp point passed straight through his soft neck. He fell to one side, and the cup dropped from his hand. As he was struck, a thick stream of human blood poured up through his nostrils. He kicked the table with his foot and shoved it away, and the food spilled onto the ground. Bread and roasted meat were scattered and spoiled. The suitors shouted throughout the hall when they saw the man had fallen. They jumped up from their chairs in confusion, looking all around at the well-built walls. But there was no shield anywhere, and no strong spear to grab. They shouted angrily at Odysseus, "Stranger, you shoot at men wickedly. You will not compete in any other contests. Now steep destruction awaits you, for you have just killed the man who was the very best of the young men in Ithaca. The vultures will eat you here for this." Each man stood confused. They did not think he had killed the man on purpose. The fools did not understand that the final edge of destruction was now hanging over them all. Then resourceful Odysseus looked at them with a dark scowl and said, "You dogs! You never thought I would return home from the land of Troy. So you wasted my house. You forced yourselves into the beds of my slave women. You tried to win my wife while I was still alive. You feared neither the gods who hold wide heaven nor any judgment from men that might come later. Now the final edge of destruction hangs over you all." So he spoke, and pale fear seized them. Each man looked around for some way to escape sheer destruction. Then Eurymachus alone answered him. "If you truly are Odysseus of Ithaca, returned at last, then you have spoken rightly about what the Achaeans have done, the many wicked acts in your house and in your fields. But the man responsible for all of it already lies dead. Antinous. He pushed these deeds forward, not so much because he wanted to marry, but because he was aiming at something else, which the son of Cronos did not grant him. He wanted to rule over well-built Ithaca himself and to kill your son in an ambush. Now he has met his fate. So spare your people. As for us, we will make things right among the people. We will repay you for whatever was eaten and drunk in your house, each man bringing payment worth 20 oxen. And we will pay you back in bronze and gold until your heart is satisfied. Until then, no one can blame you for being angry." Then resourceful Odysseus looked at him with a dark scowl and said, "Eurymachus, not even if you gave back all your father's wealth to me, everything you now own, and even more added from somewhere else, not even then would I stop my hands from killing until every suitor has paid for his wrongdoing. Now the choice stands before you. Fight me face to face or run, if any man thinks he can escape death and doom. But I do not believe any of you will escape steep destruction." So he spoke, and their knees went weak, and their hearts failed within them. But Eurymachus spoke again to them. "My friends, this man will not hold back his unstoppable hands. Since he has taken up the well-crafted bow and quiver, he will keep shooting from the smooth threshold until he kills us all. So let us remember our courage in battle. Draw your swords, hold up the tables against his deadly arrows. Let us rush him all together and try to drive him away from the doorway. Then we can run through the city and raise a cry at once. Then this man would soon shoot his last arrow." After saying this, he drew his sharp bronze sword, sharpened on both sides, and leapt at Odysseus with a terrible shout. At that same moment, godlike Odysseus shot an arrow and struck him in the chest beside the nipple. The swift arrow sank into his liver. The sword fell from his hand to the ground. He collapsed over a table, doubled up in pain, and the food and the two-handled cup spilled onto the floor. He struck the ground with his forehead, grieving in his heart, and kicked a chair with both his feet. Eurymachus kicked the chair and knocked it over, and a dark mist spread over his eyes. Then Amphinomus rushed straight at glorious Odysseus. He charged at him face to face, drawing his sharp sword, hoping somehow to force him back from the doorway. But Telemachus struck first. From behind, he hit him with a bronze-tipped spear between the shoulders and drove it through his chest. He fell with a heavy thud and struck the ground with his whole forehead. Telemachus quickly pulled back, leaving the long spear stuck in Amphinomus. He was afraid that one of the Achaeans might rush at him with a sword while he was pulling the spear out, or strike him as he bent forward. So he ran, and quickly reached his dear father. Standing close beside him, he spoke. "Father, I will bring you a shield and 2 spears now, and a solid bronze helmet that fits close to your temples. I will put on armor myself and give armor to the swineherd and the cowherd. It is better for us to be armed." Resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Run and get them, while I still have arrows to defend myself, so they do not force me away from the doorway while I stand here alone." So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father. He went to the storeroom where the fine armor was kept. From there he took 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze helmets crested with horsehair. Carrying them, he quickly returned to his dear father. First he put the bronze armor on his own body. Then the 2 servants also put on their fine armor, and stood beside brave, clever Odysseus. Meanwhile, as long as Odysseus still had arrows to defend himself, he kept shooting at the suitors inside his own house, one after another. Odysseus kept shooting carefully, taking aim, and the suitors fell one after another. But when the arrows ran out for the lord who was shooting them, he leaned his bow against a door-post of the well-built hall, against the bright entrance wall. Then he put a shield with 4 layers over his shoulders. On his strong head he placed a well-made helmet with a horsehair crest, and the plume nodded terribly above it. He took up 2 strong spears, tipped with bronze. Now there was a side door set into the solid wall. At the top of the threshold of the well-built hall, it opened into a narrow passage, closed by tight-fitting boards. Odysseus told the noble swineherd to stand close by it and guard it, because only one man at a time could come through there. Then Agelaus spoke to the suitors and said to them all, "My friends, can someone go up through the side door and tell the people?" A battle cry could quickly be raised. Then this man would soon shoot his last arrow. But Melanthius, the goatherd, answered him, "That cannot be done, Agelaus, favored by Zeus. The fine doors of the courtyard are terribly close, and the mouth of the passage is hard to get through. Even one strong man could block the way for everyone. But come, I will bring you armor from the chamber, so you can arm yourselves. For I believe that Odysseus and his noble son have stored the weapons there, and nowhere else." So saying, Melanthius the goatherd went up through the hall into Odysseus's storeroom. From there he took 12 shields, 12 spears, and 12 bronze helmets crested with horsehair. He quickly brought them down and handed them to the suitors. When Odysseus saw them putting on armor and shaking long spears in their hands, it seemed to him a terrible thing. At once he spoke winged words to Telemachus. "Telemachus, surely some woman in the house, or Melanthius, is stirring up this evil fight against us." Wise Telemachus answered him, "Father, I made this mistake myself. No one else is to blame. I left the chamber door slightly open, and their lookout was better than mine. But go, noble Eumaeus, shut the door of the chamber, and find out whether it is some woman doing this, or Dolius's son Melanthius, for I suspect it is him." While they were speaking like this to one another, Melanthius the goatherd went again to the chamber to fetch more fine armor. But the noble swineherd saw him, and at once spoke to Odysseus, who was standing near. "Son of Laertes, resourceful Odysseus, that dangerous man whom we suspected is going to the chamber again. Tell me truly, should I kill him if I am stronger than he is, or shall I bring him here to you, so he may pay for the many wrongs he has done in your house?" Resourceful Odysseus answered him, "Yes, Telemachus and I will hold the proud suitors inside the hall, even though they are eager to attack us. But you two must twist his hands and feet behind his back and throw him into the chamber. Fasten the door behind him with boards. Then tie a strong rope to him, hoist him up a tall column, and fasten him to the rafters, so that he may stay alive for a long time and suffer great pain." So he spoke, and they listened carefully and obeyed. They went to the chamber and caught him inside without his noticing. He was searching for armor in the back corner of the room, while the two men stood waiting on either side of the doorway. When Melanthius the goatherd stepped over the threshold, carrying a fine helmet in one hand and in the other a wide old shield, once belonging to the hero Laertes, which he had worn as a young man, they saw that it had long been lying unused, and the seams of its straps had come apart. Then the two rushed at him, grabbed him by the hair, dragged him inside, and threw him down on the floor, grieving at heart. They tied his hands and feet together with painful bonds, twisting them tight, just as long-suffering, godlike Odysseus, son of Laertes, had ordered. They fastened a twisted rope to him, hoisted him up a tall column, and tied him to the rafters. And swineherd Eumaeus mocked him, saying, "Now, Melanthius, you will surely keep watch through the whole night, lying in a soft bed, as is fitting for you. And you will not miss the early-born dawn, golden-throned, rising from the streams of ocean, at the hour when you used to lead goats to the suitors, so they could prepare their feast in this house." So he was left there, stretched out in cruel bonds. The two men then put on their armor, shut the shining door, and went back to brave, clever Odysseus. They stood there, breathing fury. 4 men stood at the threshold, and many strong fighters were inside the hall. Then the daughter of Zeus, Athena, came near to them, appearing in the form and voice of Mentor. Odysseus rejoiced when he saw her, and he spoke to her. "Mentor, drive away this ruin, and remember your dear friend, the one who always did you favors. You are my age." So he spoke, suspecting that it was Athena, the one who stirs up armies. On the other side of the hall, the suitors shouted at her. Agelaus, son of Damastor, was the first to scold her. "Mentor, do not let Odysseus trick you with his words into fighting the suitors and helping him. For this is how I think things will end. When we kill these two, the father and the son, then you too will die among them for whatever you plan to do here in the palace. You will pay for it with your head. And after we take your lives with bronze, we will mix all your possessions, everything inside and outside, with those of Odysseus. We will not let your sons live in your house, nor your daughters, nor your faithful wife walk freely through the city of Ithaca." So he spoke, and Athena grew even more angry in her heart. She rebuked Odysseus with sharp words. "Odysseus, you no longer have the steady fury and strength you once had, not like when you fought for 9 long years against the Trojans for white-armed Helen, daughter of a noble father. You killed many men in fierce battle, and the broad streets of Priam's city fell by your plan. Why now, when you have come to your own house and possessions, do you shrink back from standing strong against the suitors? Come here, my friend. Stand beside me and watch what I will do, so you may see what kind of man Mentor, son of Alcimus, is when he repays a favor among enemies." She spoke, but she did not yet give him complete victory. Instead, she was still testing the strength and courage of Odysseus and his noble son, seeing how strong and brave they truly were. Then she herself flew up to a beam in the smoky hall and sat there, taking the shape of a swallow. Agelaus, son of Damastor, urged on the suitors, along with Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Pisander, son of Polyctor, and clever Polybus. These were the strongest of the suitors, who were still alive and fighting for their lives. The others had already been struck down by the bow and the thick flying arrows. Agelaus spoke to them all. "My friends, this man will soon have to stop his unstoppable hands. Mentor has gone, after speaking empty boasts, and now they are left alone at the front doors. So do not all throw your long spears at once. Instead, Let 6 of you throw first, in hope that Zeus may grant that Odysseus be struck, and that you win glory. Once he falls, we will not worry about the others." So he spoke, and they all threw as he commanded, eager to strike. But Athena made every throw miss. One man hit a doorpost of the well-built hall. Another struck the tightly fitted door. Another's ash spear, heavy with bronze, stuck fast in the wall. After they had avoided the spears of the suitors, long-suffering, godlike Odysseus spoke first. "My friends, now it is our turn to throw our spears into the crowd of suitors who are eager to strip us of our armor, on top of all the wrongs they have already done." So he spoke, and they all aimed and threw their sharp spears straight at them. Odysseus struck down Demoptolemus. Telemachus killed Eurydamus. The swineherd killed Elatus. The oxherd killed Pisander. All 4 of the men they struck fell at once and bit the vast ground with their teeth. The rest of the suitors pulled back into the far corner of the hall. Odysseus and his men rushed forward and pulled their spears out of the fallen bodies. Again, the suitors hurled their sharp spears eagerly, but Athena made most of them miss. One struck a strong doorpost of the hall. Another hit the tightly fitted door. Another man's ash spear, heavy with bronze, stuck fast in the wall. Amphimedon struck Telemachus on the wrist with a glancing blow, and the bronze grazed the skin. Ctesippus threw his long spear at Eumaeus and grazed his shoulder above the shield, but it flew past and fell to the ground. Then the men standing with Odysseus, the clever and resourceful one, threw their sharp spears back into the crowd of suitors. Odysseus, the sacker of cities, struck down Eurydamus. Telemachus killed Amphimedon. The swineherd killed Polybus. The oxherd struck Ctesippus in the chest. Boasting over him, he said, "Polythersides, lover of insults, do not give in to foolish pride and speak great boasts. Leave such talk to the gods, since they are far stronger. This is a guest gift in return for the foot you threw at godlike Odysseus when he wandered through the house." So spoke the herdsman of curved horned oxen. Then Odysseus wounded Damastorides at close range with his long spear. Telemachus struck Leocritus, son of Evenor, in the middle of his side and drove the bronze straight through him. He fell forward and struck the ground full on his forehead. Then Athena lifted high her sacred mantle, the mortal-destroying one, and the suitors' hearts were filled with terror. They ran wildly through the hall like a herd of cattle when a stinging gadfly attacks them in springtime, when the days grow long. But Odysseus and his men were like vultures with hooked beaks and curved claws, swooping down from the mountains upon smaller birds. The birds scatter across the plain, trying to escape beneath the clouds, but the vultures spring upon them and kill them. There is no defense and no escape, and hunters rejoice in the chase. So Odysseus and his men rushed at the suitors throughout the house and struck them down one after another. A dreadful groaning rose up as their heads were smashed, and the whole floor flowed with blood. Then Laodes ran to Odysseus, grabbed his knees, and begged him with pleading words, "I clasp your knees, Odysseus. Respect me and show me mercy. I swear I never said or did anything wicked to any woman in your house. Instead, I tried to stop the other suitors, whoever did such things. But they would not listen to me or keep their hands from evil. So by their own recklessness, they have met a shameful death. But I, the prophet among them, who did no wrong, will now lie dead too. And there is no gratitude later for good deeds." Then resourceful Odysseus looked at him darkly and said, "If you claim to be a prophet among them, then you must have often prayed in my house that my sweet return would be delayed far away, and that my dear wife would go with you and bear you children. Therefore you will not escape a bitter death." So saying, he seized a sword with his strong hand, the one Agelaus had dropped on the ground. As Laodes was still speaking, Odysseus struck him with the sword straight through the middle of the neck. His head fell and rolled in the dust even as he tried to finish his words. But Terpiades, the minstrel Phemius, was still trying to escape black doom. He had been singing among the suitors under pressure. He stood near the side door, holding his clear-toned lyre in his hands, and he wondered what he should do. Should he slip out of the hall and sit beside the well-built altar of Zeus of the courtyard, where Laertes and Odysseus had often burned the thigh bones of oxen? Or should he run to Odysseus and beg him by his knees? As he thought about it, this seemed best: to grasp the knees of Odysseus, son of Laertes. So he set his hollow lyre down on the ground between a silver-studded chair and the mixing bowl. Then he rushed to Odysseus, grabbed his knees, and begged him, "I clasp your knees, Odysseus. Respect me, and have mercy on me. You yourself will feel sorrow later if you kill a singer who sings for both gods and men. I am self-taught, but a god has planted all kinds of songs in my heart. I am fit to sing for you as for a god. So do not be eager to cut my throat. Even your beloved son Telemachus will tell you that I did not come to your house willingly, or because I desired to. I sang among the suitors only after meals because they forced me. They were far more numerous and stronger, and they brought me by compulsion." So he spoke, and Telemachus heard him. At once he said to his father, who was standing nearby, "Stop! Do not strike this innocent man with bronze, and let us also spare the herald Medon, who always cared for me in our house when I was a child, unless Philoetius or the swineherd has already killed him, or he ran into you while you were raging through the hall." So he spoke, and Medon, who was wise and alert, heard him. He had been crouching beneath a chair, wrapped in the fresh hide of an ox, trying to escape black doom. At once he sprang out from under the chair, pulled off the ox hide, rushed to Telemachus, grabbed his knees and begged him, "My friend, here I am. Stop! Tell your father not to harm me with sharp bronze in his great anger against the suitor men who wasted his goods in the palace and treated you like nothing." Resourceful Odysseus smiled at him and said, "Take courage. This one has saved you and kept you alive, so that you may know in your heart and tell others that doing good is far better than doing evil. Now go outside the hall and sit in the courtyard, away from the bloodshed, you and the famous singer, while I finish the work that must be done in this house." So he spoke, and the two went out of the hall and sat beside the altar of great Zeus, looking around in every direction, still fearing death. Meanwhile, Odysseus looked all through his house to see if any man was still alive and hiding, trying to escape black doom. But he saw them all lying in blood and dust, many of them, like fish that fishermen have dragged out of the grey sea in a wide-meshed net and thrown onto the hollow beach. There they lie on the sand, longing for the waves of the sea. The bright sun drains the life from fish left on the sand. So the suitors lay piled on top of one another. Then resourceful Odysseus said to Telemachus, "Telemachus, go call the nurse Eurycleia, so I may tell her what is in my heart." So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father. He opened the door and called to the nurse, "Come here, old woman, ancient one, who watches over the women slaves in our house. Come." My father calls you, so he may speak to you." He spoke, and she had no words in reply. She opened the doors of the well-built house and came forward, with Telemachus leading the way. She found Odysseus, standing among the slain bodies, spattered with blood and gore, like a lion that has fed on a field-raised ox. Its chest and both cheeks are smeared with blood, and it is terrible to look upon. So Odysseus was stained, his hands and his feet splashed with blood. When she saw the corpses and the great pool of blood, she was about to cry out in triumph, for she saw a mighty deed had been done. But Odysseus stopped her and held her back, though she longed to shout. He spoke to her. "Old woman, rejoice in your heart, but hold yourself back and do not cry out. It is not right to boast over dead men. The gods' fate and their own reckless deeds have destroyed these men. They respected no one on earth, neither the good nor the bad, whoever came among them. So by their own wickedness they have met a shameful death. Now come, tell me about the women in my house. Tell me which of them dishonor me, and which are innocent." Dear nurse Eurycleia answered him, "Then I will tell you the truth, my child. You have 50 women in your house, slave women whom we have taught to do their work, to card wool and endure slavery. But 12 of them have become shameless. They respected neither me nor Penelope herself. Telemachus was still young, and his mother did not allow him to give orders to the women slaves. But let me go up to the bright upper room and tell your wife. Some god has sent sleep upon her." Resourceful Odysseus answered, "Do not wake her yet. Instead, tell the women to come here, only those who have been planning disgraceful deeds." So he spoke, and the old woman went through the hall to deliver the message and order the women to come. Then Odysseus called Telemachus, the herdsman, and the swineherd together, and said to them, "Begin carrying out the corpses now, and tell the women to help. After that, wash the beautiful chairs and tables with water and well-pierced sponges. When you have set the whole house in order, lead the slave women outside the well-built hall, into the space between the round building and the strong wall of the courtyard. There, strike them down with your long swords until you have taken the life from all of them, and they forget Aphrodite, whom they lay with secretly under the suitors." So he spoke, and all the women came together, wailing bitterly and pouring out heavy tears. First they carried out the corpses of the slain and laid them beneath the portico of the well-fenced courtyard, heaping them one upon another. Odysseus himself urged them on, pressing them hard, and they carried the bodies out under compulsion. After that, they washed the beautiful chairs and tables with water and well-pierced sponges. Then Telemachus, the herdsman, and the swineherd scraped the floor of the well-built house with shovels, while the slave women carried away the refuse and cast it outside. When they had set the whole hall in order, they led the slave women out of the well-built house, into the space between the round building and the strong courtyard wall, herding them into a narrow place from which there was no escape. Then prudent Telemachus spoke first among them. "I will not take the lives of these with a clean death, these women who poured shame upon my head and upon my mother, and who lay beside the suitors." So he spoke, and fastening a cable from a dark-prowed ship to a tall pillar, he stretched it tight around the dome, pulling it high so that none of them could touch the ground with their feet. As when long-winged thrushes or doves fall into a snare set in a thicket as they go to roost, and a hateful bed receives them. So the women stood in a row, with their heads all in line, and nooses about their necks, that they might die most pitifully. They struggled with their feet for a little while, but not for long. Then they brought Melanthius out through the doorway and into the courtyard, They cut off his nose and ears with pitiless bronze, tore away his genitals for the dogs to eat raw, and in their fury chopped off his hands and feet. They washed their hands and feet, then went back into the house to Odysseus. The work was finished. He spoke to his dear nurse, Euryclea. "Bring sulphur, old woman, a remedy against pollution, and bring fire, so that I may purify the hall, and tell Penelope to come here with her attendants. Urge all the women slaves throughout the house to come as well." Dear nurse Euryclea answered him, "Yes, my child, you speak rightly. But come, let me bring you clothing, a cloak and tunic, and do not stand in your hall with broad shoulders wrapped in rags. That would be unseemly." Resourceful Odysseus replied, "First of all, let there be 4 in the house." So he spoke, and dear nurse Euryclea did not disobey. She brought fire and sulphur, and Odysseus thoroughly fumigated the hall, the house, and the courtyard. Then the old woman went again through the beautiful house of Odysseus to summon the women and urge them to come. They came out of the hall holding torches in their hands. They gathered around Odysseus, embracing him and greeting him warmly. They kissed his head and shoulders and clasped his hands, and a sweet longing for tears and lamentation seized him, for in his heart he recognized them all. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 23. The old woman went up to the upper room, laughing with joy, to tell her mistress that her dear husband was inside the house. Her knees moved quickly, and her feet hurried beneath her. She stood over Penelope's head and spoke to her. "Wake up, Penelope, dear child, so you can see with your own eyes what you have longed for all your days. Odysseus has come and reached his home, though he came late. He has killed the proud suitors who troubled his house, who kept wasting his property and harming his son." Careful Penelope answered her, "Dear nurse, the gods have made you mad. They can make even the wise foolish and lead the simple into good sense. They have confused you. You used to be sound of mind. Why do you mock me when my heart is full of grief, telling me wild things and waking me from sweet sleep, sleep that closed over my dear eyelids? I have not slept like that since the day Odysseus went away to see evil Ilium, a name not to be spoken. But go now, go back down to the hall. If any other of my women had come and told me this and woken me from sleep, I would have quickly sent her away in anger back into the hall. Your old age is the only reason I spare you." Dear nurse Euryclea answered her, "I am not mocking you, dear child. This is the truth. Odysseus has come and reached his home, just as I say. That stranger whom everyone dishonored in the palace. Telemachus has known for some time that he was inside, but wisely he kept his father's plan secret, so that he could take revenge on the violent and arrogant men." When she said this, Penelope rejoiced and leapt from her bed. She threw her arms around the old woman, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then she spoke and said, "Come now, dear nurse, tell me the truth. Is it really so? Has he truly come home, as you say? How did he lay hands on the shameless suitors all alone, while they always stayed inside together?" Dear nurse Euryclea answered her, "I did not see it. I did not ask. I only heard the groans of the men being killed. We women sat in a corner of the strong-built chambers, trembling, and the tight-fitted doors held us shut, until at last your son Telemachus called me from the hall, for his father sent him to summon me. Then I found Odysseus, standing among the dead bodies." They lay all around him on the hard ground, piled on top of one another. If you had seen him, your heart would have been glad. He was covered in blood and gore, like a lion. Now they are all lying together by the courtyard doors, and he is cleansing the beautiful house by building a great fire. He sent me to call you. Come, so that both of you may fill your dear hearts with joy, since you have suffered many hardships. Now at last your long hope has come true. He has come home alive to his hearth, and he has found you and his son in the palace. And those suitors who did him harm, he has paid them back, every one of them, in his own house. Careful Penelope answered her, Dear nurse, do not boast yet and laugh with joy. You know how welcome he would be in this house. To everyone, and most of all to me, and to the son we both brought into this world. But this story is not true, as you tell it. Rather, some god must have killed the proud suitors, angry at their wild pride and cruel deeds, for they honored no one on earth, neither good man nor bad, who ever came to them. Because of their reckless sin, they have suffered evil. But Odysseus lost his return far from Achaea, and he himself has perished. Then dear nurse Euryclea answered her, My child, what kind of word has passed your lips? You say that your husband, though he is inside by his hearth, has not come home. Your heart is always unbelieving. But come, I will tell you a clear sign, another proof, the scar a wild boar once gave him with its white tusk. I saw it when I was washing him, and I wanted to tell you. But he grabbed me by the mouth with his hands, and, in his wise mind, would not let me speak. So come, I will stake my very life on it. If I am deceiving you, kill me in the worst and most pitiful way. Then careful Penelope answered her, Dear nurse, it is hard for you to understand the plans of the everlasting gods, though you are very wise. Still, let us go to my son, so that I may see the suitor men lying dead, and the man who killed them. With that, she went down from the upper room. Her heart was deeply troubled, wondering whether she should stand at a distance and question her dear husband, or go up to him, kiss his head, and take his hands. When she came in and stepped over the stone doorway, she sat down across from Odysseus in the light of the fire, by the opposite wall. He sat leaning against a tall pillar, looking down, waiting to see if his strong and noble wife would say something to him after seeing him with her own eyes. But she sat in silence for a long time, and her heart was struck with amazement. At times she looked straight at his face, and at other times she did not recognize him, because he wore rough and shabby clothes. Then Telemachus scolded her and called her by name. My mother, hard mother with a cruel heart, why do you stay away from father like this? Why not sit beside him and ask him questions? No other woman with a steady heart would stand apart from her husband like this, a man who, after suffering many hardships, has come home to his native land in the 20th year. But your heart is always harder than stone. Careful Penelope answered him, My son, my heart in my chest is amazed. I cannot speak to him or question him, nor can I look him straight in the face. If it truly is Odysseus, and he has come home, then we two will surely know each other even better than before. For we have signs between us, hidden from others, which only we two understand. When she said this, long-suffering noble Odysseus smiled, and at once spoke to Telemachus. Telemachus, let your mother test me here in the house, she will soon know me more surely. Right now, because I am dirty and wearing rough clothing, she does not honor me, and will not yet say that I am truly him. But let us think together how things may turn out for the best. For even a man who kills only one person in a town, if that man does not have many relatives to defend him, must flee, leaving behind his family and his homeland. But we have killed the very support of this city, the best young men in Ithaca. You must think carefully about this." Wise Telemachus answered him, "Look to this yourself, dear father. They say your wisdom is the best among men, and no other mortal could compete with you. We will gladly follow you, and I do not think we will lack courage. As much strength as we have, we will use it." Then clever Odysseus replied, "Then I will tell you what seems best to me. First, wash yourselves and put on clean tunics. Tell the servant women in the house to put on their clothes as well. Then let the inspired singer take up his clear lyre and lead us in lively dancing, so that anyone hearing from outside, whether walking along the road or living nearby, will think a wedding is taking place. We must not let word of the suitors' slaughter spread through the town before we leave for our farm in the countryside, rich with trees. There we will decide whatever advantage the Olympian god may grant us." So he spoke, and they listened carefully and obeyed. First they washed and put on fresh tunics, and the women dressed themselves as well. The singer took up his carved lyre and stirred in them a longing for sweet song and noble dancing. The great house rang loudly with the sound of men dancing and beautifully dressed women. Someone listening outside the house would say, "Surely someone has married the long-pursued queen. Foolish woman! She did not stay and guard the house of her true husband until he returned." So people would say, not knowing what had truly happened. Meanwhile, in his own house, the housekeeper Eurynome bathed great-hearted Odysseus and rubbed him with olive oil. She put a fine cloak and tunic on him. Then Athena poured great beauty over his head. She made him appear taller and stronger, and thick curls fell from his head like the petals of a hyacinth flower. Just as a skilled craftsman pours gold over silver. A man taught by Hephaestus and Athena, who knows every kind of art and makes beautiful works. So the goddess poured grace over Odysseus's head and shoulders. He stepped out of the bath looking like an immortal. Then he went and sat again on the chair from which he had risen, across from his wife, and spoke to her. "Strange woman, the gods who live on Olympus have given you a heart harder than any other woman's. No other woman would keep her distance like this from her husband, a man who has suffered many hardships and returned home in the 20th year to his own land. But come, nurse, prepare a bed for me so that I may lie down by myself. For the heart in this woman's chest must surely be made of iron." Careful Penelope answered him, "Strange man, I am not proud, nor do I look down on you, nor am I overly amazed. But I know very well what kind of man you were when you left Ithaca on your long-oared ship. But come, Eurycleia, spread a strong bed for him outside the well-built chamber, the one he made himself. Put the solid bed there for him and lay bedding on it, fleeces, cloaks, and bright blankets." She said this to test her husband. But Odysseus, troubled, spoke to his wise and faithful wife. "Woman, that word you have spoken cuts deeply into my heart. Who has moved my bed somewhere else? It would be difficult, even for a skilled man, unless a god himself came and easily set it in another place. No living man, no mortal, not even in the strength of his youth, could easily move it. For a great secret is built into that bed, and I made it myself no other man. A long-leaved olive tree once grew inside the courtyard wall, strong and thriving, its trunk thick like a pillar. Around it I built the chamber with tightly fitted stones, and I roofed it well above. Then I set strong doors in place that fit closely together. After that, I cut away the branches of the olive tree. I trimmed the trunk from the roots and smoothed it carefully with bronze tools. I made it straight with a measuring line and shaped it into a bedpost, then drilled it with an auger. Starting from that post, I built the bed frame and finished it carefully, decorating it with gold, silver, and ivory. Then I stretched across it a strap of ox hide dyed bright purple. That is the sign I give you. But I do not know, woman, whether that bed still stands as it was, or whether someone has moved it elsewhere by cutting through the base of the olive tree." So he spoke, and at once her knees and heart gave way, because she recognized the sure signs that Odysseus had revealed to her. With tears in her eyes, she ran straight to him, threw her arms around Odysseus's neck, kissed his head, and said to him, "Do not be angry with me, Odysseus. In all things you are the wisest of men. But the gods gave us sorrow, because they did not want us to remain together, to enjoy our youth side by side and grow old together. So do not be angry with me now, and do not resent me because when I first saw you I did not welcome you at once. My heart in my chest has always trembled with fear that some man might come here and trick me with clever words. For many people make plans for wicked gain. Not even Argive Helen, daughter of Zeus, would have joined herself in love and bed with a foreign man if she had known that the warlike sons of the Achaeans would one day bring her home again to her beloved country. But a god drove her to do that shameful thing. She had not held that ruinous blindness in her heart before, the blindness from which sorrow first came upon us as well. But now, since you have told the clear sign of our bed, which no other mortal has seen, only you and I, and one single servant woman, Actoris, whom my father gave me when I first came here, the one who guarded the doors of our strong chamber. Now you have convinced my heart, hard though it has been." When she said this, the desire to weep rose even stronger in him. Holding his beloved wife in his arms, his faithful and loving wife, Odysseus wept. Just as land appears welcome to swimmers, whose strong ship Poseidon has wrecked in the sea. Pressed hard by wind and pounding waves, only a few swimmers escape the grey sea and reach the shore. They struggle through the water, their bodies covered with thick sea foam, and they step gladly onto the land, having escaped disaster. Just so welcome was her husband to her as she looked upon him. She would not loosen her white arms from around his neck. Dawn with rosy fingers might have risen upon them as they wept, if bright-eyed Athena had not thought of something else. She held the long night in its course and kept dawn back at the edge of ocean. She would not let dawn yoke her swift horses, Lampus and Phaethon, the shining colts that bring daylight to men. Then clever Odysseus spoke to his wife. "My wife, we have not yet come to the end of all our trials. Still ahead lies a great labor, long and difficult, and I must complete it all. For this is what the spirit of Tiresias foretold to me on the day I went down into the house of Hades, seeking a way home for my companions and for myself. But come now, let us go to bed, my wife, so that we may lie down and find rest in sweet sleep." Careful Penelope answered him, "You will surely have your bed whenever your heart desires, since the gods have allowed you to reach your well-built home and your own homeland. But since you have spoken of it, and a god has placed it in your heart, tell me now of this trial, for I will hear of it later anyway, and it is no worse to learn of it now." Then clever Odysseus answered her, "Strange woman, why do you urge me so strongly to tell it now? But I will tell it, and I will not hide it. Your heart will not be glad to hear it, and I myself am not glad about it either. For he commanded me to travel to many cities of men, carrying a well-shaped oar in my hands, until I reach people who know nothing of the sea and do not eat food mixed with salt. They know nothing of ships with painted bows, nor of the smooth oars that are like wings for ships. But he told me a clear sign, and I will not hide it from you. When a traveler meets me on the road and says that I carry a winnowing fan upon my bright shoulder, then I must plant my oar in the ground and offer fine sacrifices to Lord Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a boar that mates with sows. Then I must return home and offer sacred sacrifices to the immortal gods who hold wide heaven, to all of them in order. After that, death will come to me out of the sea, a gentle death, when I am worn out with rich old age, and the people around me will be prosperous. He told me that all these things will surely happen." Careful Penelope answered him, "If the gods truly grant you a peaceful old age, then there is hope that you will escape from further suffering." So they spoke to each other like this. Meanwhile, Eurynome and the old nurse were preparing the bed with soft blankets under the light of burning torches. When they had quickly made the strong bed ready, the old nurse went back into the house to rest, while the chambermaid Eurynome led them toward the bed, holding a torch in her hands. After she led them into the chamber, she went back again. Then the two of them gladly came to the place of their old bed. Meanwhile, Telemachus, the cattle herdsman, and the swineherd stopped their dancing, and they stopped the women as well. Then they all went to sleep throughout the shadowy halls of the house. After the two of them had enjoyed the sweetness of love, they found delight in talking together, telling their stories to each other. She told him all the things she had endured in the palace, watching the hateful crowd of suitors, men who, because of her, kept slaughtering many cattle and fat sheep, while much wine was drawn from the jars. And noble Odysseus told her everything, all the hardships he had caused for others, and all the suffering he himself had endured. He told the whole story, and she listened with delight. Sleep did not fall upon her eyes until he had finished telling everything. He began with how he first defeated the Cicones, then how he came to the rich land of the Lotus Eaters. He told of what the Cyclops did, and how he paid him back for his mighty companions, whom the monster had eaten without mercy. He told how he came to Aeolus, who kindly welcomed him and sent him on his way, though it was not yet his fate to reach his homeland. Instead, a storm wind snatched him away again and carried him over the fish-filled sea, while he groaned in grief. He told how he reached Telepylus in the land of the Laestrygonians, who destroyed his ships and killed all his strong companions, while Odysseus alone escaped in his black ship. Then he told of the tricks and cunning of Circe, and how he went down to the dark house of Hades to speak with the spirit of the Theban Tiresias. There, in his many-oared ship, he also saw all his companions. He told her how he saw his mother, the one who had given birth to him and cared for him when he was small. He told how he heard the sweet singing of the sirens, and how he reached the wandering rocks, dread Charybdis and Scylla, whom no man had ever passed unharmed. He told how his companions killed the cattle of the sun, and how high thundering Zeus struck his swift ship with a blazing thunderbolt. All his brave companions died together, but he alone escaped destruction. he told how he came to the island of Ogygia and to the nymph Calypso, who kept him there, wanting him to be her husband. She held him in her hollow caves and promised to make him immortal and ageless forever. But she never persuaded the heart inside his chest. He told how, after many hardships, he came to the land of the Phaeacians. They honored him in their hearts and sent him home to his beloved country in a ship, giving him bronze, gold in abundance, and fine clothing. This was the last thing he said before sweet sleep, that loosens the limbs, came upon him and released the cares from his heart. Then bright-eyed Athena thought again of what to do. When she believed Odysseus had taken his fill of his wife's bed and of sleep, she stirred early. Dawn from ocean, the golden-throned one, to bring light to men. Odysseus rose from the soft bed and spoke to his wife. "My wife, by now both of us have endured many trials. You stayed here weeping for my troubled return, while Zeus and the other gods held me back with suffering as I longed for my homeland. But now that we have both reached our long-desired bed, take care of the possessions that remain for me in the house. As for the sheep that the proud suitors wasted, I myself will gather many more as spoil, and the Achaeans will give me others until my pens are filled again. But now I will go to my farm full of trees to see my good father, who grieves deeply for me. And I give you this instruction, wife, wise as you are. As soon as the sun rises, the story will spread that I killed the suitors in my house. So go up to the upper chamber with your servant women. Sit there quietly. Do not look at anyone, and do not ask questions." Then he put his beautiful armor upon his shoulders, and called Telemachus, the swineherd, and the cowherd. He ordered them all to take their fighting weapons in their hands. They did not disobey him. They armed themselves with bronze, opened the doors, and went outside, with Odysseus leading them. Daylight had already come upon the earth, but Athena covered them with night and quickly led them out of the city. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends. Book 24. Cyllenian Hermes called out the souls of the suitors. In his hands he held a beautiful golden wand. With it he charms the eyes of men whenever he wishes, and he can also wake up those who are asleep. He waved it and led them on, and they followed him, squeaking. Like bats deep inside a great cave, flying around and squealing after one falls from the rock where they cling together. So the souls went along, crying out as they followed. Hermes, the kindly guide, led them down the damp and shadowy paths. They passed the streams of ocean, the white rock, the gates of the sun, and the land of dreams. Then they quickly came to the meadow of asphodel, where the souls, the shadowy forms of those who have labored, live. There they found the soul of Achilles, son of Peleus, and also Patroclus, noble Antilochus, and Ajax, who was the finest in form and strength of all the Danaans after Achilles. As they stood gathered around Achilles, the soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, came near, full of sorrow. Around him gathered the souls of all those who had died with him in the house of Aegisthus, and met their fate there. The soul of Achilles was the first to speak to him. "Atreus's son, we thought that of all the hero kings you were especially dear to Zeus, the god who hurls lightning all your days. You ruled over many strong men in the land of Troy, where we Achaeans suffered so much. Yet even for you, terrible fate was waiting. a doom that no one born can escape. I wish you had enjoyed the honor that was yours to rule. Yes, deadly fate was going to stand beside you too. A cruel doom that no one born can escape. How I wish you had received the honor that was yours as king, and met your death and fate there in the land of Troy. Then all the Achaeans would have raised a burial mound for you, and you would have won great glory for your son in days to come. But instead, it was your lot to be caught by a most pitiful death. Then the soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, answered him, Blessed son of Peleus, godlike Achilles, you died in Troy, far from Argos. Around you the finest sons of Trojans and Achaeans were killed as they fought over you. You lay there in a cloud of dust, great and mighty, no longer thinking of horsemanship. We fought over you the whole day long, and we would not have stopped from battle at all if Zeus had not ended it with a storm. After we carried you from the fighting to the ships, we laid you on a bed and washed your beautiful body with warm water and oil. Around you the Danaans poured out hot tears and cut off their hair in grief. Your mother came up from the sea with the immortal sea nymphs when she heard the news. A terrible cry rose over the waters, and fear seized all the Achaeans. They would have leapt up and run to their hollow ships if a man had not held them back, one who knew many things of old, Nestor, whose advice had always seemed the best. Thinking wisely, he stood and spoke to them. Stand firm, Argives. Do not run, young men of the Achaeans. It is his mother coming from the sea with the immortal sea nymphs to see her son who has died. So he spoke, and the great-hearted Achaeans held back their fear. Around you stood the daughters of the old man of the sea, crying in sorrow, and they dressed you in immortal clothes. The 9 muses all together answered one another with their beautiful voices and sang songs of mourning. You would not have seen a single Argive there without tears. So deeply did the clear-voiced muse move them. For 17 days and nights we wept for you, both immortal gods and mortal men. On the 18th day, we gave you to the fire. We killed many fat sheep around you and strong, curved, horned cattle as well. You were burned in the clothing of the gods, with much oil and sweet honey. Many Achaean heroes in full armor rushed around your burning pyre, both foot soldiers and horsemen, and a great roar rose up. When the flame of Hephaestus had finished its work, at dawn we gathered your white bones, Achilles, and laid them in unmixed wine and oil. Your mother gave us a golden jar. She said it was a gift from Dionysus and made by famous Hephaestus. In that jar your white bones lie, bright Achilles, mixed with those of Patroclus, son of Menoetius, who died. The bones of Antilochus lie separately, the one you honored most of all your companions after Patroclus died. Then we raised a great and noble burial mound over you, we, the sacred army of Achaean spearmen, on a jutting headland by the wide Hellespont, so it would be seen from far out at sea by men who live now and by those who will come after. Your mother asked the gods for splendid prizes and placed them in the center of the gathering for the bravest of the Achaeans. You have seen the funerals of many men. You have been at many funerals of heroes, when a king has died and young men tie on their belts and prepare for contests. But if you had seen those games in your honor, you would have been amazed in your heart at the splendid prizes the goddess set out for you, silver-footed Thetis, for you were very dear to the gods. So even in death you did not lose your name. Your glory will always be great among all people, Achilles. But what joy is there in that, for me, after I finished the war? For when I was coming home, Zeus planned a bitter death for me at the hands of Aegisthus and my deadly wife." So they spoke these things to one another. Then the guide, the slayer of Argus, came near them, leading down the souls of the suitors whom Odysseus had overcome. The two heroes, amazed, went straight toward them when they saw them. The soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, recognized the dear son of Melanius, the famous Amphimedon, for he had once been his guest when he lived at home in Ithaca. The soul of Agamemnon spoke to him first. "Amphimedon, what happened to you that you have come down into the dark earth, all of you chosen men, all about the same age? No one picking the best men in a whole city would choose differently. Did Poseidon destroy you in your ships, raising fierce winds and great waves? Or did hostile men kill you on land while you were driving off their cattle and fine flocks of sheep, or fighting over their city and their women? Tell me what happened. I claim to be your guest friend. Do you not remember when I came to your house with godlike Menelaus to urge Odysseus to sail with us in our well-built ships to Ilium? For a full month we crossed the wide sea, hardly able to persuade Odysseus, the sacker of cities." Then the soul of Amphimedon answered him, "Most glorious son of Atreus, lord of men, Agamemnon, I remember all these things, just as you say. And I will tell you the whole truth, carefully and exactly, about the bitter end of our death and how it happened. We were courting the wife of Odysseus, who had long been gone. She neither refused the hateful marriage nor agreed to finish it. All the while she was planning black death and doom for us. In her mind, she thought up another trick. She set up a great loom in the hall and began to weave a large, fine cloth. Then she said to us, 'Young men, my suitors, since noble Odysseus is dead, wait, though you are eager to marry me, until I finish this cloth, so that my weaving will not be wasted. It is a burial shroud for hero Laertes, for when deadly fate brings him down to long-suffering death, I do not want any Achaean woman to blame me if a man who won so much wealth lies without a burial cloth.' That is what she said, and our proud hearts agreed. By day, she would weave the great cloth, but at night, when torches were set beside her, she would unravel it. For 3 years she kept up this trick and deceived the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came, and the seasons turned, and many days had passed as the months went by, one of her women, who knew the truth, told us, and we caught her unraveling the fine cloth. So she finished it at last, though she did not want to, but was forced. When she showed us the cloth, after weaving the great web, shining like the sun or the moon, then at that very time some evil power brought Odysseus back from somewhere, to the edge of his land, where the swineherd lived. There his dear son, the son of noble Odysseus, came from sandy Pylos, sailing in his black ship. The two of them planned a bitter death for the suitors, and made their way toward the famous town. Telemachus went ahead, and Odysseus followed later. The swineherd led him along, wearing filthy clothes on his body, looking like a miserable beggar and an old man leaning on a staff. The rags he wore were wretched. None of us recognized who he was when he suddenly appeared, not even the older men among us. Instead, we insulted him with harsh words and struck him. For a while he endured it, being hit and mocked in his own house with a patient heart. But when the mind of Zeus, the lord of the sacred mantle, stirred him, he and Telemachus took up the fine weapons and stored them away in a chamber, locking the doors. Then, with clever planning, he told his wife to set out the bow and the grey iron axe heads before the suitors. a contest for us doomed men, and the beginning of our death. None of us could string the strong bow. We were far too weak. But when the great bow came into the hands of Odysseus, we all shouted together that it must not be given to him, no matter how much he asked. Only Telemachus kept urging and ordering him to take it. Then long-enduring, noble Odysseus took the bow in his hands. He easily strung it and shot an arrow straight through the iron. He went and stood on the threshold and poured out his swift arrows. He looked around with a terrible glare and shot King Antinous. After that, he sent deadly arrows at the others, aiming straight at them, and they fell in heaps. It was clear that some god was helping them. At once they rushed through the hall with all their strength and killed us one by one. An ugly groaning rose as heads were struck, and the whole floor flowed with blood. So we died, Agamemnon. Even now our bodies lie uncared for in the house of Odysseus. Our families in our homes do not yet know it. They would wash the dark blood from our wounds, lay us out, and mourn for us, for that is the honor given to the dead. Then the soul of Agamemnon answered him, "Blessed son of Laertes, clever Odysseus, you truly won a wife of great virtue. How noble were the thoughts of faithful Penelope, daughter of Icarius. How well she remembered Odysseus, her true husband. Because of her goodness, her fame will never die. The immortals will make a lovely song about her for people on the earth, about wise Penelope, not like the daughter of Tyndareus, who planned evil deeds and killed her wedded husband. A hateful song will follow her among men, and she will bring a bad name on women everywhere, even on those who are good." So they spoke to each other there in the house of Hades, deep beneath the earth. Meanwhile, after leaving the city, the others quickly reached the fine farm of Laertes, well worked and carefully tended, which Laertes himself had gained long ago by hard labor. There was a house there for him, and huts were built all around it. In them his workers ate, sat, and slept, the servants who had to serve him and worked for him faithfully. Among them was an old Sicilian woman who took careful care of the old man on the farm, far from the city. There Odysseus spoke to his servants and his son. "You go now into the well-built house and quickly kill the best pig for dinner. But I will go and test our father to see whether he will recognize me with his own eyes or fail to know me after I have been gone so long." After speaking, he handed over his battle armor to the servants. They went quickly into the house, but Odysseus walked on toward the rich orchard to test his father. He did not find Dolius there, nor any of the servants or his sons, for they had gone to gather stones for a fence around the vineyard, and the old man had led them out. He found his father alone in the well-tended garden, digging around a plant. He wore a dirty tunic, patched and shabby. Around his legs he had tied patched oxhide guards to protect against scratches, and gloves on his hands because of thorns. On his head he wore a goatskin cap, nursing his sorrow. When long-suffering, noble Odysseus saw him, worn down by old age and carrying deep grief in his heart, he stood beneath a tall pear tree and wept. Then in his mind and heart he debated whether to run up and hug and kiss his father and tell him everything, how he had come home and reached his native land, or whether I should first question him about everything and test him. As he thought about it, this seemed better to him, to test him first with teasing words. With that in mind, noble Odysseus walked straight toward him. The old man stood there with his head bent down, digging around a plant. His shining son stood beside him and spoke. "Old man, you are not lacking skill in tending an orchard. Your care is excellent. Not a plant, not a fig tree, not a vine, not an olive tree, not a pear tree, not a single garden bed goes without attention. But I will tell you something else. Do not grow angry in your heart. You take good care of the garden, but no one takes good care of you. You carry miserable old age, and you are dirty and dressed in shabby clothes. It is not because of laziness that your master neglects you. And by your appearance and size you do not look like a slave at all. You look like a king, like a man who once bathed and fed would sleep softly. For that is what old men deserve. But come, tell me this and speak truly. Whose slave are you? Whose orchard do you tend? And tell me honestly, so I may know for sure. Is this truly Ithaca that we have come to, as that man told me, the one I just met on the road? He did not seem very clear in his mind, for he did not dare tell me everything or listen to what I asked about a guest friend of mine, whether he is still alive and here among the living, or already dead and in the house of Hades. For I will tell you something, and you must listen carefully. Once in my dear homeland, I welcomed a man as my guest. He came to my house and no other mortal. Of all the far-travelled strangers who ever came to my house, none was more welcome. He said he was from Ithaca by birth, and claimed that Laertes, son of Odysseus, was his father. I brought him into my home and treated him well, welcoming him kindly from all the wealth we had in the house. I gave him proper guest gifts, as was fitting. I gave him 7 talents of fine gold. I gave him a solid silver mixing bowl, decorated with flowers. I gave him 12 cloaks, 12 blankets, 12 fine robes, and 12 tunics. And besides all that, I gave him 4 women, skilled in good work, beautiful ones, whom he chose for himself. Then his father answered him, tears falling down his face. Stranger, yes, you have come to the land you asked about, but reckless and wicked men now hold it. Those gifts you gave him were wasted, though you gave so many. For if you had found him alive in the land of Ithaca, he would have sent you away in honor, with gifts in return and generous hospitality, for that is the right thing for the one who was first to give. But come now, tell me this, and speak exactly. What year was it when you welcomed that poor man, your guest? My son, if indeed I ever had one. My unlucky child? Perhaps far from his homeland and loved ones, the fish in the sea devoured him, or on land he became food for wild beasts and birds. His mother did not wrap him in burial cloth and mourn him, nor did his father, we who gave him life. Nor did his richly gifted wife, wise Penelope, weep for her husband on his funeral bed and close his eyes. For that is the honor due to the dead. So tell me this truly, so that I may know for certain. Who are you? From where do you come? Where is your city, and who are your parents? Where is your swift ship that brought you here with your godlike companions? Or did you come as a passenger on another man's ship, and they set you ashore and sailed away? Then clever Odysseus answered him, Very well, I will tell you everything exactly. I am from Alybas, where I have a fine house. I am the son of King Aphidas, son of Polypemon. My name is Eperitus, but some god drove me off course from Sicania and brought me here against my will. My ship stands over there in the country, away from the city. As for Odysseus, it has now been 5 years since he left my homeland. Poor man. Yet the birds were favorable for him when he set out, flying on the right. I rejoiced at the omen and sent him on his way. He too went gladly. In our hearts we hoped we would meet again in friendship and exchange fine gifts. So he spoke, and a dark cloud of grief covered Laertes. With both hands he scooped up black dust and poured it over his grey head, groaning deeply. At that sight, Odysseus's heart was stirred. A sharp pain rose within him as he looked at his dear father. He leapt forward, threw his arms around him, kissed him, and said, "I am that man, father, the very one you are asking about. I have come home in the 20th year to my native land. But stop your weeping and your tearful cries, for I will tell you, though we must act quickly. I have killed the suitors in our house and paid them back for their cruel and shameful deeds." Then Laertes answered him and said, "If you truly are my son Odysseus and have come home here, give me a clear sign, a certain one, so that I may believe you." Then clever Odysseus answered him, "First, look at this scar with your own eyes. A wild boar struck me with its white tusk on Mount Parnassus when I went there. You and my noble mother sent me to visit my mother's father, Autolycus, to receive the gifts he had promised me when he came here before. And come, let me also tell you about the trees in this well-worked orchard that you once gave me. When I was a child, I followed you through the garden, asking you about each one. We walked among them, and you named them for me. You gave me 13 pear trees and 10 apple trees. You gave me 40 fig trees, and you promised to give me 50 rows of vines, each one bearing grapes in season, with clusters of every kind whenever Zeus sent the right rains." When he said this, Laertes' knees grew weak, and his heart melted within him, for he knew the signs Odysseus had spoken were true. He threw his arms around his beloved son, and noble, long-suffering Odysseus held him as he fainted. When Laertes regained his breath and his spirit returned to him, he spoke again. "Father Zeus, then the gods still live on high Olympus, if it is true that the suitors have paid for their wicked pride. But now I am terribly afraid in my heart that soon all the Ithacans will come here and send word throughout all the towns of the Cephallenians." Then clever Odysseus answered him, "Take courage. Do not let these things trouble your mind. Come now, let us go to the house that stands near the orchard. I sent Telemachus, the cowherd, and the swineherd ahead, so they could prepare dinner quickly." So the two of them went to the fine house. When they reached the well-built home, they found Telemachus, the cowherd, and the swineherd cutting plenty of meat and mixing dark wine. Meanwhile, in his house, the Sicilian maidservant bathed great-hearted Laertes and rubbed him with olive oil. Then she placed a fine cloak around him. Athena stood close by and made the shepherd of the people stronger in his limbs. She made him look bigger and more solid than before. He stepped out of the bath, and his dear son marveled when he saw him, looking like one of the immortal gods. And he spoke to him, saying, "Father, surely one of the eternal gods has made you better to look at, in both form and stature." Wise Laertes answered him, "Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if only I were the man I once was when I captured Nericus, the well-built stronghold on the mainland coast, and ruled the Cephallenians. If I had been that man yesterday in our house, with armor on my shoulders, standing to defend you against the suitors, then I would have made the knees of many of them give way in the hall, and your heart within you would have rejoiced." So they spoke to one another. When the others had finished their work and prepared the meal, they sat down in order on chairs and seats. They began to eat their dinner, and old Dolios came near, with his sons beside him. They came in from their work, tired, for their mother, the old Sicilian woman who had raised them and kindly cared for the old man when age had overtaken him, had gone out and called them. When they saw Odysseus and recognized him in their hearts, they stood in the hall amazed. But Odysseus spoke to them with gentle words and said, "Old man, sit down to dinner, and put your amazement aside. We have long been eager to begin the meal, but we waited in the hall for you to come." So he spoke. Dolius went straight to him, with both arms stretched out. Odysseus took his hand and kissed it at the wrist. Then Dolius spoke, saying, "My dear master, since you have returned, though we had almost stopped hoping, and the gods themselves brought you back, greetings to you, and may the gods grant you blessings. But tell me this truly, so that I may know for sure. Does wise Penelope already know that you have returned? Or should we send someone to tell her?" Clever Odysseus answered, "Old man, she already knows. There is no need for you to do that." So Dolius sat back down on his polished chair. In the same way, his sons gathered around noble Odysseus, greeted him with words, took his hands, and then sat down in a row beside their father. So they busied themselves with dinner in the hall. But rumor, swift messenger, ran through the whole city, telling everyone of the terrible death and doom of the suitors. When the people heard, they came from every direction, moaning and groaning, to stand before the house of Odysseus. They carried the bodies out, and each one buried his own dead. They sent the men from other towns each back to his own home, laying them on swift ships for sailors to carry away. But they themselves went together to the assembly, their hearts full of grief. When they had gathered and were sitting together, Eupathus stood up and spoke. Deep in his heart lay unending sorrow for his son Antinous, whom noble Odysseus had killed first. Shedding tears, he said, "My friends, this man has done a terrible thing to the Achaeans. First he led many brave men away in ships and lost both the ships and the men. Then he returned and killed the very best of the Cephallenians. Come now, before he escapes quickly to Pylos or to sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule, let us go after him. Otherwise we will live forever in shame. For this is an outrage even for future generations to hear about, if we do not punish the killers of our sons and brothers. As for me, it would not be sweet to go on living. I would rather die at once and join the dead. Come, let us go before they cross over and get away." So he spoke, weeping, and pity seized all the Achaeans. Then Medon and the godlike singer came out from the house of Odysseus after sleep had left them. They stood in the middle of the crowd, and amazement seized every man. Then wise Medon spoke among them. "Hear me now, Ithacans. Odysseus did not do these things without the will of the immortal gods. I myself saw an immortal god standing beside Odysseus, looking exactly like Mentor. That god would, at one moment, stand in front of Odysseus. He would appear, encouraging Odysseus, and then at another moment rush through the hall, driving the suitors into panic, and they fell in heaps. So he spoke, and pale fear seized them all. Then the old hero Halithuses, son of Mastor, who alone could see both past and future, stood among them and spoke with good intent. Hear me now, Ithacans, what I am about to say. Through your own wrongdoing, my friends, these things have happened. You would not listen to me, nor to Mentor, shepherd of the people, when we urged you to restrain your sons from their folly. They committed a monstrous outrage, in reckless arrogance, devouring a noble man's wealth and dishonoring his wife, thinking he would never return. So now, Let it end here. Listen to me as I speak. Do not go, lest someone bring ruin upon himself." He spoke, but they leapt up with a great shout, more than half of them, while the rest stayed seated together. His words did not please their hearts. They sided with Eupeitha, and at once rushed to put on their armor. When they had strapped gleaming bronze around their bodies, they gathered before the broad city, and Eupeithes led them, in his foolishness. He believed he would avenge his son's death, but he was not destined to return home again. Instead, he would meet his own doom. Then Athena spoke to Zeus, son of Cronos. "Our father, Chronides, highest of rulers, tell me, what does your mind conceal? Will you now bring about more evil war and dreadful conflict, or will you establish friendship between both sides?" And cloud-gathering Zeus answered her, "My child, why do you ask me these things and press me so? Was it not you yourself who planned this, that Odysseus should return and take vengeance on those men? Do as you wish, but I will tell you what is fitting. Since divine Odysseus has punished the suitors, let them swear binding oaths, and let him rule as king forever. And let us cause forgetfulness of the murder of sons and brothers. Let them love one another as before, and let there be peace and abundant prosperity." So he spoke, urging on Athena, already eager, and she sped down from the peaks of Olympus. After they had satisfied their desire for honey-sweet food, long-enduring noble Odysseus began to speak. "Let someone go out and see whether they are already near." So he spoke. One of Dolius's sons went out, as he commanded. He stood upon the threshold and saw them all close at hand. At once he spoke winged words to Odysseus. "They are already near, close by. Let us arm ourselves quickly." So he spoke, and they rose and put on their armor, 4 around Odysseus and 6 sons of Dolius. Laertes and Dolius too put on their armor, grey-haired as they were, warriors out of necessity. When they had fastened the shining bronze upon their bodies, they opened the doors and went out, and Odysseus led them. Then the daughter of Zeus, Athena, came near them, likened to Mentor in form and voice. When long-suffering noble Odysseus saw her, he rejoiced, and at once spoke to Telemachus, his dear son. "Telemachus, now you will learn this yourself, as you step into the fight, where men clash in battle and the best are proved. Do not in any way disgrace the line of your fathers, who in former days excelled all others in courage and in manly strength throughout the earth." Wise Telemachus answered him, "You shall see, if you wish, dear father, that as far as my heart goes, I will in no way shame your lineage, as you say." So he spoke, and Laertes rejoiced and said, "What a day this is for me, dear gods! I am truly glad. My son and my grandson are contending for excellence in valor." Then bright-eyed Athena, standing near him, said, "Arsacides, dearest of all my companions, pray to Father Zeus and to the bright-eyed maiden, and then quickly poise your long shadowing spear and cast it." So she spoke, and Pallas Athena breathed great might into him. He prayed to great Zeus's daughter, then swiftly balanced his long spear and hurled it. It struck Eupeithes through his bronze-cheeked helmet. The helmet did not stop the spear. The bronze drove straight through. He fell with a crash, and his armor rang upon him. Then Odysseus and his shining son charged the front ranks, striking with swords and double-pointed spears, and they would indeed have killed them all, leaving none to return home, had not Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, shouted aloud and checked the whole host, Ithacans, cease from grievous war, so that you may separate as quickly as possible without bloodshed." So Athena spoke, and pale fear seized them. Their weapons flew from their hands in terror and clattered to the ground at the goddess's cry. They turned back toward the city, eager to save their lives. But long-suffering noble Odysseus let out a dreadful shout. He gathered himself and sprang forward like a high-flying eagle stooping down, and at that very moment the son of Kronos hurled a smoking thunderbolt. It fell before bright-eyed Athena, daughter of the mighty father. Then bright-eyed Athena spoke to Odysseus. "Zeus-born son of Laertes, much resourceful Odysseus, hold back, cease from this strife of equal war, lest far-seeing Zeus, son of Kronos, grow angry with you." So Athena spoke, and he obeyed, and his heart was glad. Then she established a binding oath between both sides. Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, bearer of the sacred mantle, appearing as mentor in form and in voice, and thus the story ends. You're listening to Classics Made Clear, classic texts translated with accuracy and accessibility for today's listener. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share these videos with your friends.